나나나나나나 야구마님 어서오세요. 마마다냐님도 하이주 반갑습니다. 나나나나 은결님 방송 고생 많으셨어요. 난민 감사합니다. 고맙습니다. 물도 왔어요. 아이고
나나나나나.
아유 뽀등언니 13개월 끄적연장 합방냥냥 감사합니다. 고맙습니다. 어서와요. 나나나나나나 반갑습니다 여러분. 저는 이주땅 오늘 할 게임 탱글타워라는 추리 게임 가져와 봤습니다. 인사하도록 하죠. 유하 인사. 유하 안녕하세요 여러분. 오늘 이주땅에 가져온 게임 탱글타워라는 추리 게임 가져와 봤습니다. 풀 더빙된 추리 게임으로 알고 있어서 아마 보시는 분들도 재밌게 보실 수 있지 않을까. 하지만 이주땅 추리하는 게임류 처음 해봐가지고 셜록 홈즈 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 가보자! 아 비아모님 어서오세요. 하이죠. 해보셨어요? 저 이거 처음 봐가지고 새 파일 만들기 해보도록 하겠습니다. 탱글타워 오후 중반. 오 이거 막 가고 있어. 호수 가장자리. 블루리드님 비아모님께 1개월 끄적 선물 합방냥냥 감사합니다. 고맙습니다.
You ready, Sally?
오,
Grimoire, I've been standing here for 7.5 minutes.
오 까다로워 보여.
Just checking.
Do you have the map?
Yeah, but it's basically blank. Could you read the case file? What do you
I'm
think?
not sure yet. Did you read it?
Yeah, I'll read it on the way to the crime scene.
사건 파일. 살인 피해자. 살인 사건이에요. 프레이야 펠로우 19세. 플로라 펠로우의 초생활을 그리는 도중 사망. 플로라의 탑. 성이 같은 거 보니까 엄마지 않을까? 프레이야 플로우는 내가 여기 있는 게 나을까? 플로라는 현장에서 초상화 모델로 포즈를 취하고 있었다. 프레이야 플로우는 등을 바닥에 대고 쓰러진 채 발견됐으며 가슴에 단 하나의 자상을 입은 상태였다. 현장에서는 어떠한 무기도 발견되지 않았지만 프레야가 끝내지 못한 그림 속 주인공은 칼을 들고 있었다. 칼 끝에 빨간색은 물감이 아니다. 피인 것으로 확인된다. 에? 주먹이 맞으세요, 하이즈. 아니 말이 돼요? 이게 피가 이게 물감이 아니라 피라고? 너무 미스터리인데? 탱글타워. 종이에 그려진 작은 그림, 뒤에 메모가 적혀있다. 이곳은 현재는 탱글타워라고 불리지만 하단부의 저택에 연결된 2개의 탑이 있을 뿐이다. 원형의 호수에 둘러싸여 있다. 호수물은 이상한 색이다. 호수는 깎아쓰는 듯한 절벽에 둘러싸여 있다. 절벽은 너무 가파르고 매끄러워서 오를 수 없다. 탱글타워에는 현재 2 가문이 거주한다. 펠로우 가문과 포인터 가문. 벌써부터 난관의 봉착. 이게 말이야 방금. 아 이게 사건 파일과 지도. 그래. 아 얘가 이제 저희의 첫 피해자죠? 뭔가 이 힌트 같은 물음표가 많네요. 아 여기 막 정리되어 있는 거 있고 어떻게 살해된 거지?
It's a path. We're walking.
어? 아 이제 이게 지도? 이동했어요. 정원.
It's full of the same weird water that was in the lake.
Any fish in there?
Not a single one. Although there is something in there.
뭔가 있어?
It's a cassette tape. Or it used to be.
손상된 테이프. 증거. BGM 살짝 줄여도 될 것 같아요. 감사합니다.
A bench of
My
solid.
favorite kind.
근데 여자 목소리가 너무 매력적이다.
It's a statue of some hideous, scaly, bipedal fish monster
Playing a harp.
playing a harp. Hang on a second.
자세히 봐봐. 어머 퍼즐이에요.
This isn't just a regular statue, is it?
Something tells me we're not gonna solve this just yet.
아직 풀 수 없대. 이거 그림 맞추는 거.
Let's come back later.
이렇게 약간 조사를
must
좀
do
꼼꼼히 해야 되나
something.
봐요.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
하프 동상.
It's full of the same weird.
Any fish in there?
Not a single. Although there
It's a
is.
cassette tape. Or it used to be.
이거 내가 주운 건데.
Spooky. What do you think it's for?
I think it's to scare away detectives.
어.
Is it working?
No.
이거 열면 여기 문 열리나 보다, 그쵸? 저를 더 줄일까요? 여러분들도 같이 많이 봐야 좋을 것 같은데? 이 정도로 줄이고. 너무 장난아? 괜찮지? 이거 문 열릴 것 같아.
Spooky. What do you think it's for?
I think it's to
Is
scare.
it working?
No.
It's a bandstand.
Bit small for a bandstand.
It's a one-man bandstand.
1인용 연주 무대.
It's quiet.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to say too quiet.
It's not. It's an appropriate amount of quiet.
이제 다음 구역으로 갈까요? 이동은 이렇게밖에 못하는 건가? 정문.
Oh.
What?
Oh. There's an O
Ah,
on the
오가
floor.
바닥에
Yeah,
있어.
Tangle.
Twir. Oh.
What?
Oh.
Oh yeah, Tangle Tower.
Twir.
오씨, 여자 목소리가 너무 좋은데? 투어.
That leads back to the gardens.
Little bird feeders.
How do you know they're for birds?
Should we ring the doorbell?
Why would we not?
아니 나 더 봐야 되는데.
It's a little melody.
아씨 멜로디. 멜로디 그만 나와. 나 멜로디 또 외워서 칠할까봐 무서운데.
Do you think he'll start to move if we try to go inside?
No, I think he'll just silently judge us.
이거 편지
Is that an
아니에요?
envelope?
It's been opened, but the letter's still in there.
편지다.
Let's read it.
Isn't that an invasion of someone's
Oh,
privacy?
definitely.
공개는 안 된다. 그니까. 봉투가 뜯겨 있다. 안에는 작은 종이가 들어있다. 조합은 다른 종이에 있습니다. 조합을 외운 뒤에는 이 종이를 없애십시오. 당신의 사고에는 동의할 수 없습니다. 그것은 밑에서 찾을 수 없을 겁니다. 에? 조합? 뭔 소리야?
A path leading towards the stone square.
꺼졌어요. 잠시만요. 어려운데요, 너무? 일단 집 말고 조금 더 바탕
Let's head to the
배경을
crime scene first.
사건 현장부터 가보래.
It's at the top of the West Tower, I think.
사건 현장부터 가도록 하겠습니다. 막가는 것끼니 와세요, 하이즈. 브랜드홀.
Sally, check those plants for clues.
Is soil a clue?
Now it's a big glass tube
There are
filled.
weeds in there. Man,
It's an aquarium?
could be. Except there's nothing living in it.
셜록 홈즈 이대로
Anymore.
침몰하나? 어렵네.
Sally, check those plants.
Is soil a clue? Finally, we get to investigate a murder in a spooky mansion.
It's not that spooky, really.
Don't ruin this. Stairs. Finally, we get to
It's
investigate.
not that
Don't
spooky.
ruin this.
What is that?
I think it's a family tree.
자세히 봐봐. 오! 이제 우리의 피해자 프레야 펠로우. 얘는 플러스 펠로우가 어딨지? 없어. 플로라 펠로우를 그리다가 죽었는데 없어. 뭐지? 진짜 목소리 너무 매력적이다. 나도 멋진 목소리. 아무튼 셀레나. 아 플로드 펠로. 플로드? 레디 펠로. 플로드? 펠릭스 에밀리. 아 여기 이제 포인터 가문이랑 펠로우 가문이랑 여기 가운데는 뭐예요? 레밍톤? 어렵네요.
A big letter F.
여긴 F. 아 이쪽이 이제
Of
플로라
course.
가문.
Who doesn't hang a giant banner of their initial in the lobby of their mansion?
여기가 이제 포인터
This one has a
가문.
big P.
That's P.
How very P-ceptive.
그러면 이쪽 문?
It's not locked.
Stairs.
그러면은 이쪽으로 가야겠죠?
Let's head to the crime scene first. It's at the top of the west tower, I think.
아 이렇게 할 수 있구나. 오 간다. 플로라의 탑. 오 누구시죠?
Let's take a look at that painting first. There it is. The unfinished portrait of Flora Fellow.
So, what? Freya was killed halfway through painting it.
Looks that way.
프레야는 그림을 끝내지 못했다. 작업 중 사망했기 때문이다. 플로라는 칼을 들고 있는 것처럼 보인다. 그 끝에 있는 빨간 물질은 피인 것으로 확인되었다.
I wonder if all of Freya's paintings are this creepy. Maybe it's just because she never got to finish it.
There's something wrong with the crime scene. And something really weird about the murder weapon.
We didn't find a murder weapon.
뭐야? 이게 뭐지? 단서 조합. 아. 이게 이 칼이 없네. 피.
Flora Fellow is holding a knife tipped with blood because it stabbed Freya. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
초상화?
Flora's portrait
아,
is holding a
맞췄어요.
knife tipped with blood because it stabbed Freya.
맞춘
What?
건가?
Weird, huh?
You think Freya was stabbed by a painting?
왼쪽 글자
Not by the
가리면
woman
내가
from
어디
the
있어야
painting, but by the painting itself.
Mm-hmm. Freya was standing
잠시만요.
right up by the canvas when she was killed.
여기
There's
있으면
blood on the
되나?
knife. It's the murder weapon.
Right.
여기도
But
막
it's
힌트
not actually
나오던데.
a knife. It can't
여기
stab.
있을까 차라리?
See any other knives around here? Case closed.
The case is not closed. And even if you were right, where does that leave us? A painting can't be a murder suspect.
승승퐁퐁님 어서오세요. 하이죠. 끝내지 못한 그림.
Is that an egg? An egg with bird feet.
It's also covered in gemstones. What a completely ordinary object.
자세히 봐봐. 오,
I think it's a container for something.
Those gems look like they come off.
오. 이렇게. 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 에? 이렇게. 어. 이렇게. 됐어. 뒤에도 있어.
It's some kind of clue
Oh!
about where to put the...
뒤에
It's some
걸
kind of...
맞춰야 되네. 예. 아, 뒤에 걸 맞춰야 되네. 게임 언제 시작했나요? 지금 시작했어요. 이게 지금 첫 번째 퍼즐이거든요. 다이아몬드랑 이렇게? 응?
it's some kind of clue about where to put the
원석을
gemstones.
어디다 놓는지 알려주는 거라고? 이렇게? 아, 반대네. 그리고 여기에다가 빨간 거랑 초록 거. 빨간 거랑 초록 거. 첫 번째 퍼즐인데 벌써 어려워 보여요. 일단 해볼게요. 이거 이 긴 거에서 짧은 쪽이 보라색, 긴 거에서 짧은 게 보라색, 끝에 파란색. 삑삑삑삑삑. 네모에서 꺾인 쪽이 초록색, 여기는 노란색. 에? 이거 갖고 와도 되냐? 오케이. 그리고 이거 공룡 같은 거에서 여기가 빨간색. 됐죠? 그리고 안 한 게 뭐야? 이 기다란 거는 자주색. 기다란 거는 됐나요?
No, that was it.
Nice work.
됐어요. 나 잘해.
Did it unlock? What's in there?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Well, I'm not
아니,
leaving without a
아무것도
clue.
없어?
And
행복
empty
포인트만
eggs is a clue,
쓰세요, 하인즈.
right?
속이 빈 알. 알의 안감은 부드러운 벨벳 같은 소재로 되어 있다. 알은 황동으로 된 스탠드 위에 올려져 있다. 밑에는 뾰족한 발톱이 난 이상한 발 3개가 있다.
Supposedly, Freya was working on the painting when she was killed.
빛날은 뭐지?
Looks like she
3조고.
was still holding her paintbrush and palette when she fell.
넘어질 때도 계속 물감붓을 들고 있었던
Didn't even get a
것처럼
chance to clean her brush.
붓과 팔레트. 가장 큰 부분의 중앙은 검은색이다. 빨간 물감은 묻은 채 말라 있다.
Is that a gramophone?
I think so. Except it's got a tape deck instead of a turntable.
It's also got a big crack down the middle.
수금기. 레코드 대신에 카세트 테이프를 재생한다. 방 중앙을 향해 놓여져 있다. 나팔부터 테이프 넣는 곳까지 뚜렷한 금이가 있다.
What about the cassette tape?
Yeah, it sure is. Pink.
투 프레야. 얘도 중앙에 금이가 있다. 라벨에 손으로 적은 메시지가 있다. 이렇게 또 확대해서 볼 수 있어요. 뒷면은 못 보. 이거 보자.
Do you think it still works?
The gramophone? We could give it a go.
시도해보자고? 일단 다른 것부터 다 조사할게요.
Supposedly, Freya was working on the painting when she was killed. Looks like she was still holding her paintbrush and palette.
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
이거 2개가 세트.
Freya's painting supplies.
미술용품. 빨간색, 노란색, 파란색, 검은색, 흰색. 유리통은 모두 한쪽에 금이가 있다. 왜 다 박살나 있냐 진짜?
Freya's painting supplies.
그 심지어 한쪽에만 금이 가 있대요. 뭐지?
That's the only door in and out of the room.
It's also on the floor.
Sure is. Guessing it's not supposed to be down there. The whole room is a
Yeah,
strange.
there might be a reason for that.
여기 눈
We're
그려져
at the
있다.
top of the tower, right?
I think so. Why?
Doesn't matter. It's nothing.
여기 눈 그려져 있다.
A bunch of old books. Covered in dust now, but they look well read.
Flora fellow?
Hey, sorry to barge in. I'm sure you're still in some distress.
와, 머릿결 뭐야?
We need to ask you a few questions, I'm afraid.
Did you witness the murder, Flora?
대답을
Nothing.
못하나 봐.
What do we do?
Not sure. She's entitled to her silence, I suppose.
For now.
본인.
Is there anything you'd like to tell us, Flora?
있다는
I don't
건가?
really know anything about you at all.
I think that's the way she likes it. We'll just have to ask other people about her.
Yeah, okay.
아니, 말을 하시라고요. 어제
Freya was painting your portrait yesterday. Is that right?
끄덕이시는
Was
건가?
this something you had planned with her ahead of time?
Was there something special about yesterday?
Did you talk to Freya at all while she was painting you?
She's not going to answer us, is she?
Nope. But at least we can say we tried.
진실?
Flora, you were definitely in the room at the time of the murder. Surely you must have seen
저 사람
something?
그냥 범인하면 안 되나요?
Can you tell me anything about what happened to Freya?
머리 휘날려.
Yeah, she's acting pretty suspicious if you ask me.
I don't know. Maybe she really doesn't know anything.
How is that possible?
이거는 뭐지?
There it is. The unfinished
So,
looks that way.
아직 완성이 안 돼서 이쪽은 색칠이 안 칠해진 거군요. 여기도 색칠이 좀 덜 칠해졌고. 오호. 정말 미스터리 하는군. 아니, 그림 모델 했는데 어떻게 모를 수 있지? 근데 모를 수도 있을 것 같은 게 이게 크잖아요. 이분은 이거 반대쪽에 있으니까 여기 얘 때문에 가려져서 안 보였을 수도 있지 않을까? 만약에 진짜 그림에서 찌른 거면? 모르겠어요. 너무 어렵다. 이제 이거 테이프 틀어볼게요. 뭐야? 노래 들려.
It's piano music.
피아노 음악을 녹음한 곳이다. 짧게 재생되다 멈춘다. 아니, 이렇게 핑크핑크한 테이프인데 음악이 너무 슬픈데요? 자꾸 노래 나오면 나 불안해져. 뽀로라님 어서오세요. 이제 이거 틀어볼게요. 산책하는 소린가 보다.
weird.
약간 잔디 밟는 소리 나지 않아요? 산책하면서 노래 부르나 봐.
It's someone humming a tune.
밖을 걷는 누군가를 녹음한 것이다. 지직거리며 멜로디를 흥얼거리는 소리가 들린다. 뭐지? 이거 아직 못하고. 이제 다른 데 가볼 수 있는 건가요? 일단 가볼까? 가진다. 이제 다른 데 가볼게요. 지금 이제 저 방에서 할 수 있는 건 없어. 다 봤어.
It's an illustrated book about birds.
It's been left open. Looks like somebody was halfway through reading it.
아, 요즘 손목이 아파.
Or it was left open for us to find.
Ever so slightly unnerving?
뭐야, 새 도감. 얼룩새는 놀랍도록 똑똑한 새로 조류 미스티드 중에서도 수명이 굉장히 길다. 다른 새들은 종종 얼룩새에게 공격적인 성향을 보인다. 따라서 얼룩새는 대부분의 생물을 홀로 보낸다. 이 새는 독특한 먹이 섭취 특성을 가지고 있는데 보통 탄투 마미카 그림 창고의 열매만을 먹는다. 이건가? 이 깃털에 이거 묻어있는 이 무늬가 완전 그림에 피 묻어있는 그거랑 똑같지 않아요? 대부분의 생애를 홀로 살짝 동질감. 왜 이주땅 있잖아. 우리 같이 보내고 있잖아. 그쵸? 이거 초상화 그거 피 묻은 거랑 완전 비슷해. 오케이.
Books about ancient history?
These books are ancient history. I think they'd crumble into dust if I tried to pick them up.
Good excuse.
Thanks.
Is that a snow globe?
Of sorts.
탱글 타워다.
Hey, look at that. It's a model of Tangle Tower. There's the lake and those weird mountains. What are you thinking?
That would make an amazing souvenir. What's in those bottles?
I'm not sure. Soil samples? I'm not sure. Soil samples?
A chalkboard.
Is this a library or a class?
와, 씨, 수학이다. 아, 수학이다. 이건 무슨 사인이지? 이거 시그마 사인 아닌겨? 막 삼각형. 이거는 이제 또 퍼즐이겠죠? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H랑 숫자 막 있고 첫째, 둘째, 셋째, 넷째, 다섯째, 여섯째, 일곱째, 여덟째 약간 이런 개념인가? 그치, 이것도 뭔가 있는 것 같아.
I'm not sure I learned anything from that.
여기 안에서
chalkboard.
뭔가를
Is this a
하는 건가?
library or...
Any idea what this means?
Not a clue.
Math.
Don't look at them for too long. You'll give yourself a headache.
Any idea what this
Not
means?
a clue.
일단 이 정도.
I'm not sure I learned anything from that. Sure, why not build a science lab in the corner of the library?
The search for new knowledge. The archiving of old knowledge. It's downright poetic.
Curious. I would expect bacteria of that nature to thrive in these conditions.
Curious.
Excuse me.
Taking all the environmental factors into account, there must be something I am still missing.
May I talk to you, miss?
She knows we're here. She just doesn't care.
I am a detective, and I need to talk.
Correction. You do not need to talk to me,
Oh no? How come?
because I am not a suspect. I am completely innocent of any and all crimes.
Thanks for letting me know.
Speaking of which, you have now been at Tangle Tower for over
그걸
23
어떻게
minutes.
알아?
Surely you have already reached a sturdy hypothesis.
A hypothesis about the murder?
Yeah, come on, Grimoire, hurry up.
My apologies. Unfortunately, protocol dictates I must at least
아,
meet
모든
all the
용의자를
suspects.
만나야 된대.
And that includes you. So, could you tell me your name?
Fifi Fellow, microbiologist,
Fellow.
inventor, innovator. You will need to be more specific. Oneself cannot be summarized in a single response without doing one a great disservice.
So true.
저분이 셜록 홈즈
Well,
같은데요?
Well, you're a fellow. So does that make you the daughter of...
Correct. My father and mother are named Flora and Felix, but you need not question either of them. It will only waste valuable time. Neither of them are capable of murder.
Thanks for the
왜
tip.
살인할 수 없는
Fifi, you
사람들이지?
said you were a micro... something or other?
Microbiologist, but it is an insignificant label. My studies cannot be categorized in any one recognized field.
진짜
What made you
과학자
want to
같아.
become a scientist in the first place?
I harbor an intrinsic fascination with the microscopic. I constructed my first one at age 10.
오,
Constructed
대단해.
a microscope?
10살에
And
현미경을
what's that thing on your
제작했대.
head? Did you make that too?
My eyesight began to deteriorate when I turned 12. Not satisfied with the eyeglasses prescribed to me, I designed this custom lens instead.
챗GPT랑
It
싸움
automatically
붙여보고
adjusts
싶어요.
based on the surrounding light conditions.
Does it glow
진짜.
red when you get angry?
No, but that would be most amusing.
어제.
What can you tell me about the murder?
어?
What can you tell me
내가
about-
해야 할
Wait,
질문인데?
that's what I'm supposed to ask you.
Yes. However, you were too slow.
You fancy yourself a detective too, Fifi?
I just need to know what happened.
Me too. So talk.
Fine. I knew ahead of time that Freya was going to be busy with her painting all day, so I had planned to spend the afternoon with Poppy. I was in the library all morning preparing the equipment for an experiment, only to find out that Poppy had made other plans and she was in fact planning to ignore me completely.
Oh,
So what did you do instead?
I locked myself in my room and cried.
어머.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
근데 어쨌든 혼자
I
있었다는
don't know, it
거니까.
just sounds kind of sad.
It is not unusual.
알리바이를 증명해줄 사람이 없다는 거네? 동질감 아니 다 동질감 느껴.
I was in my room. The lights were off and the door was locked. Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me. I opened the door. Poppy came into my room. Her makeup was leaking. She told me Freya was dead. I did not believe it. I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face. She insisted that we go up to Flora's tower. We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs. When I saw Freya lying on the floor, I was completely and utterly devastated. Then I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting.
오, 샘플을
Poppy and I
했대.
took the sample back downstairs to the library. We performed a test and found out that it was, in fact, blood.
you performed that scientific test immediately, even though you were feeling so upset?
Of course. Why would one affect the other?
오. 그래?
Fifi's bedroom should be unlocked now.
Can't wait.
지금 가자. 여기가 피피의 방. 문을 잠그고 울었다는 방.
A new sus don't think you can get out being questioned.
I'm innocent, I promise. 잘 노네 둘이. 둘이 파트너인 이유가 있네.
Save it for the judge.
둘이 잘 노네.
I don't know what that drink is, but I bet it's 99% sugar.
I'd read you the ingredients, but there's nothing written on the can.
That's even worse.
Stuff Fifi's thrown away.
You gonna rummage through the trash can?
No, that is quite
Hi,
beneath me. Thank you.
고백거님 8개월 구독연장 안녕냥 감사합니다. 고맙습니다. 어서오세요. 하이즈.
I give it 5 minutes before you're in there.
It looks like a microscope.
Can I touch it?
어? 뭐야?
I'm not sure this is a microscope.
돋보기 4개를 수평으로 밀어서 올바른 위치를 잡아라? 에? 뭐야? 뭘 봐야 되는데? 이 열쇠 모양을 만들어야 하는 건가 봐요. 그죠? 쉬워 보인다고? 뭐지? 됐다. 보여? 여기가 이어줘야 하는데. 이렇게. 이렇게? 여기 이거 끊어진 건가?
I guess that's wrong.
The 4 lenses all have different magnification strengths, so they must each have a specific position along the rail.
이건 맞겠죠? 뭔가 될랑말랑 그쵸? 일단 이건 아니고 이건 더 작아지니까 뭔가 이렇게 여기 끊어진 걸 어떻게 이어야 되지? 이런 식으로 이어야 되나? 아이씨 어려워 이건 맞겠죠? 이 부분은 맞는 것 같고 여긴 더 길어야 돼. 여기는 이게 맞는 것 같아요. 이 정도? 여기가 문제인데? 레이튼 교수 했던 기억이 새록새록이라고. 레이튼 교수? 얘가 여긴가? 아니야, 바뀌었어. 뭐지? 레이튼 교수라고 수수께끼 푸는 게임 있어요. 그거 진짜 재밌게 하실지도? 다시.
Just gonna rest my brain.
다른 거부터 할래.
What's that big book?
Looks like
Is
something.
it a clue?
I hope not. It's just a bunch of notes about her microbiology.
이건 뭐야?
It's a magnifying
How
glass.
come you don't have one?
Why? Because should I start smoking a pipe too?
You couldn't pull off a pipe.
Nice room.
It's a mess. But yeah.
가짜 셜록 아니야. 머리 좀
Boxes
식히는
of stuff.
거야.
That's a whole lot of. Fifi's got something pinned up here.
What is all this?
자세히 봐봐. 오, 이 사람이 플로라 하고 누군가 막 공주님 같은 멋있게. 뭐지? 반개동가?
Did you notice who
왓슨
isn't on here?
아니야.
Freya?
Mm-hmm. And Fifi herself.
오,
Crystal chandeliers.
I don't know. Plus, they're kind of dusty.
A pretty ornate window.
We're supposed to be looking for clues, not assessing the real estate value.
And over here, you'll see the owner's a simple trick, but it really transforms the space.
또 베개?
It's a bed.
Barely.
It looks like a
Can
microscope.
I touch it?
다시 간다. 아. 1번, 2. 아, 얘는 마이너스구나. 아, 얘 마이너스였군요. 여기 부호가 마이너스 1배, 2배, 3배. 그럼 이거 두 개는 세트로 다녀야 되네. 아. 그리고 이제 3배. 아닌가? 어때? 어떤데? 이러면 이은겨? 아이씨. 그다음에 이거 여기를 이어야 되는데. 이 모양이 아니잖아. 이렇게인가? 이렇게요?
I guess that's
The
wrong.
4 lenses all have so they must each have a specific position.
이어줘야 되는 거잖아, 그치? 이어졌다. 이렇게?
Nope.
You need to magnify different parts of the image, so they line up. Looks like you might need to overlap some of the lenses too.
어? 아씨, 머리 아파. 두 번째 저기도 끊긴 거 아니에요? 이건 맞겠죠? 이 정도는 괜찮겠지? 이렇게? 여기를 어떻게 이으지? 지금 여기만 끊긴 거 아니에요? 이렇게 하면 이어지는 건가? 첫 번째가 제일 작은 걸 봐서 3이 여길 것 같다고? 너무 커지지 않아? 큼직큼직하게 맞추는 건가? 아! 이렇게인가? 이어졌다! 여기가 높이가 안 맞는데? 얘로 두고 얘를 얘랑 같이 움직여야겠다. 뭔가? 어? 아! 높이 안 맞는 거를 올리라고? 된 건가? 초식 신부님 어서 오세요, 하인주.
No, that was it.
대박! 오!
Nice work. Sounds like it unlocked.
아, 머리 아파.
Yeah, it's built on
감사합니다.
top of a little metal box. There's a book in here.
안에 책이 있대. 아씨 뭐야? 기묘한 금속 장치로 되어 있다. 이건 또 무슨 장치지? 그냥 열쇠에다 공포의 쓴맛으로 다 박살내버렸을 텐데. 와, 나 탐정인가봐. 나도 해볼 거야. 나도
We
퍼즐
already
맞출
solved it.
거야. 두고 봐라. 나도 맞출 거야. 내 힘으로. 끝났나 봐. 프레야의 방.
It's a little glass box.
I think it's a vivarium.
Come again?
See the leaves and twigs in there? Might have been for keeping insects.
다이얼 돌려서 일기장 열어야 하나? 뭐 없던데요? 일기장 여는 거? 내가 터치할 수가 없어. 야, 지금 뭔가 할 수 있는 게 아닌데?
A pillow with a paw print pattern.
It's a cushion.
Yeah, but that doesn't alliterate. Drawings taped up on the wall.
What's that one on the left?
왼쪽?
Looks like two people. One of them's holding a red rose.
어? 프레야, 피피. 망토를 입은 이 사람이 이 사람한테 고백했나? 정원사인가?
That painting is really something.
Why would you want it looming over your bed like that?
Maybe Freya enjoyed the atmosphere it creates.
The atmosphere of
아,
chaos and
여기
oppression?
피해자의 방이군요. 프레야가 피해자란
There's a smaller
말이에요.
version down by the floor.
It's a photograph.
사진? 가장자리 검은 잉크줄로 줄이 그어져 있다. 이거 말하는 건가? 이거를 보고 그린 것 같은데? 이게 뭐지?
It's a fish?
I think it looks more like a whale.
Fine, it's a whale.
Could also be a shark. Painting supplies.
Brushes.
They're clean, but they look pretty well used.
That's weird.
What did you find in the drawers?
Nothing. They're completely empty.
완전히 텅
Freya's
비어있대.
bear.
Looks pretty depressed.
He's had a rough couple of days.
Freya's plants. They must not need sunlight. There's no natural
I like it.
Do you think this was always supposed to be a bedroom?
I don't know. It is kind of
구조가
a
좀
weird shape.
이상하대. 프레야 약간 양딸인가? 양딸이어서 막
No
구박받았나?
windows either.
그래서 막 다락방
Do you
이런
think
데다
this was-
I don't know.
해주는
No
건가?
windows either. Just little trinkets.
Let's leave them alone.
Even though we're halfway up, someone's been tracking in mud from outside.
진흙을 밖에서 묻혀왔대요. 진흙.
It's Freya's bed. A little bit messy.
It's a perfectly healthy amount of messy.
Do you think this was...
I don't know.
No windows either.
일단 피피한테 일기장에 대해서 말해주자. 피피야. 아무것도 못하네.
A book.
증거물을
My
이렇게
book.
들이댈 수
And
있어.
what's in it?
헐
Pages.
대박. 말 안 해줘. 그러면 이거
Do you know
물어보자.
who was reading this book?
It belongs to my mother.
어.
And she left it in the library?
No, my mother has not been in the library for some
어
time.
대박.
What is your opinion of Tangle Tower?
Oh, it's impressive. Elaborate gardens, unique architecture.
Must be worth a fortune.
Why do you ask, Fifi?
I am the heir of the Fellow family and the Remington family. This makes me the sole beneficiary of Tangle Tower.
That's quite an inheritance.
They can't make you do anything, Fifi.
유일한
If you don't want the
상속인.
house, just tell them. Or just sell it. Who cares?
You sound like her.
마지막에 완전 미련 뚝뚝. 너는 그녀처럼 말하네 해서 그녀는 당연히 프레야겠죠? 오 맙소사. 또 뭐 물어볼까? 프레야의
There is a
그림?
drawing of me, a drawing of Detective Hawkshaw,
어
and a drawing of Poppy and Fitz.
학샤랑 피츠?
Is she laughing?
뭐야? 무슨 거야? 다
I
물어봐도
require
되나?
facts. What do you know?
Well, we know
그러니까
Freya was
무슨 소리
stabbed with a
뭐야?
knife, and then she fell.
Correction. She was stabbed with something. There was no knife found at the crime scene,
Apart from the one in the painting.
which, as a mere abstract
완전 그
representation, does not
깃털이랑
count.
똑같아요.
Nobody
무늬가.
has ever been stabbed by the concept of a knife. This belongs to Poppy. In fact, she owns a number of
피의
cassette
물건이래 이
tapes.
What
테이프가.
happened to it, though?
It has been left underwater for an extended period of time.
Right, but why?
I do not know why. The statue itself does not interest me, but I do wish to know about those symbols on the harp.
이렇게
Have
다
you deciphered their
물어봐야겠다.
meaning yet?
We're working on it.
We are?
Curious. Freya is normally highly skilled at capturing someone's likeness, but in this painting, she has accidentally made Flora look quite young.
플로라를 너무 어리게 그렸대.
I think she was just being kind.
원래
Why is
엄청
that
잘
fine?
그리는데
Anyway, I'm far more interested in what
어리게
Flora
그렸대.
is
들고
holding.
있는 곳에
I
관심이
performed the
있대.
test on the red paint myself. I discovered that it was in fact not paint, but blood.
What made you want to test it in the first place?
It was Poppy. She told me she thought the painting looked like a bloody knife. I told her not to be ridiculous. My mother owns no such knife. But then I noticed that the color was slightly too dark, and the substance itself was overly viscous.
You noticed that just from looking at it
모든
once?
말이 의미심장해서 진짜 모르겠다, 그쵸?
That belongs to my mother.
엄마
I
거래.
think she must be fond of eggs. There are a number of egg-shaped carvings to be found in the garden and in the grand hall.
Yeah, what's the deal with all
정원에도
the
알
eggs?
모양이 많았어.
Some people just like eggs.
꼬리언니 어서 오세요.
The red paint on the brush is not paint. It is blood. Same for the palette.
So Freya added the
팔레트에
blood to
저것도
the painting
피래.
herself?
Or blood got on the brush and palette some other way?
어?
I do not know the answer.
뭐지? 죽이고 살인자가 피로 다시 덧칠하고 온 건가?
The gramophone belongs to Poppy, but I believe she gave it to my mother, and my mother often loaned it to Freya. Or maybe it is the other way around.
When did it get cracked?
I cannot pinpoint it exactly. All I know is that it must have happened sometime in
이틀
the last
사이에
2
금이
days.
같대.
Fifi, did you test the red paint in this pot?
Yes, I did. I discovered it too. It was blood, not paint.
저것도
A whole
피래.
pot full of blood?
이
Not a whole
정도면
pot.
피피가
It was only partially
프레야가
full.
일부러
Yeah, but
해놓은 거
still.
아니야?
Doesn't that freak you out?
No. In fact, it may be
프레야가
considered
일부러
rather
그냥 빨간색은
reassuring.
피로 쓴 거 아니야?
I believe Freya was attempting to communicate something through this painting.
Any idea what it was?
I am not the person to ask. All I see is a blood-red mountain with angry storm clouds brewing above it. As such, I cannot ascertain any meaning
정확한만
from
양이
it
적어서
whatsoever.
수상하긴 했다고요? 진짜? 나 아무 생각 없었어. 다 물어봤어. 그러면은 이제 여기 다른 방 가볼게요. 여기 엄마한테도 저 증거를 다 갖다 대면서 물어봐야 돼. 아저씨다.
It's a drinking horn.
Is it full of ale? Or mead, maybe?
Right now, it's just full of dust.
No.
Nice. A real treasure chest.
How do you know there's treasure in there?
Why else would it be locked?
잘 비어있대.
Plus, there's a treasure map hanging directly above it. What's the deal with that painting on the front?
Not sure. We should check that treasure map too.
우와, 이게 뭐야? 상자의 자물쇠 조합을 찾으려면 보물 지도를 이용해야 해. 2의 F, 3의 H, 7의 F. 이게 용 자리니까 M까지 있네요? N까지? 지금 용이랑 X랑 나무랑 산이 있는데 배랑 이런 건 없단 말이죠? 좌표? F2가 뭐지?
I'll
일단
come back
킵해도.
later.
일단 킵 다른 거부터
A little
좀
hand-painted
할게요.
statue.
How can you tell it's hand-painted?
Well, the paints are right there on the desk. Also, I mean, no offense, but you can just tell.
검을 들고 있는 남자의 나무 조각상 직접 칠했지만 전문가의 손길은 아니다. 노란색, 파란색, 검은색, 회색 물감이 근처에 발견됐다. 근데 얘는 지금 빨간색도 칠해져 있어. 이게 무엇을 뜻할까요? 이 빨간색은 뭘까?
The entire room is made of wood.
Oh, it's not just made of wood. I think it's the actual hull of a ship.
에 손치아 같다고? 셜록 홈즈 그래서 저게 무슨 뜻이죠?
Puffer?
그건 저도 모릅니다.
Yes,
그건
it's also
저도
a lamp,
모릅니다.
for some reason.
It's a barometer.
I've never seen a barometer that wasn't broken.
What is it?
He's an imp.
What does he...
Well, if you tell too many lies, he appears at the end of your bed in the middle of the night.
거짓말하면 침대 마트로 찾아오는 존재. 거짓말을 싫어한다?
Oh. A pencil drawing of a mountain on a moonlit night.
Mood.
뭐야, 우리랑 똑같잖아요. 하지만 저는 이 날카로움을 캐치했다는 거. 역시 셜록 홈즈 같죠?
A hammock. It's kind of worn out.
I would politely describe it as lived in.
A lot of redundant light sources in here.
조명이 겁나 많대.
A map with a dot.
That's a very boring way to describe a treasure map. The entire room is made of wood.
Oh, it's not just... I think it's the actual hull. Yeah, it's a massive... Do you think this little...
I hope so. It's a magic lamp. Can we summon the genie?
If we get really stuck, sure.
Shelf junk.
An old...
Probably cursed.
More maps?
No, they're just blank.
Oh.
이제 아저씨 깨워봐야 되나?
The entire room is
Oh, it's not just... I think it's the actual hull. It's Earth.
If Earth was made of
날카로움이
paper and
살짝
gave off a
빵칼
gentle
수준의
pink light,
날카로움이라고요? 씨, 겁나 날카롭다네.
Sir?
안녕하세요.
Can you hear me? I'm Private Detective Grimoire. I have some questions for you.
Grimoire. Good mysterious name. I'd rather like it. Felix Fellow at
Felix.
your beck and call.
And, this is my colleague, Sally.
Yeah, that's a perfectly good name as well.
thanks.
If you would, Mr. Fellow, we really need to ask you about the murder.
Well, I must say I'm rather jealous of you two.
Oh yeah? Why's that?
Out here solving mysteries, exploring new places, uncovering secret rooms, hidden
비밀의 방?
treasures. That's what life is all
비밀의
about.
방이 있나 이
Secret
집에? 이 아저씨
speaking,
상체충인가 봐요.
that's
하체는
the thing.
젓가락일 때 상체는 무슨 선수님이다. 겁나 웃겨. 사실 저도 그 생각했어요.
So, Felix, what exactly do you, do?
Is it not obvious? I'm an explorer. Explorer slash treasure hunter. Yes, well, best in the world.
We're talking like cursed statues, spike pits.
It's a little more sophisticated than that. But I've certainly seen my share of danger, if that's what you're asking.
And, if I may ask, when did you retire?
You listen here. I may be between ventures right now, but it's simply not in my nature to stay in one place for too long. I go wherever the winds of destiny take me.
Don't you live here with your wife and daughter?
Yes, well, the fellow family has certain loyalties, and with Flora the way she is,
Nothing wrong with raising a family, Mr. Fellow.
don't misunderstand me. Fiona and Flora are my entire world. They are the greatest treasure of
딸인가?
all.
Uh-huh.
어째?
Why on earth would you want to know about
왜냐면
that?
당신도
The
용의자기
murder of Freya
때문이죠.
Fellow. The reason we're here?
Ah, right. Nasty business. Very
근데
unfortunate.
가족일
I regret that I can't
별로
be
안
of
슬퍼
any help.
보이지 않아요, 다들?
But I wish you all the best in your investigation.
그냥
Hear that, Grimoire?
안타깝네 뭐
We're
이런
done
것도?
here. Let's go.
It's a simple question, Felix. I'm sure you're up to it.
Well, there's not much to
그치?
tell.
살짝 다들 이상해.
Mostly, I was in my room by myself, working on Flora's, working on a project.
봐봐 지금도 완전
Your
수상해.
room is quite close to Flora's tower. You didn't hear anything unusual?
What qualifies as unusual?
What have you got?
왜 말 안 해?
It was dusk. A feeling lingered in the air.
와.
Malevolent, perhaps. Uncertain as life itself.
Abridged version, please.
Right, fine. I heard someone heading down the
계단을 내려가는
stairs,
소리.
just outside my room. The footsteps were calm, orderly,
평온하고
so I
정숙했대.
thought nothing of
엄마
it.
아니야, 엄마?
Shortly afterward, I heard a second set of
두 번째
footsteps
발걸음이 같은
going
곳으로
the same
향했대.
way. This time I could tell just from the sound that something was wrong. So I looked out into the hallway. I got a glimpse of Poppy disappearing down the
아래층으로?
staircase to the floor below. Didn't know what to make of it, to
파피가
be
이제
honest. I
첫
thought perhaps
번째는
she had a
살인마가
disagreement
내려가는
with
거고 두
Fitz.
번째는
I know
파피가
those
이제
two are
그
close.
현장을 보고
So
하는 건가?
I looked into his room, just in case, but it was empty, as was the garden beyond his window. Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was
뭐야?
heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her. We went into Flora's room. Poor Freya was
있었어.
laying on the floor. Fiona, Poppy, Fitz, and Pointer were there already. Flora too, of course.
뭐야 사람 존내 많아.
Soon enough, everyone else made their excuses and left.
아니 사건이
Including
너무
you?
미진데요?
Not I. I
너무
stayed.
미지의 사건인데?
Flora needed me. Dearest
아
Flora,
인물에
a
대해서도
remarkable
물어볼 수 있다.
woman. Yes, been married over 20 years now.
You two still get on?
얘가
Of
남편이야.
course. What a question.
She hasn't gone quiet on you.
It's true she has an independent streak.
거의
She's,
마지막
had it
편에
her whole
오잖아.
life. She's the youngest of three. Always something of a lone wolf, you know? Just the way she is.
Lone wolf is putting it lightly. She doesn't seem to want to talk to anyone.
너무 어렵고
She
너무
just
알아야 할 게
likes
너무
time to
많다.
herself.
막 다
away
물어봐야
from
돼.
the company
인물도
of
다
other
물어봐야 돼.
humans.
증거도 다
humans?
물어봐야 돼.
Other,
막.
well, yes.
많은데?
Other people, you know.
가게도 옆에 써놔야겠다. 그러니까 이게 증거도 다 물어볼 수 있잖아요.
Rather ugly, isn't it? As far as
탐정의
stats
숙명이죠.
go. Years of wind and rain have
진짜
not been kind
탐정이었던
to
거야?
it either.
Do you know what it is? The creature, I mean.
이 생각?
It's connected to the Remington family
레밍턴
history
역사?
in some way.
레밍턴까지 알아야 돼?
But I can't recall.
나 탐정 못할지도? 일단 저 화장실 좀 갔다 올게요. 당 떨어져서 초콜릿 가져왔어. 아니 진짜 많구만 해야 할 게. 그러면요 제 생각에는 음악이 너무 평화롭고 좋아요. 다행이네요. 제 생각에는 일단 인물이랑 증거물을 다 한 다음에 그 다음에 다시 인원들한테 가서 다 물어보는 게 훨씬 정리하기 편하지 않을까? 이렇게 반 조금 읽고 먼저 물어보면은 나중에 다 어차피 까먹을 것 같은데? 뭔가? 일단 초콜릿을 좀 먹으면서 해볼게요. 생각보다 진짜 본격적이고 엄청 할 게 많고 알아낼 게 많은 것 같아. 벌써 머리 아프긴 해요. 아니 그리고 인물이 너무 많아요. 인물이 자꾸 나와.
Nice. A real
How do you know this?
Why else? Plus, there's a treasure mapping.
와 조졌다. 이거는 언제 이거 어떻게 하냐? 동서남북.
Nothing.
Did you check the treasure map for clues? And what about that painting on the chest
상자
itself?
위에 그림. 이거잖아. 갈매기도 있는데요? 갈매기도 있어. 아 이건 방향이구나. 알파벳이랑 숫자랑 동서남북. 단서들이 아직 다 안 모여서 머리 아픈 느낌. 그쵸? 뭔가 정리된 게 하나도 없어가지고. 지금 알파벳이랑 숫자랑 이거 동서남북을 맞춰야 되는데 이걸 내가 어떻게 맞춰? 아니 보물지도 어떻게 쓰는 건데 나 이런 거 몰라. 일단 용은 F2랑 H3이랑 F7 이게 뭔데 그래서 뭐 이걸 더해? 뭐 어떻게? 범인은커녕 상자 자물쇠조차 못 풀고 있는 셜록 홈즈. 사는 D랑 J3N325 어쩌라고? 어쩌라고? 이게 뭔데? 그래서 뭐 어떡하라고? 이거 동서남북 어떻게 알아? 어떡하라고?
Still locked.
I think there's a connection between the like they're different versions of the same
같은 걸
thing.
다른
Maybe?
식으로 표현한 것 같다고?
That
힌트
The
was.
주세요.
padlock has 3 different ends. Just a grid reference
지도
for the map.
기준 선망이야. 저 그림 위치를 찾는 거 아니에요? X가 내가 서 있는 좌표고 X. 섬에 올라서서 봤을 때 왼쪽에 요 우측산 앞에 나오네? 섬에 올라가... 아 여기가 나라고? 왼쪽이 용 우측의 산 앞에 나무 이런 걸 찾으라고? 아 여기? 아니야 갈매기가 없어. 나무 위에 갈매기도 있어야 되는데? 여기라고요? 갈매기가 없는데요? 뭐를 넣어? 이거 아이사를 넣자고? 아이사 나침반은 뭘 넣어요 그러면? 아이사엔? 아이사엔.
That was.
The padlock has 3. Just a grid reference for the map.
아. 이거 같은데요? 이거 웨스트가 뭐지? 서쪽으로 보면은 용이랑 갈매기도 있고 나무도 있고 산도 있고 뭐가 먼저인지 모르니까 H6W H6W
I did it. What do I win?
우와! 주주들이 힌트 줘서 내가 풀었어. 주주들이 힌트 줬어. 와, 감사합니다. 우리는 함께 해야 해. 우리 뇌를 함께 모여야 돼. 혼자서 못 풀어. 감사합니다.
Not bad.
쓸만하다.
What was in the box?
More wooden models. These are a
이게
little
집단
different to the
지성?
one on the desk.
빨간색이다. 초록색 머리를 한 아이의 형상, 회색 머리를 한 여자의 형상. 이거는 이제 플로라. 빨갛고 하얀색. 얘가 그새인가 봐. 큰 어깨를 가진 남자의 형상. 빨간 물감통과 부실 근처에 보인다. 부새는 빨간 물감에 말라붙어있다. 이것도 피인 거 아니야? 이거 피 아니야? 이거 물어봅시다. 범인 녀석이 엄청난 녀석이니까 집단지성으로 상대해야 하는 겁니다. 그니까요.
Ah, you found it.
이거 뭐죠?
What do you think? I had to rush the final touches a little
마무리에
bit.
시간이 좀
It turned out all right, though.
뭘 하신
What's it
건데요?
supposed to be?
It's Flora, of course, surrounded by all her
그녀가
favorite.
좋아하는 사람들? 이게 끝이야? 이거 물어보자.
I'm as confused as you are. Where did you find that?
It was in the library.
Really? How odd.
인상하다고?
It's unlike her to leave paint on the brush.
프레이야는
I think we'll
붓에
give her a pass,
물감을 묻혀두지
given
않는데.
the circumstances.
그러니까 왜 이상하지?
Yes. So we shall. Looks
프레이야는
like Freya's paints.
Do you know why the pots are
Oh,
cracked
그래,
down
물어봐,
one
물어봐.
side?
No, that's very odd. They're normally in excellent condition.
You seem pretty sure about that.
아니 눈 겁나 굴려. 탐험 가니까 이 사진에 대해서 알지 않을까요?
That's one of Freya's paintings, is it not? It's impressive, but a little miserable for my tastes.
뭐야? 비밀의 기록.
Why would someone lock up a book like that?
We think it's a secret diary.
Aha! Teenagers are funny, aren't they?
이 사람이 설명해줄 수 있는 그게 있나봐. 증거가 있나봐.
I've been carving for a couple of years now. I was hopeless when I started, but it didn't take me long to master it, as you can see.
Do you paint them yourself too?
I do indeed. Freya kindly taught me the basics.
프레야가 기본기를
Nowadays, I
알려줬대.
can make just about
그래서
anything I
빨간색은
can
피로 쓰라는
imagine.
걸 프레야가
Of
알려준
course,
거 아니야?
this particular model is a self-portrait based on hard fact.
Hard fact, huh?
헉.
So, you own a sword, Felix?
Of course, I own a great many. But my weapons are stored well away from
Oh.
Tangle Tower.
탱글타워에 진짜 칼이
Safety first
있대요.
and all that.
그 칼이 무기 아니야? 살해 도구 아니야?
Charming, isn't it? Yes. Built by the Remington family originally. Dear Flora's father and his associates.
But now it's owned by you? By the fellow family?
The Fellows and the Pointers have both come to claim a certain degree of ownership.
And who named it Tangle Tower?
Flora chose the name.
What does it mean?
I think it was her intention that it mean nothing at all. Something of a fresh start.
From what?
This really isn't for me to say, but she had some kind of disagreement
아,
with her
저 좀
siblings.
추운데.
After they moved away, Flora changed the name of the
에어컨을 끄면
house.
덥겠지?
I think perhaps she hoped it would make them feel unwelcome. Yes, less likely to come back.
That's kind of extreme.
Yes, it is rather, isn't it?
창문만 열어도 시원하다고요? 비 들어오잖아. 일단 제습 모드 하긴 했는데. 일단 프레야에 관해서 다 물어볼까요? 설정 온도를 높이자고요? 그냥 꺼버릴까? 조심. 에이, 꺼버렸어.
Uncommonly skilled as an artist, but
아,
Freya
보자마자
was so
좋을 것
much
같아.
more than her talent. She helped me get started with my
어릴 때
own
다시 열흘
painting, you
더
know.
어린다고?
It taught me what she knew about wood carving.
이따가 또
too.
키죠 뭐.
Tremendous patience. She was ever so good with dear Flora.
Freya and Flora were close?
Oh, yes, especially
말 바꾼다.
recently.
How are you
부부로.
related to Freya?
부부가 뭐지?
Somewhat distantly, as it happens. My
말을
father,
끝까지 안
Lord
해주지?
Fellow, was her grandfather. Technically, that makes her a fellow. Let's just say there was some discussion over whether she ought to carry the name at all.
걔인가 봐.
There's a family tree
그런가 봐.
in the grand
사생아인가
hall.
봐.
Yes, you should take a look at it.
What about her inheritance?
Freya's parents died when she was around 3 years old. She came to live here shortly afterwards.
Nobody left her a thing?
I'm afraid not. She had no formal claim over anything at Tangle Tower.
그러게 3살에? 아씨 너무 어려워.
There's something about Felix's painting supplies. Something
그치?
suspicious.
빨간색
Let's
거
ask
피
him
같아.
about it.
가자.
There's something about the image of Flora in the painting. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
지금 가자. 혐의? 새로운 게 생겼어요. 일단 이런 거 좀 물어볼까? 대답 절대 안 해줘. 째려만 봐. 대답 절대 안 해줘.
Did you ask Freya to paint this? Or was it her idea?
What is that you're holding in the painting, Flora? Some people have been saying it's a knife.
누가 봐도 깃털이. 이거
Flora, this is your egg? Why do you keep it locked?
Is there supposed to be something in there? Or is
제발
it
말
always
좀
empty?
해줘요. 대답. 다들 답답해져. 이 새도가.
Have you seen this book before? Do you know who it belongs to?
I really thought she was gonna say something there.
Were you close with Freya? How are you two related? Did you kill Freya?
Grimoire!
What? I don't even think she's listening.
지금 해보자는
she's
것을
listening.
언제까지 말 안 하나 해보자는 것을 칼 들고 협박해보자고요?
Anything we should know?
플로라를
Any
물어볼 수
hobbies?
있네?
Besides staring out the window?
자 일단 이 혐의 이제 해보도록 하겠습니다.
So, this painting, specifically that knife in Flora's hand.
Yeah, it's creepy. But we didn't find a knife anywhere in the room. So what's going on?
이건 칼이 아니야. 아무리 생각해도 그 새의 깃털을 그린 것 같아요. 아니면 칼은 살인자가 가져갔거나 둘 중에 하나일 것 같은데 일단 이건 칼이 아니야 해보겠습니다. 자꾸 그 새가 보이죠. 이거 해볼게요.
It's not a knife.
음,
We need a clue to compare with the painting. Something to explain what that knife shape actually is.
이거 새. 이거 같다고 이거 같다고 이거.
Let's take a closer
이거
look
같아,
at
이거.
this.
그려진 칼, 깃털, 얼룩새의 것이다. 이렇게 해볼게요. 이 그려진 칼이 실제로는 이 깃털, 얼룩새의 깃털일 것이다.
The painted knife is actually just a feather from an
어때? 어때?
It's definitely the right shape.
모양은
But the
확실히
book's
맞아.
not in color.
아!
The thing Flora's holding in the painting is red
책에는
and white
색깔이
specifically. Is there anything to suggest that the ink dip bird is red and white too?
책 속에 얼룩새도 빨갛고 하얀색이라는 걸 보여주는 무언가가 있을까? 아! 이거! 대박! 이거! 이
This
아저씨가
little thing.
여기
I don't
이곳에
understand why Felix would make a model of this
빨간색이야.
bird as part of a gift for Flora. And come to think of it, why would Flora be holding a feather in the painting anyway?
왜 깃털을 손에 쥐고 있냐고? 팬이 애완동물 플로라를 배신했다. 공격했다. 플로라의 애완동물이다. 여기는 아직 제가 못하는 것 같아요. 저 아직 이거 전부 다 처음 보는데요? 친구 기억하기 위해서 협상 카드, 범죄 증거, 나중에 파괴, 친구들에게 보여주고. 기억하기 위해서? 팬이는 아직 나 못 만났는데? 그냥 들고 있을 수도 있지. 플로라를 배신해서 이거 뭐다? 플로라를 공격했다. 그래서 이곳을 파괴했다? 얼룩새는 플로라의 애완동물이다. 그래서 이것을 기억하기 위해 깃털 한 대를 들었다. 그나마 좀 현실적이지 않아요? 왜냐면은 그 조각상이 플로라가 좋아하는 것들 사이에 둘러싸인 거라고 했잖아. 그러니까 플로라는 이 얼룩새를 좋아해. 이렇게 해보도록 하겠습니다.
The ink dip bird was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
그럴싸하죠.
She
그나마
kept the bird
제가
as a
알고
pet.
있는 것 중에
And
제일
it died?
무시갱이한.
Maybe it flew away.
Flora spends all her time staring out the window.
Either way, she kept the feather. I think it was pretty
셜록
important to
홈즈의
her.
추리극장.
Alright, so she was holding the feather while Freya was painting her. But where is it now? You'd think she'd
지금
keep it
어딨지?
somewhere close by.
Yeah, I think she
가까운 곳에?
does.
제 생각엔 그게
Normally,
이제 저 아래에
This is where
있었던 것
Flora
같아.
usually keeps her feather.
이게 바로 플로라가 평소 그녀의 깃털을 보관하는 곳이야. 이거 속이 비날.
That we opened it. It's empty.
아,
Mm-hmm.
이미 빼간 거지.
Completely empty.
말하나?
Flora? She's pointing at something in the
무언가
corner of the
가리키고
room.
있다고?
It's just a pile of books.
책더미?
They're not. Wait, there's something tucked inside this one.
플로라와 드디어 우리가 뭔가 소통을 했어요? 어머. 뒤에 손으로 적은 메시지가 있다. 당신을 위한 거예요. 사랑합니다, 프레야. 이 새를 프레야가 플로라한테 선물을 해줬네. 그래서 엄청 아기 때부터 선물해줘서 이거를 막 키웠나봐요. 그쵸? 이게 끝이야?
There it is. The unfinished
So-
looks that way.
이게 끝이야?
So, this painting, specifically that knife in Flora's hand.
이제 다시 나가볼까요? 이 아줌마한테 프레야에 대해서 물어봤어. 와씨. 여기 조사하라고 지금 계속 이러고 있죠? 혐의.
So, about this paint we found in your room.
이 물감
Nothing
말인데요.
suspicious about it. I used it to paint, obviously. Totally normal thing to do.
We never said it was suspicious.
Come on then, out with it. What exactly are you accusing me of?
이건 당신의 물감통이 아닙니다. 잘못된 뚜껑을 덮었습니다. 이 올바른 색이 아닙니다. 뭐지? 당신의 물감통이
It's not your
아닙니다.
paint pot. Did you take it from somewhere else?
What on earth? It's definitely mine.
네 거야?
I even have proof. Look, the lid matches the ones on all my other paint pots. End of discussion.
That's not the end of the discussion.
We need a clue to compare with Felix's red paint. Something to prove who it actually belongs to.
이거 프레야 거.
Let's take a closer look at this.
프레야 이 물통이 있네. 어머 물감통이 프레야 거네. 그쵸? 이거는 도난당했어. 몰래 뒤바뀐 거였어. 왜냐면 이 물감통 뚜껑이 뒤바뀌어 있었다. 이렇게 두 개, 그치? 아, 이렇게 물감통끼리 똑같다고 하자. 이거와 똑같은 것은 이건데, 하지만 이를 숨기기 위해 뚜껑이 뒤바뀌어 있었다. 이렇게 해볼까?
Freya's blue paint pot is exactly the same as Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it. Nope.
안 통해? 그럼 이렇게.
Freya's red
이렇게.
paint pot
오케이.
was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it.
That red paint is from Freya supplies, not yours. Swapping the lids doesn't hide what you did.
Why are you
그 피에
bothering me about
빨간색이 이
paint
사람이
anyway? And none of this is connected to your
피였던
murder.
거야? 위에 빨간 문통에 있던 건 피였어. 이렇게인가? 이 빨간 문통을 가득 채운 것은 피였어. 그리고 비워져서 바닥에 버려졌다. 플로라를 그리기 위해 프레야가 쓴 후이다. 이렇게?
This red paint pot
이거
was
아니래.
somehow filled with almost. Maybe
하나만
just change one
바꿔보라고?
thing. This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood and emptied out onto the floor. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
하나 바꾸라고? 뭘 바꾸지? 물감 팔레트?
This red paint pot was somehow filled with Freya's paint palette after Freya used it to paint Flora. Nope.
안 통한다. 피는 맞는 거 같아. 이거 맞는 거 같은데?
This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood and emptied out onto the floor.
물감통이
Almost.
틀렸나?
Maybe just change one.
이렇게? 물감붓? 이렇게?
Freya's paint palette. That's not right.
아, 어려워. 물감붓? 가득 채운 거, 모두 비워진 것은 이렇게인가?
This red paint pot had been emptied of all its blood and emptied out onto the floor. That's not right either.
가득 채운 것은 피였다.
This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood
Yeah.
before Freya used it to paint Flora.
Oh, that's definitely something. Right, fine. Here's the story. I was busy working on a project when I suddenly realized I had run out of red paint. There was a certain amount of time pressure, so I politely asked Freya if I could borrow hers. Just for a little
근데
while, you
아까도
know.
막
Perfectly
플로라랑 막 무슨
reasonable
프로젝트
request.
이후에 막 무식게임
But
뭐
she
이런
said
거
no.
있었는데?
I tried to explain why I needed it, but she didn't seem to care. So,
그래서
well,
죽였어?
I took Freya's red paint pot and swapped it with my own empty one.
You went into her room?
Not my proudest moment, but it's just paint. I didn't touch anything else.
And the paint pot you left behind was
그건
definitely
너무
empty?
8, 90년대식
Right.
수사
I have
방법이라고요?
absolutely no idea how it got blood in it, if that's what you're asking.
Why were you in such a hurry to get a hold of red paint anyway?
I was trying to finish this in time for Flora's birthday. I
플로라
needed
생일에
red to
맞춰서?
paint the final details.
Could you not have just used a different color?
Out of the question. It had to be red and white.
왜냐면
If you
그
managed to
새가
finish
다른
it,
거 하얀
why haven't
거니까.
you given it to Flora yet?
Well, I decided against it in the end. After what happened, seemed a bit
그 일이 그 일인가 보다. 새가
insensitive.
죽었거나 없어졌거나 새와 관련된 그 일인가 봐. 그래서 그 일 이후로 플로라랑 프레야가 더 친해졌대잖아요. 그러니까 본인이 선물해준 새에 관해 뭔가 안 좋은 일이 일어나서 프레야가 막 괜찮다 막 이렇게 해줘가지고 뭔가 친해진 건가. 모르겠습니다. 이 방은 아직 못 가고 이제 여기 갈 수 있나? 피피는 아직 진술이 없나 한번 확인해보죠. 진술 아직 안 떴어. 프레야에
네.
대해서 물어봐.
Freya Fellow. Age 19. Profession artist. Deceased. Understand this. Most people find me difficult. They exhibit a noticeable degree of discomfort when
나무
talking to me.
맥히냐고?
There it is. Freya, who had a way of being an exception to any given rule,
모든 규칙에
was not at
예외?
all like this.
뭔
She is
소리야?
very important, and I will not rest until I understand what has happened to her.
Did you
얘는
spend
진짜
a lot of time
좋아하나
with
봐,
Freya
프레야를.
recently?
I will say this. In the past year, Freya became 1. Increasingly independent, and 2. Increasingly
최근 1년간?
isolated.
Do you know why?
I do not. If you are looking for a speculative, empathetic opinion,
장의사
try
아줌마.
asking Poppy instead.
The
하피한테
three of you are
물어보세요.
friends.
We are of a similar age, and all highly gifted. One scientist, one artist,
너무
and
좋아해서
one
죽이셨나요,
Sounds
피피님?
like quite a team.
일단 저희 새로운 데 여기 가볼 수 있을 것 같아요 이제. 석조 광장. 오 누구시죠?
A pointless little stone tower.
I don't know. Might be a good hiding place.
Want to play hide and seek?
I could be persuaded. It's a big stone dial.
Biggest one I've ever seen. First one too. There's a metal plaque on the
Is
bench.
there a message in
I think there was at one point, but someone scratched it off.
누군가 긁어냈어. 이건 뭐야?
It's Tangle Tower, or at least it's the
맨
mansion
아래에
at the
있는
base of
대저택.
Tangle Tower. A giant glowing...
AKA a greenhouse.
여기 용
It's a sea
모양이다.
serpent.
바다뱀?
Turned into stone by a wizard.
If you say so. What happened to its head?
머리.
Beheaded. By the same wizard.
머리가 없어.
Is that a clock?
시계.
If it is, it's a clock with...
또
I'm
퍼즐이다.
guessing it doesn't tell the
So
time.
what does it do?
다이얼을 돌려 4개의 바늘이 모두 올바른 위치에 가도록 해. 올바른 위치라 하면 그게 어딘데? 올바른 위치가 어딘디? 어? (12시) 이거 어떤데?
Nope.
So moving any of the hands like cogs on a machine.
일단 올바른 위치를 모르니까 다 똑같은 방향?
Just
일단은
gonna
일단
rest my brain.
나가볼게요. 일단 더 보자.
A wooden trunk that opens up into a full desk.
I want one.
누구세요?
Whoa. Nice cape.
나이스
You're not
케이크.
fellows or pointers. I'm sure I shall immediately regret asking. But who are you, and what is your business here?
I'm Sally, and this is my sidekick Grimoire.
A private detective, Grimoire.
여자
Really?
목소리인 것
You're a
같은데?
detective. If this is a joke, it's not a good one.
Who are you, anyway?
Private Detective
Oh.
Hawkshaw.
Oh, nice. Hawkshaw's a cooler name than
여기도
Grimoire. Maybe I'll become
사설탐정이라는데요?
her sidekick.
You're not on the Freya Fellow case,
수면부터
too.
심한 말.
That is classified information between myself and my client. Clearly, this is something which eludes you. But a real detective refrains from handing out informations to persons unknown.
Oh, right.
Now, if you would, I have
탐정
work to
이름
do.
어디서 나왔었는데? 어디서 나왔더라? 탐정 이름이? 그 아, 그 그림. 여기 그림에서 이걸 했어.
When did Freya draw the picture of you, Hawkshaw?
I didn't model for her, if that's what you're asking.
그가 그
She must have
이전부터
done it
있었던
without my
거죠?
permission.
Could just be from
프레야가
memory.
죽기
It's
이전부터?
not quite as detailed as the others, anyway.
오, 기억력. 에헤헤헤헤.
It's not in my interest to discuss personal details.
Even if you're one of the suspects in the murder?
여기 와 있었고. 아니면 어쨌든 죽기
Very well.
이전에 알고 있던
Let us make a small
사이였다던가?
exception. Ask.
Oh, what are you doing here?
I'm on a case at the behest of my client.
How long have you been at Tangle Tower?
133 hours.
143시간?
5.5 days.
Who are you working for?
I am not at liberty to answer that. Now, I shall permit you one more question.
What crime are you...
How'd you get that scar? It's cool.
You really think so?
뭐지? 라포 형성했다.
As it happens, I completed an examination of Flora's room on the morning before the murder. I've been investigating every single room at Tangle Tower. Hers was one of the last on my list.
Did you find anything unusual?
Nothing but a thin layer of dust and an atmosphere of somber melancholy.
Was Flora in there at the time?
She spent the duration of my search staring up at the sky, out the open window. Didn't say a word, although I'm told this is the
제
expected
생각에 이
behavior.
탐정은
What did you do after that?
I spent the early evening searching the
관련돼서 조사를
library.
한것 같아.
It took longer than it should have. Fiona leaves that room in a
Fiona
permanent
또
state
누구야?
of disarray.
Fiona was in the library too?
I expected her to make an
피오나가
appearance,
누구였지?
but she did
한번
not.
이름이 나왔던 것
And you
같은데.
stayed in the library the rest of the day?
Not quite.
진술.
Towards the early evening, my examination of the library was unexpectedly disrupted. Sounds of running, wailing, shouting from several floors above. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared. He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. Our eyes met. He was breathless.
숨이
Something
가빴대,
had caused him
이때부터?
great alarm. He told me to stay out of the way. I consented.
이때부터 숨이
I decided to
가쁘고
return to my
불안했어.
office in the stone square. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. She was clutching the banister of the Pointer staircase with an apprehensive manner. She
페넬로피도
wished to know
불안하게
where
붙잡고
Professor Pointer had
있었어.
gone. I told her what had transpired. Then, she too crossed the hall and disappeared up the fellow staircase.
아,
More
씨.
so than at any moment prior,
아,
I
순서가
felt
너무
like quite an intruder in the
뒤죽박죽이야.
house. I took my leave, out towards the stone square. The grounds were silent. There were no signs of human life. Even the greenhouse was without its typical inhabitant. I noted that he, too, must be entangled in whatever was transpiring in Fellow Tower. An
온실에
unremarkable
항상
hour passed
있었던.
before the gardener finally made his appearance.
아, 이
He
사람이
spoke to me of what had
정원사였구나.
occurred. His report was as clumsy and cumbersome as the man giving it.
Did he seem upset?
He was rattled. That much was clear. But sorrowful, mournful, I cannot say.
슬퍼 보이진 않았다고? 당황하긴 했지만 슬퍼 보이진 않았다? 이 탐정님도 목소리 좋고 성격이 살짝 방어적이고 소심하고 극 F인 듯한 느낌. 그러게요.
Freya Fellow is of great interest to me. I perceived her to be the most intelligent individual
가장
here
총명한
at Tangle
사람이라고?
Tower.
과학자보다
Within a day,
총명하다고?
she had identified for whom I was working and for what I was searching. I didn't know how she did it. I was impressed. I regret that I did not question her more thoroughly when I had the opportunity.
You couldn't have known she was about to be killed, though.
I have only myself to blame for failing to perceive the signs.
What signs?
I do not wish to do your
관심
job
가져주는 걸
for
엄청
you,
좋아하네요.
detective.
그러게요. 그다음에 뭐 이런 거 물어볼까?
I admit, it's powerful. Freya was a talented young woman.
Someone even liked it enough to take a photo of it.
Now, we don't know why they took the photograph, do we? Perhaps they just wanted it for reference. Tangle Tower. No idea why they insist on calling it that. It's not even a tower. It's little more than a pair of turrets stuck on either side of a mansion.
Have you searched the whole place?
I believe so. Why?
He wants to know if you found any secret rooms.
I'm afraid the residents of Tangle Tower are far too ordinary for anything like
네,
that.
있을 것
I was disappointed too.
시현이 어서 오세요. 이거 물어볼까?
Have you deciphered the meaning of those four symbols on the harp?
아십니까?
We're working on it.
알려주십시오.
That's a no then.
이거 편지?
Conveniently left anonymous. It's useless until you can prove to whom it concerns. Can you do that?
No.
No.
나 너무 공격받는 느낌이야. 무서워.
Quite the stoic statue, isn't she? I can only dream of being as cold and indifferent as Flora Fella.
You think she's hiding something?
Perhaps. She has some strange habits. I heard she barely sleeps, an hour here or there, sporadically. Spends the rest of her time staring up at the sky.
저런 사람들이 친해지면 리트리버처럼 다 해준다고? 이제
Is that a
포즈를
clock?
If it is,
뽑아볼까요?
it's a clock.
다 이 12시로 맞추면 되려나? 맞췄어.
Nope.
So moving any of the hands like cogs on a machine.
올바른 시계가 뭐지 진짜? 올바른 위치가 뭐지?
Just gonna rest my brain.
이거는 못 물어보나? 못 물어보네. 일단 옆집 가보죠. 원안에 숫자가 있다고? 다시 나가.
Is that a clock?
If it is,
이게 무슨 숫자예요? 이 새싹이? 이게 뭐지? 얘는 6인가 봐. 얘는 10이고 얘는 9다. 얘는 뭐지 그러면? 3! 3이다! 헉, 대박! 3이고 이거 9일까요? 6일까요? 9인가 봐. 얘가 6이네. 아, 대박. 맞춰버렸어.
No, that was it.
뭐야? 나 겁나 잘해 퍼즐. 나 맞췄어.
nice work. What's in the box?
뭐야? 어떻게 맞췄어요? 되던데? 하니까 되던데?
A little tool, but I'm not actually sure what it is.
망원경. 밑에 나사가 달려있다. 이걸 물어보자. 자동으로 맞춰졌어. 내가 한 거지.
This belongs to you, Hawkshaw?
Correct.
And, what is it?
It's my handheld microscope for up-close investigation work.
조사용으로.
What do you magnify with it?
Trace particles, dust, oils, clothing fibers.
겁나
Have you
겁나
used it here at Tangle
현미경이네.
Tower?
I have. I used it to
온실에
examine the
조사할 때
greenhouse only
썼대요.
2 days ago.
What were you looking for?
That is between myself and my client.
그 새가 온실에 있다 생각하나 봐.
Does Flora still own that bird?
어?
Do you know?
아직도 그 새를
Don't think
가지고
so.
있냐?
The
이
drawings are from a few
질문을
years
하는
ago.
걸로 봐선 새에
see.
관련된 건 아닐지도? 호.
A book from the library. One of hundreds, no doubt. What makes this one special?
It's about birds.
Yes, I see that. You got it open. I'm impressed. I managed it myself yesterday. I thought Flora might be hiding something in there.
It was empty
알고
yesterday too.
있는데 말 안
It
해줬어.
was. Perhaps it's always been empty.
이제 온실 가볼게요.
That's a handsome beetle. Looks like he might have magic powers.
Is that fruit?
Too shiny to be fruit. I think it's glowing a little too.
Safe to eat, do you think?
I'm gonna say no.
여기 사람 있었어. 저 지금 봤어요. 근데 진짜 개 무섭게 저 째려보고 있었어요. 보이세요? 개 무섭지? 저렇게 빨간 눈으로 나 째려보고 있었어. 무서워.
Tools. Used by a gardener for gardening.
It's glass.
Total oxymoron.
I am not.
Hanging baskets.
To you, maybe.
You're only 2 inches taller than me.
2 inches makes all the difference.
어?
It's bigger in here than I... This one's in a...
Okay, that is definitely not edible.
It looks like a gemstone, don't you think?
원석? 화분의 열매. 단단하고 표면이 원석 같다. 토양의 색은 비정상적으로 푸르다. 뭐야, 여기 뭐 하는데요?
A little chart of... actually, I have no idea what it's about.
이건 또 뭐야?
Kinda reminds me of a periodic table.
주기율표?
Kinda reminds me of a periodic table.
와,
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
It's bigger in here than I thought it would.
Hanging baskets.
To you, maybe.
You're only 2...
2 inches makes all the difference. Sally, don't move. We're being watched.
맞아.
Yeah, I see him. He's a little too big to hide in the bushes.
정원사다.
Is anyone going to say anything? Or shall we just stand around staring at each other?
Right, sorry.
Sorry.
That's better. I'm Sally. And the guy hiding behind me is Detective Grimoire. Who are you?
Fitzfellow,
피츠.
the gardener.
Mm-hmm.
펠로우
And why are you so
집안인데
tall?
정원사야?
I don't know.
근데 피츠님도 목소리가 좋으시군요.
You work here as the gardener.
I don't get paid to do it. It's just my area of interest.
관심
What's the
분야래.
deal with the plants? They're all kinda weird.
Right. Did you see the lake?
That giant green and purple lake surrounding the entire house? Yeah, I clocked it.
The color is just a byproduct.
Of what?
부산물?
Poison?
It's not poisonous. Not to you.
What's this got to do with
독이
the plants?
있긴 한가
The water
봐요.
controls all life, just like anywhere else on the planet. Clouds form, rain falls. The water grows the plants, animals eat the plants. Anything you've perceived as an irregularity is simply a result of this
왜 이렇게
hydrological
말을
cycle.
어렵게 해?
Could you say that again, but like condense it as if you were talking to a slightly stupid person?
Our lake water causes the unpredictable
DNA
alteration of
변형을
DNA.
일으킨대요.
Sometimes.
Alteration? Like
뭐지?
Oh,
mutation?
That'd be the official term. For us, it's normal. Just nature.
And you're the local expert on all this stuff?
No. I'm just the gardener.
어제
I was in my greenhouse, watering and weeding.
Sounds exciting.
Was anyone else around?
Not at first. Penelope came in a little later. She likes looking at the flowers, I think.
저런 몸을
Did
가진
you
사내가
speak to
정원사일
each
리가
other?
없어.
A little, not too
네,
much.
몸
We
좋은
both left the
정원사일
greenhouse
수도
in the early
있지.
afternoon. I went up to my room. Then I came back outside to weed the main gardens. Didn't see anyone else. After that, I went up to the garden outside my room.
And?
Let me guess. Watering and weeding.
Right.
Did anything happen to you yesterday, Fitz?
진술.
I was up in the rooftop garden. It was quiet.
옥상
And then
정원.
it wasn't. I can't describe it.
조용했는데
Could have been a
갑자기
scream, but it didn't sound
소란스러워졌다. 어?
human.
인간의 소리가
We
아니었다고?
thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
어?
Wait.
Poppy was with me. Did I not mention that? Flora's room was locked. That's normal. She usually locks it from the inside. I knocked on the door and shouted. Nobody responded. We became concerned.
You kicked the door down?
I did. Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back. Flora was there too, but I barely noticed her at first. Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too. Penelope arrived shortly after that, with Felix in tow. I thought that was odd. You don't normally see the two of them together.
저 둘은
Felix took
올라오는 길에
charge.
마주친
There was
거였어.
nothing else I could do to help. I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything. I found her pacing back and forth around the stone square. When I approached her, she snapped at me. I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
그러면 프레야.
She was always kind to me. She'd come into the greenhouse when I was working, sometimes by herself, sometimes with Poppy. I think they were just bored at first. Eventually, they
얘는
started asking
파피를
questions.
About what?
왜냐면
Poppy
파피한테
wanted to
꽃
learn
한
about
송이 줬거든.
flowers. Freya, she used to ask me about the insects.
Insects?
One of my jobs is to protect plants from things that might eat them. Freya brought me this little glass box, leaves and twigs inside. She'd say, put all the troublemakers in there. Every day I'd put a handful of beetles and other things in the box. Then she'd come along and take it away. I didn't really understand her, but she was always kind.
플로라.
I like Flora. I hope she's all right.
Do you think she had anything to do with the murder?
There's no way. She wouldn't willingly cause any additional suffering for anyone.
플로라한테 엄청
She questioned me.
착한데?
About what?
My work, the plants,
그럼 네가
bit of
범이네.
everything.
Did she search the greenhouse?
No, she didn't.
You sure? Maybe she did it when you weren't in there.
No, she hasn't touched it.
How can you tell?
Trust me. I can tell.
어떻게 알지? 조사했댔는데 현미경으로 어제도 뭐 봤다는데?
Have you met this guy, Fitz? Shifty eyes, doesn't say a lot. Totally suspicious, if you ask me.
That's me.
Yeah, that's... It was a joke. I was joking.
Oh, I see.
범인이 어딘가 있으니까 사람이 죽었을 텐데 다들 땡땡은 아닐 거야 이러면 어떡하라는 걸까요? 일단 화분의
This is a
열매.
good example of how things work. I mix that soil here in the greenhouse. It's made with water from the lake.
And it makes the fruit grow all shiny and gem-stony.
Sometimes, you never really know what's going to happen.
And what do you do with this shiny and edible fruit?
You look at it.
뭐지? 작은 레몬.
You ever seen this before, Fitz?
No, but I don't normally go into Fifi's room.
심지어 피피
That's
건
not
줄
where we
알아.
found it.
Oh, I just thought it looks like it
근데
belongs to
이번
her.
오프숄더 입으셨네요. 지금 보니까 오프숄더 겁나 파였어. 새
Penelope
줘봐.
knows about birds. You should
아,
ask her
페넬로피,
instead.
새는
Actually, I
페넬로피래.
wanted to ask you about something. There's a plant mentioned on this page, see?
여기 식물.
Do you have any? In the greenhouse?
No, I don't grow that anymore. I've tried in the past. It's incredibly difficult, even for me. I could never get it to live more than a couple of weeks.
원래 저런 몸 가지면 승모근이랑 어깨 돋보이는 옷을 입어요. 진짜 어이없어.
Freya's best work, in my opinion. Although the photo doesn't carry the same energy as the real thing.
What do you think it's a painting of?
What do you mean?
Like, what's the subject matter? What's that big red thing?
Oh, I don't think it's that kind of painting.
그런 그림이 아니라고? 그럼 뭔 소리야? 어려워. 뜯어보면.
How odd. It's of no interest to me, but I overheard Poppy and Freya talking about it once.
파피랑 프레이야.
What'd they say?
They
파피한테
were
물어봐야
arguing
되나 봐.
about something, but I can't remember the details.
그러면 일단 이
Fitz's
정도
room is
하고
unlocked. It's up in the fellow tower.
This could be interesting.
지금 가자. 파피가 아까부터 얘기가 나와서 한번 가보. 어머, 방이 너무 조용하시다.
It's a little handmade card. Inside it says, to Fitz, from PP.
파피다 파피.
An empty glass and an empty
Looking at it is making me
Why?
I don't know. That poor plant.
폐렴 걸릴 것 같다고?
Looks pretty healthy to me.
Healthy, but sad. I think it would rather be outside.
Doesn't look soft. Huh. Neither of these lights have an actual light bulb.
조명이 없는
They're just decorative.
전구가 없는
Oh,
조명이라고?
so decorative.
Quit sulking. Not every room is going to be full of clues. Hello.
Not hidden very well.
Doesn't need to be. It's a combination lock.
결합
sort of.
자물쇠야 일종의. 종이 조각을 다시 정렬해서 상자의 자물쇠 조합을 찾아. 무슨 소리야? 이렇게 맞추라는 거야? 모양. 이 모양. 이 모양. 이렇게 하는 거 아닌가? 이거 아까 했던 건데? 이쪽이 모양. 이쪽이 모양.
That's done it.
아, 다 했어요. 저 포즈 너무 잘하죠? 빠르다. 나 포즈를 또 했어.
Neat. Anything in there?
Yeah, it's wrapped in a cloth. That's kind of ominous.
불길하다고? 어이? 피피. 피츠펠로우랑 피피 아까 그 편지 써준 앤가 보다. 찍은 거 같은 거 기분 탓인가? 아니야, 내가 풀었잖아. 아니, 푸는 거 보여줘도 왜 찍었다 해요. 아유, 나나나나 어서오세요. 나소님 방송 고생 많으셨어요. 봄사월님, 다롤님 어서오세요. 남인바다. 반갑습니다. 안녕하세요. 저는 종게임스 이쥬짱. 오늘 하는 게임은 탱글타워라는 추리 게임 지금 하고 있습니다. 열심히 추리하고 있어요. 어니스트 팬케이크님도 나나나나 반갑습니다. 여러분 안녕하세요. 집단지성 추가요. 중간중간 퍼즐에서 제가 아예 감도 못 잡는 퍼즐들이 있어가지고 잘 부탁드립니다 여러분들. 새로운 뇌는 언제나 환영이야. 나소님 방송 고생 많으셨어요. 점심 맛있는 거 드셨겠지? 좋은 오후 보내세요. 감사합니다 여러분. 어서오세요. 모종사 자세히 보면 PP랑 FF 파이팅 하세요. 아, 맛있게 드세요. 맛점 감사합니다.
It's locked.
I thought we were halfway up a tower.
We are.
What's that thing
여기가
by the
옥상
handle?
정원. 손잡이에 뚜껑을 밀면 열 수 있어. 그 후에 슬롯에 올바른 타일을 넣어. 넣은 거 아니야? 아, 이렇게 해서 저걸 눌러야 되나?
Nothing. Still,
The tiles have all got that same sun symbol on
태양
them.
표식이 있어.
those moon symbols in the
저
slots.
달도
Maybe
무슨
they're
연관이
connected,
있지.
but
연관이
also-
없을 수도. 이렇게 똑같이 넣어볼까?
Nope.
Maybe the information we need isn't
아,
here.
우리한테 필요한 정보가 없는 걸 수도 있대요.
So where is it?
Somewhere else.
아직
Let's
안
come
봐.
back once we know what to do.
여기 사람들 진짜 광인 같아요. 무슨 자기 물건을 다 퍼즐로. 그러게.
There's someone.
Something outside the window. It's probably just a rock.
You sure?
That poor plant.
Looks pretty healthy. to me.
Healthy. I think it would rather be outside.
이 모종삽을 얘한테 가서 물어볼까? 뭐야, 이런 것도 있었어? 뭐야, 동선도 있잖아. 에? 대박. 오. 일단 이 사람한테 가서 저 모종삽에 대해서 물어봅시다. 아저씨, 제가 뭘
This is yours,
찾았는지
Vince?
아세요? 제가 당신의 보물 상자를 열었습니다.
Yeah.
Do you use it?
I keep all my tools in the greenhouse.
키는
That
누구죠?
wasn't what she asked.
대답 안 해줘. 치사 똥빵꾸. 달이랑 별이랑 이거.
A little chart of. Actually, I have no idea what it's about.
어허이.
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
그럼 일단 다른 방에 또 가봅시다. 음악실. 파피다.
Are they paper lanterns?
Whatever they are, I like them. It's like a little parade of floating spirits.
Oh, whatever it is, it's playing a little trumpet.
While it is the music room, he's got to practice.
What's with all the broken glass?
이 깨진 유리 조각. 어이. 큰 뿔피리를 들고 있는 빛나는 괴상한 생물체 동상. 동상의 뿔피리 쪽에 눈에 띄는 금이가 있다. 여기도 금가 있다. 뿔피리의 안과 밑바닥에는 금이 간 유리 조각이 널려있다. 왜냐면은 이게 지금 사건 현장에 있던 건데 얘네들도 금이 가 있고 지금 금가 있는 게 뭔가 되게 많아요. 디랑님 안녕하세요.
Sheet music.
That's a lot of notes.
Probably while they're on the floor. Who plays the violin?
It's pretty dusty.
바이올린
So I'm
먼지가
guessing
가득해.
nobody. It's a globe.
For globing.
Smells like a fork.
촛불도
1
있어.
old,
Yep.
25 dry old books,
Mhm.
4 lit candles.
Yeah.
Am I the only one seeing the problem? It's one of those big pianos with the.
Don't touch it.
Why not?
Might be haunted.
All right.
Spooky murder mansion?
Spooky murder mansion.
Are you a
무섭게
ghost?
생기셨어.
Sally, that's rude. Unless she is a ghost.
It may come as a disappointment, but I am alive.
Ah,
That makes you a
범인이에요.
suspect. I'm
분명
afraid.
범인이에요.
I know.
what's your name?
My name is Poppy.
드디어
I'm a
파피.
pointer and a pianist.
포인트 감은
We'll need to
사람이래.
ask you a few questions about Freya.
I know.
Hey, you're pretty good.
All in the wrist.
피아노 치면서
And 13
인터뷰하시는데
years of dedicated practice.
등에 커다란 리본으로 포인트 주셨네. 그니까.
I'm just me. There's nothing to know.
How are you related to the other pointers?
My father is Percival Pointer. The professor spends most of his time
범인이
hidden away in
어깨에
his tower.
불주사
Barely
자국이
speaks to
신경
anyone these
쓰인다고요?
days. Especially not the fellows.
You get on with the fellows?
2 of them. Fifi and Freya are my closest friends.
친한
We all
친구라고
turned
해준다.
19 last year.
Do people ever leave Tangle Tower? I don't
에일리언
mean to be
두상이
rude.
자꾸
It's
신경
just,
쓰여요. 전
if you're
그건 줄
19,
알았어요.
You don't have to answer that,
호머
Poppy.
심슨
It's a fair question.
엄마
I'd like to move away.
파란 머리.
Definitely. Fifi, Freya, and I would often talk about it, argue about it. Freya wanted to leave, but Fifi,
프레야는
things are
떠나고
more
싶었대.
complicated for her.
What about
피피는
now?
유산상
After what
속이니까 더
happened, I
복잡하다는 것
really
같고
don't want to stay here much longer.
파피도 나가고 싶고 어제
3.5 hours of piano practice. Soon as I wake up. Same as always.
3.5.
마지 심슨
Does that
맞아
not hurt
마지
your
심슨.
hands?
Sure.
And you do this in the music room?
No, I prefer to practice in my room. When
아,
I
이게
make
자기
mistakes,
방이
I like
아니야.
to make them in private.
What did you do after that?
I was supposed to meet Fifi in the library, but I totally forgot. When I finally got down there, she'd already gone. I checked her bedroom, but it was locked.
Was Fifi not in there?
No idea. She keeps her door locked either way. So I went back upstairs and out into the moonlight garden.
The what?
The little garden on the roof outside my room.
Was it just you up
아,
there?
밖에 있다고?
No, Fitz came outside after a while.
아,
His room's on the other side.
서로
He's
정원에서
been
서로가
teaching me about
보이나 봐요?
flowers.
So, did you talk to him?
Not really.
You ignored each other.
I didn't say that.
진술
Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden most
아,
of the
이 정원이
afternoon.
이어져
Then I
있구나
heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds. I've been trying to decide how to describe it,
얘도 그
but
소리를
I'm
들었대
struggling. It was like
금속
something
조각에 드릴을
drilling
박는
into
것
a
같은?
piece of metal, but different.
그래서 금이 갔나?
Worse. I was pretty sure it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there to check. Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. I knew
수상한데 다
Freya and
범인
Flora were
같다는
both
기묘한
supposed to be in there,
응.
so I made Fitz kick down the door. I went inside. Freya was lying on the floor.
Flora was in the room too?
Yeah. I think she realized what had happened at the same moment I did. I didn't know what to do, so I ran downstairs to get Fifi.
맞아
Her
이것도
door was
맞죠?
still locked, but I knocked and shouted at her.
맞아?
Eventually, she let me in. The lights were off, but I could see she'd already been crying. I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry. First time I've ever seen her angry.
내가 화를 내고
I dragged her out
처음이래.
into the hall. My father was there too, for some reason. The three of us went back up to Flora's tower. Then Felix arrived. He had Penny with him.
혜니가
Fifi had this idea.
페넬로피였어.
She wanted to do some kind of scientific test. She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes.
근데 여러분 여기서 약간 모순이 있죠? 피피가 갑자기 무슨 실험이 하고 싶다고 서재로 데려갔대. 근데 피피는 얘가 실험을 하자고 말을 해서 실험을 하게 됐다고 말을 했잖아요. 이 지금 둘이 충돌되고 있는 거 아니에요? 레이아님 어서오세요. 하이죠? 응. 얘는 갑자기 피피가 실험하고 싶다 해서 왔다고 하고 피피는 얘가 실험해보자고 해서 실험했다고 했단 말이지.
After she was done, she went back upstairs and I went back to my room.
That's it?
That's it.
그러면 일단 프레야한테 물어볼게.
Hard of head, but free of mind. Unimprisoned, unconfined. With starry eyes, she sees beyond, behind our walls, beneath our pond. A soul untied, it's hers, it's free.
슬퍼지는데?
Was then, is now, will ever be.
모든 상대방에 대해서 시 읽어주나? 이주 검사를 상대해야 함. 빛이랑 무슨 사이죠?
Softly does
또
the flower
시구나.
grow, all in time, and time is slow. Rest a seed within the earth, but do not rush its gentle birth.
엄청
Hour by
예술가
hour,
집안인가 봐.
day by day, tune your heart to nature's way.
피피.
Between the lips a silver spoon, a story written all too soon. The chosen dwelling of her heart, unjustly chosen to depart.
진짜
Lost her liberation
고상하다.
lays in the center of a maze.
펠릭스.
Forgone drifter, holding
단념한
fast.
방랑자.
Days as shadow,
그림자를
secret
쫓는
past.
자로 살았던
Is it
날들.
bravery or surrender? Accepting
용기였나
that your world
굴복이었나.
will render nothing darker than the gloom. Some four walls make around a room.
너무 시적이야, 맙소사. 플로라도 들을래. 다 들을래.
Needless noise from tongues expel, unless within the mouth they dwell. The spoken word, unfit for dealing with the shifting form of feeling. Stand unblinking in the face of taciturn and soundless space.
하크 샤워.
With surging tide, the waves are thrown, an entity of all its own. But on its surface you may see, reflected in the waters be, the orchestrator, pale and still,
조정자가 뭐예요?
pulling strings, enacting will.
조율하는 사람이에요, 조정자? 자, 이제 신문을 어마무시하게 해보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저, 이거
Don't
방에
look at
있는
me.
이거 뭐죠?
I didn't break it.
Does anybody else use the music room?
꿀피리와 유리. 왜
Yes.
금이가 있죠?
I don't know who, but I can tell when somebody else has touched the piano.
하나 있어. 피아노 만지니까 그냥 알 수 있대. 그 다음에 이
Is that a
모종삽.
gardening trowel?
응.
Yeah. I think it
여기에
belongs to
PP가
Fitz.
써져 있었는데.
Really? Huh. Never seen him use it.
왜 이렇게 시니컬하지? 조사받는데 목소리로 교태 부린다고요. 누가요? 저 사람이요? 시를 너무 고상하게 읽어서? 조정하는 사람. 이거! 테이프!
This is mine.
브라비.
No, well, yes, it was. I gave it to Freya about a
1년
year ago.
전쯤에
What
프레야에게
was on it?
줬대.
Nothing. It was blank. Freya said she wanted to record something.
그럼 그
Any idea
녹음
how it ended
소리는
up underwater?
프레야의
Maybe
흥얼거리는
someone wanted to
소리였네요.
destroy it, but got really lazy.
그 다음에
Is
비밀의
that
기장.
Fifi's diary? I'm sure I've seen it in her room before.
That's where we found it.
Have you ever read it? Do you know what's written there?
Nope. I'm sure she wouldn't appreciate me invading her privacy.
I thought you and Fifi were close friends.
Yeah, we are. It's just Fifi's gotten kinda impatient with me recently.
요즘
Do you know
사이가 안
why?
좋다고?
I'm not sure.
I'm
기준
sure
거야,
she'd tell
파피?
you if you asked.
Oh, she would. She'd give it to me straight. Probably why I've been avoiding it.
요즘 저 둘이 사이가 애매하다. 그 다음에 이거 동상.
What do you make of the statue?
I know that's the only harp in the whole of Tangle Tower. I've never actually seen a real one.
Maybe it's from before your time.
Oh, definitely. You see how old this statue is?
What about the symbols? One of them looks like piano keys.
Yeah.
Oh?
Weird.
그 다음에
All right. Poppy's bedroom is unlocked.
I wonder what's in there.
나중에. 이
whatever it is,
동상이랑
it's
저
playing a little trumpet.
하프랑 같은 괴물류인
Well,
것
it is
같지
gonna
않아요?
practice.
What's with all the broken glass?
얘도 약간 이 올챙이 개구리 같은 거고 얘도 약간 올챙이 개구리 같은 비슷한 종족일지도? 아 이건 피아노구나. 의문의 어인. 하피한테 더 물어봐. 너 뭐 이거
Oh,
어떻게
you've been to the
생각해?
greenhouse? What did you think?
Impressive, I guess. But kind of unsettling with Fitz lurking in the shadows the whole time.
Yeah, he does that.
렌즈 이거 어떻게
Did you find that
생각해?
in Fifi's room?
No.
다 피피
Should we
방인 줄
have?
아네?
No, it's just... It looks like something she'd use, don't you think?
그렇긴 해. 금이간
Does this
테이프.
belong to you, Poppy?
Now that's not really my style, is
맞긴
it?
해.
But who else would own a
네
tape like
스타일
this?
아닌 것처럼
Literally
보이긴 해.
anybody.
그다음에 뜯어본
Don't you
편지.
think that's weird? That the letter isn't addressed to anyone? Or signed by anyone?
Someone's being deliberately secretive.
Or they're trying to manipulate you?
우리를 조종해? 수금기.
It was my mother's originally.
원래 얘
So
엄마
why is it up in
거였대.
Flora's room?
She just gets the most use out of it. Freya would borrow it too sometimes.
그다음에 이거
I
사진.
think everybody sees something different.
Did Freya ever tell you what she saw in it?
not exactly. She said something about it being from a
악몽?
recurring nightmare.
악몽이 이게 나온다고?
Sorry, but if it was from a nightmare, why would you
악몽이
paint it
나오는
and
거래.
leave it
드디어
in front of
그나마
your bed?
힌트다운 힌트가.
Maybe she wanted to take control of it. Giving something a physical form can make it easier to deal with. Well, sometimes.
이거 그림.
Hey, that's me. Not a bad likeness.
It looks like you're standing in a rose bush.
Is there something wrong with that? What was inside?
Nothing.
Huh.
이 정도 일단 물어보고 방 가보도록 할게요. 방이 어디요? 여긴 새 집인데 여긴가? 파피의 방. 여기도 취향이 보이네.
Oh, thank goodness. Wouldn't want it to be dark in here.
봐봐
Various
이거.
handmade posters.
포스터?
What do you think those symbols mean?
Hopefully, nothing.
누가 봐도 파피 방. 아니 나 이 꽃을 보고 싶은데.
Oh, thank good. Wouldn't want it to be dark. A single red rose.
이거 누가 봐도
How
피츠가 준
very
거다.
traditional.
Yeah, weird. It's a metronome for keeping time.
자세히 봐. 호호.
It's ticking.
또 퍼즐.
Is it a bomb?
It's supposed to be ticking. Not sure what those symbols are, though.
버튼을 써서 메트로놈 다이얼 4개를 모두 돌려 맨 위로 가게 해. 뭔 소리야? 아하. 했어.
There we go.
나 개 잘해. 나 또 했어 퍼즐.
Perfect.
또 찍은 거라고 할 거지. 왜 이렇게 고소해? 모르겠어요. 보이는 대로 했을 뿐인데.
What happened?
제가 좀 잘하는 그런 건가 봐요. 이것이 AI.
Little hatch unlocked in the back.
Anything in there?
Mm-hmm. Part
사진?
of a photograph.
사진의 일부. 누구시지? 누가 봐도 그 프레야한테 테이프 주네 걔다. 그쵸? 사진 속 소녀는 밝은 분홍색 카세트 플레이어와 헤드폰을 쓰고 있다. 누가 봐도 이거 테이프 주인이다. AI 강림이라고요? 감사합니다.
Just a bunch of nothing weird about
To
that.
you.
That?
I thought vampires slept in coffins.
This is a vampire who needs firm support for their lower back.
More handwritten sheet music.
A lamp. It is most definitely turned empty. Anything in the wardrobe?
Dresses mostly. I never realized there were so many shades of black.
그냥 이마에 테이프 주인이라고 적혀 있다고 그쵸? 카미님 어서 오세요. 하이요.
Anything in the drawers?
Nothing you need to know about.
Various handmade.
What do you think those...
Hopefully, nothing.
It's an octopus.
No, it's not. It has 6 legs, not 8. Don't say it.
Sextopus.
That?
I thought vampires...
This is a vampire who needs firm support. That?
I thought
This is a vampire who needs firm support. There's a name. You know, these ones that stop. Sheet music.
It's only a few notes.
Yeah, it's been framed though. Must be important for some reason.
악보, 낯장 악보가 액자 속에 있다. 섬세하고 오래된 그림 장식이 있다.
Gloomy.
But roomy.
자,
A big
문
glass door
열어보죠.
leads out into a garden.
There's a little mechanism.
아하! 이렇게 두고 태양은 여기 이렇게.
Something happened.
That must be it.
예이!
And the door's still locked.
I still feel like we made some sort.
이거는 여기 가서 문을 열어서 정원을 봅시다. 양쪽에서 열어야지 열리는 건가
It's
봐.
locked.
I thought we were...
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
It made a noise.
I guess that was right. Finally.
Whatever's on the other side
나가자.
better be.
식상정원. 봐봐, 여기도 어인이랑 물고기랑 다 있어.
That's one big
Or
dragon.
one very small dragon. It's another little statue, doing a really bad job.
He's playing a lute this time.
류투를
He's
키고
also wearing headphones.
Well, they're not part of the statue. And they're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
있- 류투 동상. 귀마개가 쓰여져 있다. 그렇지?
Giant stone frog.
Yeah, he's got his tongue out like he's catching snowflakes.
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
깃털이야. 어떤 깃털도 얼룩새의 깃털은 아니다. 왜 깃털이 여기 있지? 종류별로 하나씩?
Ah, a little water feature.
It's making me sleepy.
Wonder how it's hooked up. A little pond.
It looks really, really deep
깊어
for some
보이네.
reason. See those metal bars around the edges
Oh,
too?
yeah. What do you suppose they're for?
Nothing anymore. Looks like somebody broke them and then never bothered to fix it.
그러게. 여기 이 막대기. 장미다.
It's a rose bush, growing on a little patch of bluish
여기서
soil.
피츠가 파피한테 고백했나봐요. 그 장면을 프레야가 봐서 그렸나봐.
Apart from a couple of loose petals on one side, the whole thing looks very
The
well.
roses are bright red too.
Now, aren't roses?
Exactly.
뭐야, 그치?
More egg statues.
I don't get it. Why?
Well, either they have some special. Or the sculptor was just really lazy.
What do you mean?
An egg has got to be the easiest shape to make. It's so relaxed. I might just stay here.
Oh, shall I go finish the investigation?
That'd be great. More egg statues.
don't get
Well,
it.
are the
What
sculptors.
do you
An
mean?
egg has got to be the
이거
easiest.
뭐야?
Trees. On a
In a
roof.
garden.
In a garden.
이거 막 뭐가 새들이구나.
Trees.
In a garden.
In a garden.
It's so relaxed. I might just stay
Oh,
here.
shut up.
That'd be
볼 게 있나요? 다리?
Oh, good. I'm glad to know there's a way to get across that tiny, tiny pond.
Not all bridges are about getting across stuff.
이건 뭐야?
Careful, we're
Yeah, we're on a roof.
이거.
stone pillars, or
여기도
what's left of them.
잔재.
Careful, we're
Yeah, we're on a roof.
다 봤나?
the door into Poppy's.
So only Poppy and Fitz can get into the garden?
I guess so.
It's a two-person
Now,
bench.
what makes it a two-person bench? It looks pretty standard to me.
계속 어인이랑 알이 등장하는 이유가 뭐지? 일단 알은 플로라가 좋아한댔고. 일단 다 본 거 같죠? 이제 새로운 데 가볼게요. 페넬로피, 새장.
Check out that butter.
Looks evil.
Wow, judgmental.
A little writing desk.
There's nothing written in the book, although someone's torn a
중앙에
page out of the middle.
페이지가 찢겨나갔대.
They're bird cages, but the birds are coming and going freely.
Is that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is.
Bird diagrams.
They're
Hand-painted.
beautiful. Someone really knows their stuff.
새 도관을 직접 그렸고.
A rather magnificent bush. Somewhat cruelly confined.
There's a letter P carved into the side.
피가 새겨져 있네.
I feel like I'm standing in a
페넬로피
giant
손이
bird
저게
cage.
대체? 그렇네. 여기도 새 같아.
An especially fancy
특히나
cage.
화려한
And it's home to
새장.
3 especially fancy birds.
새와 새장. 밝은 색의 새 3마리. 그 날개 그거 같죠? 이거 날개랑 색이 하나씩 맞지? 아닌가?
I don't like mirrors.
How do you get your hair so...
I do it by weight. I can feel if one
무게로
side is heavier than the
양갈래를
other.
정확히 맞춘다는데요? 존나 웃겨.
What's with those little windows down there?
I think they're there for draining rainwater.
Oh. Does this count as...
Yeah. No, doesn't matter.
Oh, just beautiful. What is it?
Huh?
누구시죠?
Sort of a delicate jade, but with a little seafoam green, is
이게
that
혼자
right?
정상은 아닌데?
Sorry?
Your hair, dear! Which shade do you use? It's lovely! And that shape, you're really pushing the
약간
envelope.
신비주의자신가
Oh.
봐.
Thanks. I do what I can to offset Grimoire's beige on brown ensemble.
Detectives don't need to be brightly colored. We prefer to blend into the background.
Oh, Oh, you're the detective? Delightful. Penny Pointer, pleasure.
Is that short for Penelope?
Officially, yes, but I never can be bothered with all 4 syllables of it. Penelope sounds a little ostentatious coming out of the mouth,
그냥
don't you
본인이
think?
좀 허영스러우신 것 같은데?
Sure. Yeah.
이름이 엄청 잘 어울려요.
20-something, Aquarius,
여기 정상이
love to
있나요?
travel, and nearly all of my friends are birds.
뮤지컬 시카고 같아요.
Travel?
이 사람이 특히
Where
그런
to?
것 같아요.
Anywhere at all, as long as it has species worth studying. Ornithology, they call it. I call it the only thing I've ever been good at.
And have you studied the birds here at Tangle Tower?
But of course! Where else do you think I developed my love of the field? No
장갑
matter
저거
where I
진짜
go, I
열받는데?
always find myself coming home to Tangle Tower.
열받는데?
Because of the birds.
Oh, no, because of him!
Him?
Silly to admit, but I suppose I can't bear for us to be apart.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, don't you know? My fiancé, dear Fitz. He's not really the traveling type, you see.
피츠랑 약혼자라고?
The very one.
You're engaged to a member of the Fellow family? That's interesting.
난 당연히 퍼핀 줄 알았는데?
I'm not especially interested in whatever tedious feuding goes on between our 2 families.
바람 피는
Fitz and I
거였어?
find it
아니,
much easier
바람은
to stay
아니지.
out of it altogether.
약혼자니까. 둘이 짜고 죽인 거지?
I awoke early and headed down into the greenhouse to see Fitz. He's always there. Crack of dawn, every morning like clockwork.
How come?
It's where he's happiest. That and he has a great deal of work to do every day, watering, pruning, mulching, whatever that is.
Do you help
뭐가
him
뭐지?
with the work in the greenhouse?
Oh, no. I wouldn't dream of it.
PPFF 맞네.
So, you
여기
stayed with
사람들
Fitz the
다
whole day?
PP거나 FF예요.
In the early afternoon, he went back inside.
개웃겨.
Rather
맞네,
suddenly, as it
맞네,
happens.
맞네.
Did he say why?
He didn't. Probably just a touch of heat stroke, the poor dear. He's more delicate than you'd
갑자기
think.
방으로
What did you
갔대,
do
얘랑
after that?
있다가.
Let's see. I returned to the aviary to
방에
feed my
가서
birds.
정원으로 갔잖아.
And how many birds are you responsible for?
Officially 4, but in truth it's more like 400.
어떻게
Can they not
공식은
feed themselves?
내신데 400마리나
Of course.
팔-
And they often do. But I think they just like the company. As do I.
어떻게 이 사람도 겁나 외로운 사람인가 봐. 마지막에 저처럼요. 심으로. 이게 너무 마음이 아프다.
Sometime in the evening, I left the aviary and headed back towards my room. But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs.
근데
He was
지금
muttering something.
지금
Seemed a bit
핵심은
upset,
이
the poor dear.
포인터 삼촌은 왜 갑자기 이 사건을 어떻게 하고 갑자기 여기로 갔냐가 조금 아직 미지수거든요. 그래서 이따가 아마 포인터 삼촌이 설명해주지 않을까. 제 생각에는 창문 그 베란다에서 서로 보이는 사이지 않을까.
I followed him down, but the grand hall was empty by the time I got there. Empty aside from Detective Hawkshaw, who was loitering over by the library.
응?
I don't know what it was, but she looked a little lost. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow
여기도 서로
tower.
의견이
I
맞죠?
ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path.
응?
For some reason, he was coming out of Fitz's bedroom. He looked rather
맞아.
lost, too. I told him I was looking for Uncle. He suggested we look up in Flora's tower room. We could see from the hallway. The door was off its hinges.
응.
I knew then something was terribly wrong. A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya. Uncle Pointer was there. Fitz, too, standing over in the corner with Fifi and Poppy.
What about Flora?
Of course, silent as ever. Uncle suggested we should leave. Give the others some space, you know. So he and I both returned to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
그렇단 말이지? 그럼 이제 프레야.
She'd sit in the aviary, first thing in the morning, and paint the birds.
프레야는 세상에도
Sometimes she'd
자주
ask me their
왔대요.
names.
Freya was interested in studying bird species too?
No, just wanted to know their names.
이름만 알고
Isabelle,
싶어
Clementine, Myrtle, Lysandre, Genevieve.
Got it, thanks.
For my
이름 짱
21st
많아.
birthday, she gave me a framed painting. All the birds from a single spring, with their names written underneath. I can't begin to tell you how much I've treasured it.
Sounds like you two were close.
I feel like I always struggled to articulate my admiration for her. But she had a way of understanding
프레이야는 엄청
unspoken things.
좋은 사람이었나 봐요.
Isn't he strapping?
He is big.
And so brooding.
Kinda sulky, yeah.
I can never tell what's going on in that beautiful head of his.
It just sounds like you don't know him very well.
I don't remember asking for your input. Oh, did you talk to Poppy already?
Yeah, a little bit.
And did you make any notes of what she told you?
Yeah, I did.
Lovely. Burn them. It'll all be lies.
Why would Poppy lie to us?
Because that's what she does. She's a snake.
커피 개 싫어.
Looks like one too.
Don't you think you're being a
커피 개
little
싫어.
unfair, Penny?
약간
She started it.
육감적으로 하나? 제육감인가? 촉으로 하나? 그런데 이렇게 비정상들만 모여있는데 좋은 사람만 죽었다니. 그러게요. 이제 좀 물어볼게요.
I'm sure I've read about this creature
어디서
somewhere.
읽었었다고?
Don't remember anything about him playing the harp
그럼
though.
서재에 좀 있나 자료가?
Hello. Who penned this juicy little number?
흥미로운 숫자지?
We don't know. It's not signed.
뱀과
An
새가
anonymous
쓴 건가?
letter?
그런가 봐.
Classic clue. There used to be all kinds of birds here at Tangle Tower. The most fascinating breeds, all totally unique.
Used to be? There are birds all over the place.
Most of them are rather ordinary, I'm afraid.
What happened to the non-ordinary ones?
That is a very good question.
왜 답을 안 알려줘? 왜 좋은 질문이라고만 하고 답을 안 알려줘? 열받게. 전화없는 노동자님 어서 오세요. 하이죠.
Haven't seen this one in a while.
네이버
He lives in the
블로그
music room,
확보.
doesn't he?
Currently.
Lovely. I must say the girls are awfully well behaved today. I think they know we're in the presence of company.
They belong to you? Why do you keep them in a cage?
They need a special diet, particular treatment. I let them out to fly occasionally, of course. But they're all one of a kind. I couldn't let anything happen to them.
하나밖에 없는
Do they have
종들이래요.
names?
Of course. Let me introduce you to Tabitha, Tamara, and Tatiana.
I've already forgotten all three of
하씨
those names.
돌림이네.
Which one is which?
Oh, that's simple. Tatiana is the oldest. Tabitha is the most patient, and Tamara has the best sense
그냥
of rhythm.
색깔로 알려주시면
Glad
안
we cleared
될까요?
that up.
What about the one on your head?
On my head? It's just my hat. It doesn't have a name. Who would name their hat?
정말 좋은 질문인데 그래서 정답은 뭘까요? 저도 참 궁금한데요. 우종사.
Did Fitz show you that?
Not exactly.
We found it hidden under his bed.
Ah, right.
왜 말 안 하지? 이거 얘가 선물했는데 안 써가지고 처음에는 피츠가 자랑한 줄 알고 피츠가 보여줬나요? 했는데 저희가 숨겨져 있는 걸 찾았어요 해서 아, 네 하고 실망한 건가?
I don't know what that is. I can't decide what's worse. How she looks here, or how she looks now.
Do you know who this is? In the photo?
Oh, absolutely no idea.
아닌데? 완전 아는 거 같은데? 완전 아는 사람 하는 거 있는데? 행방님 어서오세요. 하이죠. 새 도감 이제 물어볼게요. 이거 그림 보여주면 난리 나는 거 아니야? 새 도감부터.
Somebody taken an interest in extinct animals.
멸종한 동물?
Extinct.
Oh, yes. The book is very old. Most of the birds in it are long gone.
Well, what about this bird, though? The ink dip.
이
This one?
얼룩새.
Well, it was thought to be extinct for a long time. Then one was found here at Tangle Tower.
So it's not extinct.
You misunderstand. It was the last one. The very last.
Oh.
If I'm not mistaken, that little red and white one is supposed to be a bird of some kind.
아, 그 새초는 보이길 의도한 것 같다고. 신비비.
Gaudy old thing, isn't it? Flora seems very fond of it. I've never understood why. But then I could say the same thing about her husband.
Heyo.
Oh.
I know a lot of people rather like this painting, but it's a little much for me. I find it overbearing. And for some reason, it makes me feel bad for Freya. I think she was more troubled than we knew.
자, 이제 이 그림을 한번 보여줘 볼게요. 여기 피츠와 파피가 오순도순 있는 이 그림을 보여주도록 하겠습니다.
Very nice.
You've seen these before?
Yes.
All
이미
of them.
본 적이 있대.
Even this one of.
Yes.
아, 개 무서워, 개 무서워. 아, 개 무서워, 개 무서워. 이미 본 적이 있대. 겁나 어금니 꽉 까불고. 이만 가보도록 할까요? 화분의
Ooh,
열매.
delightful. More of a gemstone than a fruit, isn't it?
Inedible, too. I
그?
think.
Yes. At one point, I thought Fitz might be growing them to sell them. But honestly, I think he just likes the way they look.
다 물어봤죠?
We can get into Penny's room.
Now, like,
팬이의 방에 가보도록 하겠습니다.
That's some flower.
there's something weird about it. It just feels out of place.
화분의 꽃. 특이한 모양을 한 밝은 색깔의 꽃. 매우 건강하며 잘 돌본 것처럼 보인다. 화분의 토양은 신선하고 촉촉해 보인다. 그리고 색이 비정상적으로 푸르다. 이거 피츠가 좋나 보다, 그죠?
A little tea set.
One of the cups has tea in it.
What's in the other one?
Birdseed.
하나는 차고 하나는 새 모이래.
A little bedtime.
Let's see. Romance novel. And
What?
this one appears to be both.
Nice. It's a
Are
birdhouse.
those real birds?
아, 또 퍼즐이다.
Nope.
They're using up all the perches. What if a real bird wanted?
7마리 새 위치를 바꾸어봐. 아, 이거 가게도 만드는 거 같은데? 일단 좀
Reset
이따가.
puzzle. Just gonna rest my brain. That might be the most pointless. Traveling case.
Empty. All of them.
Traveling case.
Empty. All of them.
Looks like nature. Rude.
나무가 집에 스스로 들어왔대.
Ever get the feeling you're
The
being?
mannequins don't have eyes, though.
That's not a Ever get the feeling you're
The
being?
mannequins don't have eyes.
That's not.
자,
It's a birdhouse.
Are those real?
누구죠, 근데?
Nope.
There must be some logic to how the birds are arranged. Something to do with those white lines.
하얀 손들? 에? 에? 약간 이렇게?
Nothing.
I think the birds are related.
I guess
It's a
that's
family tree. You'll need to start with blue and yellow at the top.
파란색과 노란색으로 시작해야 된대. 헤헤. 알려주셔서 감사합니다. 아, 파란색과 노란색을 섞으면 빨간색이 되나요? 파란색과 노란색 섞으면 초록색 맞죠?
That's the one.
됐다. 응. 2개 더해서 색 나오는 거였어. 가게도가 아니라.
Hey, not bad.
휴.
Did the door open? What's in there?
Now I will get her. 찢어진 종이가 둥글게 말려 있다. 주위에 빨간 꽃잎이 흩뿌려져 있다. 종이에는 분노에 차 휘갈겨 쓴 메시지가 있다. 이제 내가 그녀를 갖겠어. 헉? 꽃잎은 옥상 정원에서 자라는 빨간 장미에서 떨어진 것이다. 누가 누구를 갖겠다는 거지? 일단 혜니한테 다시 가서 물어봐. 안녕하세요. 혹시 이게
Yes, it's
뭐죠?
my flower.
You don't like it?
I'm no good at caring for plants. I forget to water them. Birds are much easier. They're a lot more vocal when they get thirsty.
Do you at least like the look of the flower?
The look?
The colors? The shape of it?
Between you and me, I think it's a little vulgar.
아니 피츠가 꽃을 그렇게 좋아하는데 얘는 꽃을 이렇게 싫어하면 어떡하냐?
That's rather strange now,
뭐지?
isn't it?
We found it in your room.
Just lying around, was it?
Nope. You'd hidden it, but we found it.
응.
We do that.
Who's the her in the message? And what's the deal with the petals?
It's really none of your business.
아니 저 탐정이어서 알아야 하는데 뷰? 네.
There's something about those petals we found in Penny's room.
어.
Something suspicious.
뭔가 수상해.
Let's ask her about it.
가자.
I feel like I'm standing in a giant birdcage. So, yeah, we found this.
Oh, that's nothing.
You wrote, "Now I'll get her," on a piece of paper and hid it in your room. That's not nothing.
그치? 나는 이제
Actually,
팬인 거고
it's not the
그녀가
message I wanted to
누굴까요?
ask about. It's those red flower
빨간
petals.
꽃잎.
The petals.
빨간 장미의 꽃잎이죠.
They're from red roses. And there's only one place in Tangle Tower with red
맞아.
roses.
We need a clue. Something that shows the roses and who they belong to.
장미는 이거? 오,
It's a drawing of Fitz and Poppy in the rooftop
Oh,
garden.
여기
See what Fitz is
장미.
holding?
장미.
I can't imagine what you're getting at, but it doesn't matter. I couldn't have taken anything from the rooftop garden. It's only accessible from Fitz's room or Poppy's room.
맞아.
How could I have taken something from a garden to which I have no access?
어떡해? 새가 가져온
Is
거
it
아니야?
really only accessible from those two bedrooms?
For most people, it would be. But don't forget, Penny's the resident
새한테 가져오라고
ornithologist.
시켰나 봐.
My dears, what are you
그래서
accusing
새
me of?
깃털이 막 거기 떨어져 있던 거 아니야? 포인터 새 중 한 오씨 그들의 주의를 돌렸다. 성공하지만 그들에게서 돈을 훔쳤다. 그들에게서 증거를 훔쳤다. 그들의 주의를 돌렸다. 이렇게? 이렇게 해볼까요? 선물을 그 꽃 선물을 받았는데 근데 이 새들이 그 주의를 돌렸다?
Poppy and Fitz was given to one of Penny's birds and distract them. Nope.
페니의 꽃은 포인터의 망원경? 아 망원경부터 가야 되나봐. 엿보이는데 사용되고 이렇게인가?
Pointer's telescope was used to spy on one of Penny's birds and distract them. That's not right. Pointer's telescope was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and distract them. That's not right either. One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and distract them. Almost. Maybe just change.
하나만 바꿔보래. 성공하지
One of
못했다.
Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz, but it didn't work. Almost.
하나만
maybe just-
바꿔보라고? 여기가 계속 틀린 거 아니야? 돈을 훔쳤다? 살인을 꾸미고 있었다?
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz because they were planning a murder. Almost. Maybe just.
살인을 꾸미고 있었다. 아까 했지. 돈을
One of
훔쳤다?
Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and steal money from them. Almost. Maybe just. One of Penny's birds
증거를
was used to
훔쳤다고?
spy on Poppy and Fitz and
경위의
steal
수로 다가가는
evidence from them.
든든한 셜록 홈즈.
We know
무슨
those two
증거를
have been
훔친
spending
거지?
time together in the rooftop garden. I'm guessing
증거를
you
훔친
got
거지?
paranoid. Wanted to know what they were up to.
전혀
Just
이해하지
not the
못함.
jealous
맞췄지만 이해할 수
I would
없어.
never suspect Fitz of anything like that. Besides, Tabitha hardly ever leaves her cage. She's certainly never flown up to the rooftop garden.
We need a clue to compare with Penny's birds.
페니의 세대와
Something to
비교할
prove one of
단서.
them has been in the rooftop garden.
한 마리가 옥상 정원에 있었다는 걸 증명할 수 있는 것. 깃털.
Let's take a closer look at these.
이거 노란색. 노란색. 남긴 거.
This
이렇게.
yellow feather was left behind by
Yay!
Penny's yellow bird when it visited the rooftop garden.
I can't stand it! Knowing the two of them are hidden away up there in their private little garden. I couldn't risk spying on them myself, so I asked dear Tabitha to do it for me. I knew she'd be able to bring me back some evidence.
Sorry, Penny, but are you not overreacting a little?
과민 반응 아니긴 함.
Don't understand. Fitz is slipping away from me. He's so quiet with me these days. But being with Poppy seems to bring him out of his shell.
어머
I don't
어머.
know what he sees in her miserable little... I apologize.
사랑이 식었어.
This really isn't your
그러니까.
burden to
애초에
bear.
사랑을 안 했던 걸지도. 끝났습니다. 그거 어디서 보더라? 여기서 봤었나? 아 됐다. 이제 하피한테 갈게. 하피한테 가서 이거 물어봐. 당신 방에서 이
I
사진을 찾았어요.
don't know what that is.
Weird, considering you
맞아.
found it hidden in your room.
숨겨져 있었어요,
Wow.
심지어.
My room is full of junk. There's probably a bunch of stuff hidden in there. I don't mean like. Please stop talking to me.
대화 거부를 하시겠다? 이
Yeah,
약본은 뭐죠?
it's mine.
선율.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
몰라요.
Yeah, it's mine.
이게 왜
What's so
특별하죠?
special about it?
I got it from my teacher. It's the first piece I ever learned.
How long have you been playing?
Since the day I turned 6. Family tradition. I was really excited to start learning. As soon as I got out of my first lesson, I told Freya and Fifi all about it.
모든
When
걸
I arrived at my
알려줬대.
second lesson the next day, Freya was there too. She hadn't asked permission, just showed up. For 2 whole years, the teacher taught us both.
Was Freya any good?
프레야도 알려줬대.
She would have been even better than me
더 잘
if she'd
쳤을
stuck with it.
거라고?
But one day,
그래서
she just
죽였나?
stopped coming to
자기보다
lessons.
잘 치는 걸
Why?
용납하지 못해서?
That's just it. There was no reason. That's when I realized things were different for her.
그만하자.
Do you know where
유튜브
those earmuffs came from?
I put them there.
Why?
I found
그래서
them lying
인자는
around.
남자도
I think
뺏었어.
they belonged to Fitz. I put them on the statue so we'd see them. I thought they looked like headphones. Like he's in the recording studio with his guitar. No?
If they do belong to Fitz, he hasn't taken them back yet. When did you find them?
This morning.
오늘
Where?
아침에?
I don't know, in a hallway.
복도에서?
Can't remember exactly.
구겨진 종이.
Those petals.
What about them?
It's nothing. They're just unusual.
일단 페니에 대해서 물어보자.
Feathers flashing in the light, from a sunbeam gleaming bright. I shield my eyes and turn my head, but all at once I've been misled. Light is shining on the stage, but through the railings of a cage.
뭐야? 좋아하는 거야, 싫어하는 거야? 그러면은 이제 피치한테 가볼게요. 뭐라는겨? 뭐라는겨? 어이, 할 말 이슈. 이거 어떻게 생각하시죠? 일단 이거 누군지 아세요?
Any idea who this is?
No idea.
어이, 문어발남. 이거
Wait, those are mine, the earmuffs. They went
그렇죠.
missing about a week ago.
일주일
What do
전에
you need earmuffs
없어졌다고?
for?
I use them for gardening sometimes.
Why?
일주일 전에
You don't own
없어졌는데
a
오늘
chainsaw, do
아침에
you?
찾았는데?
No. I wear them while I'm gardening, and it stops people from trying to talk to me.
That's genius.
이거 어떻게
Fitz,
생각하시죠?
one of these drawings is of you in the rooftop garden, I think, with Poppy.
Mm-hmm. Are we
당당하시나?
done?
어머 당당한 거 봐. 이거
A flower.
그렇죠.
Yeah, it's a flower.
당신이
We found it in Penny's
준
room.
거겠죠.
Okay.
Mean
누구에게?
anything to you?
Why would it?
Come on.
I don't really go into Penny's room or anywhere in Pointer Tower.
포인트
I
탑에
just
어느
don't have a
곳에도
reason
가지
to.
않는다고? 너 눈을 왜 그렇게 떠? 이거
Those petals, they,
그렇지 알지?
they're red.
개 답답해. 개 답답해.
Penelope is my fiancée.
어머
Don't take this the wrong way,
약혼연 걸
but
자기도
Penny
알고
doesn't
있어.
really strike me as your type.
She's not who she pretends to be. People think she's, well, they make assumptions.
And how's the relationship doing recently?
Good. It's good.
거짓말쟁이다. 거짓말쟁이.
Poppy and I are friends.
Oh, I can buy that. Dark clothes, blue hair, an average of 3 words per
조합법
sentence.
싫어요.
Only like 2 peas in a pod.
She's very kind,
어머,
and she has an interest in plants, unusual flowers mostly. I've been teaching her.
가르치고.
Right.
Is something wrong?
어쩜 이렇게 애매하게밖에 답을 안 하지? 속이 비나.
It's an egg with feet.
It was locked, but we opened it. But it was empty.
Fun story.
이거는 이제 저기 아저씨한테 가야 될 것 같아. 마지막 사람. 포인터 삼촌. 아, 천문 이게 있었네.
What is it?
It's clearly large.
You're not wrong. You know,
A
I
mechanic.
would look at it.
퍼즐이다.
Wait a minute. Earth in the middle, sun on the outside. How old is this thing?
5개 행성을 태양과 달을 중심으로 회전해봐. 도움. 저 이거 아예 모름. 이 손이 뭔가 하는 것 같은데? 아, 이 손에 맞춰서 그림자를 넣는 거 아닐까요? 어떻게 생각하세요? 퍼즐이 뭔지 모르겠는걸요? 맞는 것 같아. 이 선이 이게 지금 다 V자가 되잖아. 이렇게 있으면 V자가 막 이렇게 뭔가를. 아이, 그림자 준내 많아. 정답! 원룸세 성대모사! 여기 안 됐어.
Nothing.
So there are two ways to rotate the planets and rotate the sun and moon.
여기도 채워넣어야 돼. 아! 뿌이! 여러분, 저 진짜 잘하지 않나요? 어떻게 생각하세요? 저의 이 똑띠한 모습.
That's the one.
하하하하. 이거 주세요.
Hey, not bad. Did you hear that?
There's a
A
little.
bunch of paper. Looks like somebody's research.
황금풍뎅이. 이렇게 잘하는 거 보면 범인은 역시 셜록 홈즈다. 황금 딱정벌레. 다양한 연구 노트 및 도표. 황금 딱정벌레 황금과 약 90% 동일한 광물로 구성된 외국격을 가졌다는 데서 유래는 수명이 수년에 이른다. 쉬거리는 큰 소음을 내어 포식자를 쫓아내고 잡아먹힌 경 완전히 소화하지 못하게 한다. 이 미스티드에 얽힌 미신이 있는데 발견한 사람에게 불행을 초래하는 다소 비논리적인 평판을 가지고 있다.
A spyglass
뒤로
to the
갈수록
stars.
똑똑해진다고요?
They're in very good
원래
condition.
똑똑합니다.
Miss Tidy of the notebook.
So, even the most well-used notebooks.
Miss Tidy of the notebook.
So, even the most well-used notebooks
A picture frame.
with no picture.
Miss Tidy of the notebook.
So, even the most well-used notebook.
It's a chart of which planet are you? It's too.
It's also daytime. Pretty.
It's too cloudy.
It's also daytime.
Trinkets.
They're clearly gizmos.
Trinkets.
They're clearly
이분 너무
gizmos.
엉덩이 꿍실꿍실하고 있어요.
Let's at least introduce
Always a good roll.
안녕하세요.
Listen. Do you hear them? The stars. They're whispering.
Whispering.
So quiet
So
and
quiet.
yet so loud.
What are they whispering about? Are they spreading rumors about us?
I shouldn't think they concern themselves with such insignificance. We are but specks of dust, you and I.
Mm-hmm. Could this speck of dust start by telling me his name?
You find yourself standing in the astronomy tower of one Professor Percival Pointer.
Seems like this tower belongs to the Pointers, and the other one belongs to the Fellows.
Well observed, my dear. Tangle Tower is something of a duality, as it happens. Meaningless boundaries, really.
저
They
머리카락이
exist
아무리
only in
봐도
our
제
minds.
머리인데 책을
Helpful.
뒤집어 쓰고 있는 것 같아요.
Me? Not much to say. Strictly speaking, I'm the current head of the Pointer family. And of course, father to my precious Poppy.
And a professional astronomer?
Oh no, that's just a little hobby. I mean, yes, I've studied the stars for over 35 years, published 17 books.
Just a little hobby.
Sounds like you're quite well known. You must bring in a good amount of money.
Oh dear me, no. My field of research has never yielded any kind of
졸려.
stable
교수님인가
financial
봐.
return.
말
Nor would
겁나
I expect
졸린데?
it to.
말 겁나
I
많아.
am nothing but a humble interpreter for the cosmos, working to translate its message so that I may share it with the world.
Cool. Tell the cosmos I say hi.
어제.
The day began as any other, with blissful, unremarkable routine. I took my usual morning walk around the gardens. Fresh air does wonders for the mind.
Did you see anyone else?
Penelope and Fitz were in the greenhouse together. I didn't bother them, of course. I sat for a while besides the pond in the garden. It's a favorite spot of mine. Eventually, I returned to my tower and buried myself in my studies for the afternoon.
Did you use your telescope yesterday?
Once the stars began to appear, naturally.
For how long?
I can't say. I've been known to lose hours at my telescope.
Did you see anything?
맞아,
No
뭔가
actual discoveries,
바뀌었는데?
if that's what you mean.
So you were all alone up in the astronomy tower. Must have been a while before you found out what had happened to Freya.
Quite. Normally, I would be the last to find out about such a thing. But a curious tug of fate led me towards the fellow tower later that evening.
어? 무슨 소리야? 이 사람도 광인이네. 일단 이 사람도 정상인은 아니긴 한데.
I was at my telescope for the majority of the evening, but at one point I returned to my desk to look something up in a reference
제
book.
책상으로
I couldn't
돌아갔어요.
find the book I wanted, so I figured Fiona must have borrowed
피오나가
it.
책을
I
빌렸다
left my tower and
생각해서
headed down towards the Grand Hall.
랜돌로 내려갔는데
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library. She looked impatient and
말도
slightly
안 돼,
frustrated.
말도 안 돼. 여기 벌써부터 말이 안 되죠? 왜냐면 이 사람은 얘가 겁나 초조해보고 불안해 보였는데 피오나가 책을 빌렸다고 그렇게 막 불안하고 초조할 필요가 있을까? 분명 현미경으로 뭘 본 거야. 그래서 빨리 확인하려고 막 촉박하게 갔던 거지. 지금 거짓말하고 있는 것 같아요.
Same as ever then?
Quite. I passed her by and went upstairs to Fiona's room. The door was locked, but I could hear shouting coming from inside.
고성이 들려?
I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter. I had no desire to invade their privacy by
이거는
eavesdropping.
그거잖아요. 여기는 이제 얘가 문 쾅쾅쾅 문 열어 지금 무슨 일 일어났는지 알아 해서 그 뒷모습인데 이 아저씨는 그 전부터 이미 한번 왔다가 갔지 않았어?
So I waited for them to finish and come out into the hall.
이
Before I
부분이
could ask
맞긴
about the
해.
book, Poppy grabbed my hand and
같이
took me
간 건
upstairs
맞아.
along with
근데
Fiona. It was apparent that both of them had already been crying about something. We went up to Flora's tower. Freya was laying on her back, right in the middle of the room. Flora and Fitz were already there. They both looked stoic as ever. Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did, and then
머리
Fiona
아파.
went downstairs with Poppy for some reason. I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Why did you leave so quickly? Wasn't there anything you could have done to help?
Don't take this the wrong way, but the whole ordeal is fellow family business.
맞아.
I'm quite
죽었어
sure
하고
they don't
말했더니
need me
얼굴에
getting in the
펀치
way at a time
맞은대.
like
맞아
that.
맞아. 개웃겨. 이제 플레이야.
Nobody could deny her talent. She was remarkable, artistically gifted, but also highly intelligent.
Those two things aren't mutually
그렇겠어?
exclusive, you know.
Was she ever interested in astronomy?
I don't think she was. The fault may well lie with me for failing to inspire her. But I think she was captivated by more tangible things here on
실제적인
Earth.
것들.
My daughter loved her. Fiona, too. That said, in the last year or so, more and more I begun to notice her by herself, wandering the gardens at the most peculiar hours. She must have explored every inch of the grounds 100
아니
times
플레이야
over.
얼마나
Quite a
대단한 뻔인
restless
거야.
spirit, I think. I'm surprised she chose to live at Tangle Tower as long as she
그러면
did.
플레이야 그냥 계속 살아 있었으면은 힌트를 두 개를 못 받았어요.
So, we found some research. What's up with this golden beetle? Is this something you're studying?
그러니까 다들 좋게 본데
I can't help you, I'm afraid.
어머.
I think it must be something left behind by a previous inhabitant of Tangle Tower.
숨겨뒀었는데요.
I'm not the first scientist to ever walk these halls, you know.
Well, it wasn't in the halls.
맞아.
It was in your astronomy tower.
맞아. 완전 수상해.
I've seen those earmuffs before. They're the ones Fitz always wears when he's out the front gardening.
잘 알고 계시네.
Always wears.
눈빛이
Whenever
완전
I've seen him,
깜짝이
yes.
않았는데?
What's this?
It looks like it might be a telescope. Thought you might know something about it.
Well, it certainly is a telescope. It has a part there to screw onto a tripod, you see. It's rather small, though. I'm not sure you could see many stars with it.
No, probably not.
또 뭘 물어봐야 될까? 탱글
So, which one is Tangle Tower?
What's that?
There are two towers, right? Flora's tower and your astronomy tower.
Neither? Truly, I have no idea. You'd have to ask Flora.
She named the
플로라
house?
대답 하나도 안
The whole
해줘요.
thing is a result of her squabbling with her family.
플로라한테 물어봐도
With Felix, you mean?
대답 하나도
Her husband?
안 해줘요.
No, her brother and sister, and her father. The Remington family was a rather tumultuous little unit, you see.
식구들이
I
어딨지?
don't think Flora has spoken with any of them in over a decade.
이게 이게 근데 지금 다 안 열려 있단 말이야. 펜.
Ah, Penelope, our resident ornithologist.
Penny's your niece, is that right?
At this moment in time,
지금은 그렇죠?
till she marries the gardener.
She'll
정원사
still
왜
be
이렇게
your niece.
싫어해?
But she'll depart from the world of the Pointers and join the Fellows. Like rats deserting a sinking
겁나
ship.
싫어해 펠로우 집안.
What do you want me to say? He's the gardener.
He's a member of the family.
Yeah, but not the Pointer family.
What happened to his parents, do you know?
His father, Flint, is Felix's brother. Strange man. Don't
너도
think anybody knows what
괜찮네?
happened to him, but he certainly doesn't
아
live
너무
here anymore.
어렵다.
What about his mother?
Emily? I've not met her. She never actually married into the Fellow family. Her relationship with Flint was, it was short-lived. A listless soul drifting through
일단
the
이제 사람을
ether.
다 만났고
What's wrong with her?
다
Not sure.
물어봐야 될 것
She's
같아요.
always been troubled.
어디에
Comes from a
걸릴지
dysfunctional
모르니까.
family. I'd say you could ask her about it, but I think you might find that to be a bit of a dead end.
맞아요. 플로라 씨는 대답을 안 해줘요.
He should learn to make the most of his lot in life. And he does have a lot in life.
You're talking about money?
Among other things, but yes, he currently has agency over a small fortune. That is, if he hasn't already squandered it or lost it.
You two don't get on?
Oh no, we're the best of
절친이라고?
friends.
이 아저씨 그 핑크 테이프 주인 할까요? 아,
What a precious photograph. She hasn't changed a bit, has she?
Who?
Oh, if you don't know, perhaps I don't either.
계열받아. 와, 계열받아.
I haven't seen that tape for a long time. Who broke it?
No idea.
Ah, well, possessions are fleeting, my friends. Where on earth did you find that?
It was in a bush
아는
outside. I
편지인가요?
think someone threw it away.
How peculiar.
그림을
Freya
찍은
was
사진.
well acquainted with the abstract, I'll say that much.
절대
What does it
가심패를 먼저
look
까지
like
않는다.
to you?
그러니까.
To me, it's a big, red thing.
What a fascinating
당신이
interpretation.
모르면 저도
He's right, though.
모릅니다.
It
네모.
is a big red thing.
My Poppy, my pride and joy.
My
Exceptionally
pride
talented
and joy.
pianist from a young
Pride
age.
and
She.
joy.
Hold on. Why is she on your list of suspects?
Because
왜냐면
she's a suspect.
용의자니까요.
Oh no, I can personally vouch for her innocence. She'd never. Well, the truth is, she loved Freya very dearly.
If you don't mind me asking, what happened to Poppy's mother?
Primrose? She was Flora's sister, a Remington by
여동생?
birth. The playing field has never really been even since she left.
Where did she go?
사람들 왜 이렇게 다들 파피 좋아하지?
Away.
왜
She
페넬로피를
went
싫어하잖아.
away.
일단
That's all the statements.
Let's go over them all.
어? 어?
That's all the statements collected.
진술을
Let's
다
run through them
받았어.
all to see if anything doesn't add up.
말이 안 되는
To
게
see if anyone's
있는지.
been lying.
응. 일단 말 안 되는 거 2개 있었어요.
Fitz and
제가
I were up in the
생각하기에.
moonlight garden most of the afternoon. Then I heard this sound.
맞아?
Lasted about 3 seconds.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
다
The door was
정리해서
locked.
알려준다.
Nobody was answering. So I made Fitz kick down the door.
Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back.
I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall.
But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs.
I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
I didn't know what to do. So I ran downstairs to get Fifi.
I heard someone heading down the stairs. Just outside my room.
Someone began banging on the door. I
와
ignored
영화
it
보는 거
until
같아.
the someone began shouting at me.
Eventually, she let me in.
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
He emerged from the pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower.
I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry.
I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
장난치는 줄 알고
I
얼굴에
recognized
주먹을
Fiona's
날렸어.
voice as well as the voice of my own daughter.
We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs.
I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path.
Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her.
Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too.
Felix and Penny arrived shortly after.
아니 그럼 뭐
A moment
사고
later, we were
나냐고.
gazing down on the
그니까.
body of poor Freya.
Then I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting.
She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes.
I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer
아니
Tower.
살인자
I wanted to go
플로라냐고
back to my room,
그러면.
but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything.
An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance.
I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
That's disappointing.
What is?
All the statements line up with each other.
They don't just line up. Some of them even seem to specifically confirm
서로의
each other.
진술을 입증하고 있어.
That's all the statements collected. Let's run through them all to see if anything doesn't add up.
To see if anyone's been lying.
이거 아니야. 뭔가 하나 더 찾아야 되나 봐요. 여기서 끝날 수 없어. 이건 뭐야?
It's a bird bath. Is that just rainwater?
The birds seem to like it.
They're even singing a little tune. Toot, 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 toot.
뭐야 저게?
Please don't do that.
어쩌면 플로라에 답답해서 죽여버린 거 아닐까요?
What?
Wind chimes. Silent. Wooden wind chimes. It's a garden, I think.
We could.
Ready when you are.
조사를 다 했는데 근데 지금 그거를 못해서 혐의를. 이것도
I'm
이제
still not
열수
Should we
있지
take another
않을까?
look?
아직 풀 수 없다고요? 아직도? 언제 풀 수 있는데? 하나밖에 없는 그림을 넣으면 되는 거 아니야?
Looks like he's playing a
You're
semi-glitch.
some kind of
Did you not know? A little handheld one.
liar.
It's the truth, I swear.
Let's come back later. It's a stone.
I think it's supposed to. It's an egg.
그러면 일단 피비한테 가볼게. 이제 피피한테 물어볼 게 많아졌죠 다시? 피피 씨.
Name, Poppy Pointer. Age, 19. Profession, oh. Apparently Poppy has defaced my notes. Under profession, I had of course originally written pianist, but she has crossed that out and written the ghost of Christmas yet to come.
여러분 저 물 좀 떠올게요. 이제 물 떠오고 나서 인물들한테 인물이랑 못 물어봤던 증거들 다 확인하는 시간을 가져야 할 것 같아요. 물 떠오겠습니다. 다들 여러분들도 물 떠오시고 잠시 화장실 타임도 가져오시고 하시죠. 안녕하세요. 물어볼 게 산더미야. 물 한 번 감사합니다.
Name, Flora Fellow. Age, 24. Profession, unknown. Likes, unknown. Dislikes, unknown.
Isn't she your mother? How do you not know anything?
I believe other people may have discovered methods of reaching her,
고마워요,
but I have little
삐삐비키.
capacity for interpreting non-verbal communication.
And how long has Flora been non-verbal?
She has always been quiet, willing to speak when necessary, but not more.
So what happened to make her stop talking entirely?
She suffered a great loss,
큰 상실.
something she has been unable to
그
move
무슨
beyond.
상실일까?
Name, Felix Fellow. Age, 53. Profession, none. Likes,
아니
collecting
넌 할 때
objects of
노려보는 거
negligible
봤어요?
monetary value
개웃기네.
and assigning them personal value. Dislikes, the inescapable realities of human existence. Notes, Felix is my father and legal guardian.
And, is he a good dad?
I have no point of comparison,
어.
but I would say no.
No? Why not?
Why not?
You asked me a binary question. Do not get upset that I provided one of the two possible answers.
What makes him a bad father, Fifi?
He has trouble
비교할
expressing
대상은
his
없지만
emotions
나쁜 아빠.
and something of a willful detachment from
고의적으로
reality.
현실에서 멀어진.
Just like you, then.
Grimoire.
No, he is quite correct.
이런.
Name, Flora Fellow.
피피.
Name, Fiona Fellow. Age, 19. Profession,
아 피피가
amateur
피오나였구나.
microbiologist.
몰랐어.
Likes, the meaningful archiving of information. Dislikes, the superfluous window dressing accompanying the majority of human contact.
보여주기용 동행.
Kindly disregard the polysyllabic form of my given forename and refer to me instead as Fifi.
How come you prefer
19살이었어?
Fifi?
쟤네
How
3명 다
come you prefer
동갑이랬잖아.
Grimoire?
피피랑
How are you related to the other fellows?
파피랑
Fitz is my
Freya.
cousin. His father, a man named Flint, was my uncle.
Was?
I do not know if Flint is alive or not. He left Tangle Tower a long time ago.
And what about Freya? How are you related to her?
We share exactly one grandparent.
할아버지만 같다고?
Name,
엄청 그냥
hotshot.
엄청
Age, unknown.
무식갱이네.
Profession, private detective. Likes, quote, being left alone. Dislikes, quote, being constantly badgered by a weirdo nerd with a clipboard.
뭐야?
Name, Fitzfellow. Age, 24.
와 24살에
Profession,
그런 몸을 가진 거야?
cryptobotanist. Likes soil, dislikes electric lights.
Hang on. Cryptobotanist? I thought he was just a gardener.
That may well be his preferred label. Mine, however, is more accurate.
Do you and Fitz not see eye to eye, Fifi?
We do not.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. He's well over 6 foot and you've got to be just barely 5.
So what's your problem with him?
Exactly 1 week ago, I witnessed him
Oh.
sneaking up Pointer Tower.
맙소사!
He was making every effort to avoid
포인트
detection.
탑에 막 기어 올라갔다는데
So?
일주일 전에?
He was also carrying a knife.
이주 꿈꿔요 주주님 어서오세요. 하이주. 칼을 가지고 가? 인물들 다 물어봐야 되나봐.
Name, Percival Pointer. Age, 57. Profession, none.
I'm
노려봤어.
pretty sure he's an astronomer.
Oh yes, of course. How uncharacteristically forgetful of me.
노려봐.
Name, Penelope Pointer. Age, 27. Profession, ornithologist. Likes, birds. Dislikes, insects. Notes, Penelope is very beautiful. I have never had very much in common with her.
친해지고 싶나봐. 귀여워. 자, 이제 물어볼게요.
A wooden carving of my father, made by my father. Although, now that I look at it,
그치, 이거
I do not understand
수상하지.
how he was able to
그치,
paint the red
그치, 이거
parts
피
without
같지.
any red paint.
조사해줄래?
It is a model of Freya, made by my father.
A model of Flora, you mean?
And a man with a beard. And a little
이
red and white
수상한
creature.
남자가 누구지?
Why would my father make a model of Freya? Freya drew these,
Yeah, I think so. There's a note on the back.
but she never showed them to me.
Well, I think it was a
닮은
gift for
사람
your mother.
없었는데?
Like a private thing between Freya and Flora.
This belongs to Professor Pointer, does it not?
No? I don't think so.
Who else would own such a pointless little telescope?
It's a telescope.
Oh, yes. It has a telescopic
망원
lens.
렌즈가
It can only be
달려있대.
used for looking at things that
멀리
are far
있는 걸 볼
away.
때만 사용할 수 있다고? 이거 탐정이랑 말이 또 다른 거 봐. 이거 진짜 애들이 제대로 말하는 애들이 한 명도 없어. 아주. 복잡해. 이따 가서 이것도 말 걸어야지. 진짜. 삼유? 뭘 했더라 또
The fruit here has a unique chemical makeup. It makes them completely pointless.
옷을 입고
Unless you
있다고?
wish to cut it down and sell it as a precious stone.
It's not edible.
Depends
On what?
on the structural integrity of your teeth. That blade.
It's a troll
그날?
for gardening.
일주일 전에
It
그날?
is. Why did Poppy leave shards of glass all over this statue?
What makes you think it was Poppy?
The statue lives in the music room. Who else would it be?
Who is that in the photo?
I'm quite sure that I have no
안다.
idea.
안다. 무조건 안다. 이거 보여줬을 때도 저랬잖아.
Is she laughing?
대박.
An item from Poppy's childhood. Her earliest piano lessons hold some special significance for her.
Why's that?
No idea. She has never graced me with the details, and I am not forthcoming enough to ask.
You two
삐졌어,
are
삐졌어.
friends, right?
We are, yes.
조금 소름
But-
끼쳐요 저 웃음.
It is clear
그니까요.
to me now that Poppy has become tired of my
아이고
company.
둘이 서로
Is it
오해하고
anything to
있어.
do with Freya?
Oh, no. The changes in Poppy's mood have nothing to do with Freya. Her concerns simply lie elsewhere.
What's
왜
wrong?
그래?
Earmuffs do not go on statues.
귀여워. 안 어울린다고 볼빵빵했어.
What a mess. Penelope should tidy up after herself.
These weren't dropped by Penny. They were dropped by birds, I think.
My argument stands. I am scared of birds.
새가
Why?
무서워?
It is an irrational fear. I have no suitable explanation.
근데
Oh.
페넬로피를 좋아해?
It is a flower. It reminds me of something,
기억이 날 것
but
같아?
I cannot say what.
기억해내.
Who is this her to whom the message refers?
Well, I don't know exactly.
Then how can I meaningfully evaluate this object? Next!
귀여워.
Now this is interesting.
응,
Where did you find it?
In the astronomy tower.
응.
And yet, it does not concern the
어디?
field of astronomy.
내게 힌트를 줘.
In fact, you could even say that entomology is the exact opposite of astronomy.
Yeah, you could.
I would not say that, however.
Oh, you wouldn't?
No, it would be quite naive. To study science in any field is to study the connections between all matter in the universe.
삐삐 과학
Living
얘기하니까
or
신났네. 이제 저는 삐삐한테 더 물어볼 게 없는데도 이게 안 떴단 말이죠?
There's
조사를
something
둬야
about
돼.
the report of Fitz going up
Oh.
Pointer Tower.
맞아.
Something
맞아.
suspicious.
매우 나도 그렇게 생각해.
Let's ask him about it.
가자. 오케이, 일단 삐츠 거 드디어 공개됐습니다.
There's something about Hawkshaw's handheld
Oh.
microscope.
나도 그렇게 생각해.
Something suspicious.
Let's
완전.
ask her about it.
나중에. 야, 말 좀 해.
So, Fitz,
Mhm.
I have a report that you were seen sneaking up Pointer Tower, holding a knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife. And I don't sneak. Was it Fifi who told you this?
How did you
그렇습니다.
know that?
A guess. She doesn't like me very much. But yeah, she was mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Grimoire?
하지만 칼이 아니고 다른 걸 들고 있었지. 다른 걸
Fifi
들고
did
있었어.
see Fitz, but he was holding
그
something else.
모종삽이겠지.
So, if it wasn't a knife, what was it?
모종삽.
What about this?
어떻습니까?
That.
Is it yours?
It was a gift. It's
선물
sentimental.
받은 거래.
I have no
봐봐.
reason to take it
이거
up Pointer
페넬로피가
Tower.
선물해
I don't
준
use it at
거라니까.
all.
생각도 못했는데요. 에이, 생각했으면서 묻기 위해 사용됐다? 온실에서, 병원에서, 카피의 방에서, 온실, 피츠의 방에서, 파괴하는 거, 짝이 맞는 세트, 자르는데, 돌보는데, 이렇게 할까? 아, 페니의 방이 없네? 페니의 방에서 이렇게 해볼까요, 일단?
An ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
That flower.
그거.
Yes?
I've never seen it before.
We need a clue to compare to that flower. Something that proves its connection to Fitz.
피츠와 연관성. 이거.
Let's take a closer look at these.
여기가 똑같아. 흙이. 이거 얘가 한 거랬잖아. 펜니의 방이며 이것과 일치하는 곳은 피츠의 온실이다.
The pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse.
응. 이거 네가 조합한 흙이라며.
Let me guess. Penny's flower was originally a gift from you, Fitz.
그렇죠?
There's no way it's a coincidence.
응.
No way what's a coincidence.
The flower. It looks exactly like Penny.
It took me a long time to breed. I wanted the colors to be exactly right.
That's some gift.
얘도
Turns
사실
out Penny
펜니를
isn't
좋아했나
particularly
봐.
interested in looking after
근데
plants.
펜니가
So
흥미를 안
go into her
줘서
room every now and again
삐진
when she's
건가?
not there.
그래서
Water the
파피라고
flower, change the soil,
바람 폈나?
just trying to keep it alive.
끝났어. 온 김에 다 물어보죠.
Felix is a contradiction. His loyalties are placed firmly within the realm of materialism, money, property. But his ego relies on an entirely fraudulent self-image. Don't you think?
아빠에 대해서 겁나 나쁘게
I was
말하네.
just about to say the same thing.
Fifi doesn't like me.
그러니까 신랄하게
What did you
까네.
do?
I'm not sure. If you find out, maybe you can let me know.
I imagine you don't visit the astronomy
포인터가
tower
자기
too
싫어하는
often,
걸
do
알고
you?
있지 않을까?
No, but I still see Pointer sometimes. He's always curious about what I'm growing in the greenhouse.
궁금해한다고?
Asks me about the birds too, and
아닌데
insects.
당신을
He's pretty
싫어하던데.
clued up on his evolutionary biology.
I didn't think there was much overlap between astronomy and biology.
증거물도 다
Nice painting.
물어볼게요.
Gives you a pretty good idea of the layout.
The lake looks like it forms a perfect circle around the island.
It might seem strange to you, but nature is quite capable of producing perfectly geometric forms.
And those mountain cliff things around the outside?
We don't know much about them. They're unscalable. Not even Freya could have gone up there.
What's that?
This painting, it's speculative.
추측에 기반한
There are no
건데
photographs from this angle as far as I
사진이
know.
없는 걸로
So
알거든요.
Freya just
프레야가
made it up.
만든 거라고요?
Let's call it an informed estimation.
프레야가 이걸 그렸다고?
Who gave you that information?
나
Well,
We don't actually know who it was.
나
We were
꼬레를
contacted
피했어.
anonymously.
I see.
크게.
And what happens if the person who contacted you turns out to be the murderer?
I never thought about that.
Honestly, that would be kind of fun. Like a twist, you know?
That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
What do you think that is in Flora's hand?
I don't know. It does look like a knife, but Flora wasn't holding anything at all when I saw her after the murder. But there's something bothering me.
다른 게 신경
Something else.
쓰인다는데요?
What?
When we went into Flora's room, she wasn't standing in this position.
Well, she probably would have moved around a little bit by then.
She wasn't standing at all. She was kneeling on the floor.
바닥에 무릎을 꿇은 채? 아니 근데 죽은 다음에 도착했잖아. 그러니까 죽어 있는 걸 보고 낙담해서 바닥에 무릎을 꿇은 걸 수도 있는 거 아니에요?
There's something off about this.
뭔가 빠졌다고?
What is it?
Why don't you take another look at Flora's room?
You think we missed a clue up there?
Not exactly.
뭐가 빠진 거지?
That belongs to Poppy.
So, why is it up in Flora's tower?
I'm not sure. That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
거짓말쟁이.
Paints are different to flowers.
I'd say so, yeah.
At any time, flowers can bloom with perfect, faultless colors. Red, blue, white. With paint, once you've tainted a color by mixing it with others, not even the most skilled painter can return it to its pure form. Looks like someone doesn't want you to read that book.
That's
이거
the main thing
일기장은
that
어떻게
he wants
열지?
to read it.
Felix made that? Huh. That's quite sweet, really. Did Freya draw these?
Yeah. There's a note on the back, too.
왜요?
She was even closer to Flora than I realized.
여는 게 아닌가?
What's with the
던지는
broken
건가?
glass? Poppy's piano music. I remember when she started learning. She's improved a lot since then.
Yeah, that's generally how it works.
Right. Of course.
We found these up in the rooftop garden.
응.
Do you know how long they've been there?
옥상 정원에서
No, could have
발견했어요.
been a long time. We don't ever really clear up the rooftop garden.
Why not?
Nature is unruly. In truth, it prefers to be left alone.
나도 이제 왜 청소 안 하냐면은 자연 그대로 두는 걸 선호하기 때문이다라고 해야겠다.
Penelope's 3 favorite birds. She's very protective over them.
Are they, like, her pets? Do they have
아하.
names?
Oh, they have names. Penelope loves to name things.
Do you remember what she named them?
I do
등장
not.
맞겠죠? 황금
I've seen
닭정벌레.
beetles with brightly colored shells, metallic shells even. They're relatively common, especially around here. There's a difference between that and actual gold.
실제는 차이가
It
있.
can't be actual gold. Gold is just inside the earth or whatever. You can't make it. That's called alchemy. It was a whole thing.
금을 만들 순 없어요? 하긴 만들 수 있으면은 다이아몬드도 다 만들었겠구나.
That's a handsome beetle. Looks like he might have.
이제 여기 가볼게요. 어이,
This little microscope
이
thing?
현미경.
You said you used it to search the
현미경이라면서요.
greenhouse.
And this would make perfect
이거.
sense if you knew what my client had asked me to find. Of course, I still have no intention of disclosing that
가르쳐
information.
주셔야 할 텐데
You're such a
지금
tease,
당신 매우
hotshot. Don't
수상해.
worry. We already worked out what you're searching for.
뭔지 알아냈어? 어? 뭐지? 뭘 찾기 위해 고용됐어요? 이거! 황금 닭정벌레지.
You're not as hopeless as you look.
Thanks.
So, that's what
맞췄어.
you were looking for in the
찍어서
greenhouse?
맞췄어. Yes.
This beetle?
Surely even you can understand the logic of it. The greenhouse is home to a great many insects. The
근데요?
gardener could have easily kept the beetle hidden in there.
Well, Fitz said you
숨겨놨다고?
questioned him, but didn't actually search the greenhouse.
숨겨놔?
He is not exactly the type to appreciate subtlety. He simply didn't notice that I was using my microscope.
What do you reckon, Grimoire?
I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse.
사용하지 않은 게 사실인 건 확실해. 이건 현미경이 아니니까.
All of a sudden,
이건
Detective Grimoire is some kind of
그거잖아.
expert on
멀리 보는 거.
microscopes.
피비가 말해줬다고. 피비에 따르면 어디 갔어? 휴대용 현미경. 피비에 따르면 멀리 보는 망원 렌즈랬어. 거짓말을 한 것이다.
The handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens. So
망원경이야.
Hawkshaw
현미경이 아니라.
lied about it.
피비가
I'm
말해줬어.
inclined to believe Fifi when it comes to
탐정
stuff like this.
당신은 거짓말을
Hawkshaw.
했지.
Why did you lie about owning
왜
a
했죠?
telescope?
When you were a child, what did you aspire to become?
갑자기 어릴 때 얘기?
A detective, naturally.
Emperor of the Galaxy?
I wanted to be an astronomer.
천문학자?
Really?
I harbored a desire to understand the secrets of the wider universe. A fool's errand, to be sure, but a seductive one. At 15, I decided instead to apply my intelligence to the world around me. And so, I became a detective. But the yearning for elusive knowledge is a powerful force. I tried to keep it with me.
그래서
Sorry,
왜
but
거짓말을
we're way off track.
하셨냐고요.
What's the deal with the
아,
little telescope?
하품해버렸잖아.
Memento. My childhood. Little more than
어린
a toy.
시절의
Why did you
장난감이라고?
bring it with you?
When I discovered that it was Professor Pointer who had hired
기레이님
me, I dared to
어서오세요.
consider it something of a planetary alignment. I had hoped he might sign my telescope.
아,
An
티낸
extremely
거야?
childish
이
indulgence.
사람 인프피 아니야?
I never
인프피?
would have guessed.
Hold on. You're admitting you didn't use it in the greenhouse then?
Correct. As it happens, I have no need to search the greenhouse to such a degree. Professor Pointer doesn't consider the gardener a suspect in our theft investigation.
도난
So, who
사건?
is your suspect?
Things have become complicated. My lead suspect is your murder victim.
어. 맙소사. 오호. 일단 온 김에 또 다 물어볼게요.
Did you get anything useful out of him?
Not sure.
아니요?
What about you?
Nothing worth
아이,
committing to
서로-
paper.
서로
I think he knows more than he
도와줍시다.
lets on.
상부상조
Probably.
합시다.
But talking with him is so tedious. Considerably intelligent, and her powers of observation are enviable. But she has no ambition,
야망이 없어.
no focus.
In her defense, she's still a teenager.
Barely. 314 cases solved.
300?
And 14.
14과?
I'll say this, he's well suited to physical labor.
That's a nice way to put it.
Fitz spends most of his time alone in the greenhouse, but I heard he's been breeding experimental flowers in secret.
Whoa, scandal.
I just wonder if he's getting restless. Professor Pointer's a respectable astronomer, keeps himself to himself. What?
We're just surprised.
That was the most polite
그러니까
you've been about anyone.
포인터 박사 엄청 좋아하는데?
I find her rather embarrassing, little more than a spoilt child.
Penny must be at least 25.
27. Just makes it worse.
페니가 연상이었어. 피치는 24살인데.
Poppy has remarkable musical talent. She could be famous, wealthy even, if she wanted to.
She'd probably have to leave Tangle Tower first.
Quite.
3살 연상이면 뭐 친구죠.
You truly consider this a case file?
What's wrong with it?
No organization, no system.
나도
That's my
혼났어.
style. I like seeing
나
everything
두 사람
laid out at once.
싫어.
Yeah, it helps me think.
How
자꾸 나
quaint.
혼내.
Where'd you dig that up?
It wasn't buried. It was underwater.
Someone trying to
나도
conceal
열심히
evidence,
하고
perhaps?
있어.
Makes quite an impression,
초보
doesn't it?
탐정이
Although I can't imagine why
논다.
she painted Flora wielding a knife.
You didn't see a knife anywhere in Flora's room, did you?
I did not. I conclude whatever stabbed Freya must have been brought into the room from outside. Unless, of course,
아,
it was the painting itself.
Surely you don't believe in that kind of thing.
A detective's job is to examine every avenue of thinking.
이건 좀 멋있네. 으쌰.
The paint is still wet.
아직도
Yeah,
젖어
well, we
있다고?
know Freya was in the middle of painting when she was killed.
이준이
Do you
지금
know that?
졸려쯤.
How?
아니요,
Because you
아니요.
were told?
아까부터 하품 계속했어. 애들이 말을 너무 길게 얘랑 포인터 교수랑 이거 펠릭스 아빠랑 대화할 때 하품 좀 했어.
A somewhat cumbersome device, and an altogether inefficient way to listen to music.
What kind of music do you like, Hawkshaw?
I like anything.
What a cop-out.
I believe that was in Flora's room yesterday,
플로라의
but it was
방에서 본
not cracked when I
것이군요.
saw it last.
어? 플로라 방에서 보고 있었는데 그땐 금이 안 갔대요. 플로라가 피피란 말이죠? 그러면 이거?
Who's that?
Not sure. It doesn't really look like anyone we've met so far.
Strange. A diary. Have you read it?
Not yet.
아니요,
It's
잠겨
locked.
있어요.
And you haven't attempted to force it open?
열고
That would be
싶어요.
cheating.
아, 안 열어주네. 역시 이주짱 액션 게임 해야 해. 아니야, 나 이것도 엄청 재밌게 하고 있는데.
Yep.
Paints.
Mm-hmm.
I'd tell him not to quit his day job. But he hasn't got one, has he?
진짜 개 너무해. 돈
These
없다고
figurines remind
그렇게
me of a case I once
무시받아도
solved involving a
되냐고요.
possessed doll. Turned out to be a bit of a smokescreen, as these
돈
things
없을
often
수도
do.
있지.
Your life
집에서
sounds
조각
fun.
좀 할 수 있지.
Grimoire, why don't we ever have fun adventures like that?
Are we not having a fun adventure right at this very moment?
The people here are surprisingly materialistic, considering how sheltered they are.
Materialistic?
Growing this fruit simply because it produces a gemstone-like material. For what possible purpose, other than financial gain?
You're speculating.
What would you do, Grimoire, if you could grow valuable stone straight from the earth?
재배해야지.
This is a potential murder weapon, is it not?
I don't know. I don't think a
무기라고
murderer would leave the
생각 한 번도
murder
안
weapon
했어.
just lying around.
I think you'd be surprised as to what people leave lying around. Some breed of amphibious humanoid, potentially bipedal, although none of the statues show the creature's feet.
I guess we'll never know.
Is that a clue?
Dunno. It was important enough to be framed, though.
I framed my law degree, doesn't make it a clue.
Same? Yeah?
One of 3 statues depicting the same creature. This one is wearing headphones. Perhaps they belong to someone who likes music.
They're not headphones. They're earmuffs. For blocking out sound.
Perhaps they belong to someone who doesn't like music.
해버렸어요. 발만 있는 알, 상체만 있는 너인. 그게 뭔데?
Do you also have a pile of leaves as a clue?
발만 있는
yeah.
알과 상체만
Did you see
있는
some
너인.
suspicious leaves?
합치는 건가?
3 birds, 1 cage. What makes them worth keeping cooped up, I wonder? Would they not be happier flying free?
But then they might fly away from Tangle Tower entirely.
I wonder if they would. And you consider that important evidence, do you?
나 자꾸 매도당해. 짜증나.
These people really are ridiculous, aren't they? Where did you find this?
Do you have any theories about where this might have been?
Or who might have had it.
I have several theories, but they are my theories, and I'm not going to share them.
시사 쫑빵꾸. 이제 다 물어봤죠. 시사 쫑빵꾸. 플로라 방을 다시 탐색을 해봅시다. 그 페인트 거기에 뭐가 비어 있다고 했으니까.
It's a little wooden box for
To the casual observer.
와우.
They're not real
A puzzle.
paintbrushes. Looks like they're part of some kind of lock mechanism.
에? 이거는 뭐지? 붓을 올바른 순서를 찾아 종이 퍼즐에 맞춰 단서를 찾아. 잘 맞췄죠? 잘한다. 주황색이 어딨어? 아이고, 난 자꾸 꼬르륵 해. 주황색, 연두색. 이거는 뭐지? 핑크?
Nothing.
Did you find a hint on those? Looks like a ripped up jigsaw puzzle.
퍼즐 맞췄는데? 이 모양? 파란색? 이렇게?
That was
Each
incorrect.
brush has various characteristics.
기리붓 모양,
Height,
물감색.
bristle
아,
shape, paint color.
손잡이색.
The information we need is on the paper, once it's been rearranged.
손잡이색. 아, 잠깐 눈 간지러워. 1번 맨 위에 짧은 거 같다고요? 이것도 있는 거야? 높이도? 이렇게인가 그러면? 얘를 더 내릴 순 없는데? 핑크색. 더 높이 있어야 되는 핑크? 가운데는 핑크색 손잡이. 이렇게 해볼까요?
Still locked.
So, the paper jigsaw puzzle shows the position of various
곳의
characteristics.
위치를
There's a couple of
보여주고
brushes with
있어.
each characteristic, but only
여러
one
개일지라도
perfect
완벽한
solution.
답은 하나야. 붓 길이, 물감색, 붓 모양, 손잡이색 순서인 것 같다고. 붓 길이, 물감색. 이주님이 다 가려서 안 보여요. 우랑이님 어서 오세요. 제가 이거를 좀 이쪽에다 해드릴게요. 이렇게 여기는 이게 맞는 것 같아요. 그리고 파란색 남은 건 이거밖에 없죠? 높이가 세 번째 짜리니까 이거 아님 이건지?
Still locked.
So, there's a couple of brushes with each character.
지금 5번이 1번으로 가야 할 듯? 이렇게? 근데 이거 주황색 손잡인데? 3번이 틀린 것 같아요. 이렇게? 얘 높이가 여긴데? 5번. 왜 여기 두 번째 높이 얘가 그런 여기? 이렇게다 그쵸? 맞나? 이거는 길어야 하는데. 근데 이게 얘가 이 붓 모양이 1번 아니면 이건데 1번 아니면 4번인데 붓 모양이 근데 얘는 파란색이 세 번째 칸에 찍혀야 하잖아요. 얘랑 긴 파란색이 5번인 것 같다고? 3번 파란색인데요? 4번도 파란색이잖아. 그러니까 3, 4번이 파란색이어야 되는데?
Still locked.
So, there's a couple of brushes with each.
3번과 5번을 바꾸자고? 근데 5번은 이 모양이어야 되는데? 붓 3번이 파란색이라고요? 붓 3번이 파란색인 게 뭐지? 이거 높이도 중요한 거 아니에요? 이거 붓이 찍히는 높이도 봐야 하는 거 아니야? 높이는 안 봐도 돼? 저는 높이도 보는 건 줄? 붓 높이가 다 다르잖아요 지금. 높이는 1번과 6번만 나와 있는 거야. 그게 첫 번째 줄 단서라고? 이해했어. 나는 이 줄 순서인 줄 알았어. 맞군. 그럼 이거 맞겠다, 그죠? 응, 이거다.
That's done it.
Neat.
이해했어.
What was in the box?
Just a photograph. Well, most of a photograph.
사진 찾았다. 이거랑 같이 못 합치나? 이건 파피방에 있었고 얘는 누가 봐도 피피 아닌겨.
There's something about that pink something.
Let's ask Poppy about it.
얘는 프레이야? 그런가? 옆에 있던 애 프레이였나?
I need to confirm something with you, Poppy.
Confirm away.
What can you tell us about this cassette tape? Is it yours?
It belongs to Freya. She liked to have music playing while she was painting, you know.
And do you know what kind of music is on this tape?
No idea. Acid jazz?
It's piano music. Sounds an awful lot like your music, to be honest.
Sure it doesn't belong to you?
Why are we even talking about this? Cassette tapes have been redundant for a good few years now.
The tape was found at the crime scene. It was in the gramophone.
It's not mine. I'd never own anything like that.
Why not?
흑화하기 전에
My
파피인가?
color.
You
흑화하기
used to
전에
like these
파피인가 봐.
colors.
Ridiculous.
말도 안
We need a
된다고?
clue to compare with the cassette tape.
파피가
Something that
예전에
proves
이런
Poppy
색을
used to like
좋아했다는
these
증거?
colors.
이거 너지?
Let's take a closer look at this.
최신 버전? 아 이거 아닌 것 같은데? 이거 어디서 발견했죠 저희? 어쩐지 저 입술이 너무 아따마마 엄마 입술이었다고? 테이프 앨범, 분홍 카세트 테이프, 금발소녀, 분홍 카세트 플레이어, 분홍 카세트 테이프. 파피가 사용한 것이다. 이거보다 상당 이거의 최신 버전. 있던 것은 뭔가?
The pink cassette tape is much larger than the pink cassette player used by Poppy in this old photo. Almost.
하나만 바꿔보라고?
Maybe just
최신 버전? 정원? 사건 현장!
the pink cassette
아
tape
맞아 이거
found
사건
at the crime
현장에서
scene
발견했었어.
matches
그
the pink cassette
카세트
player
테이프
used by Poppy in
추궁기에서.
this old photo.
That is not me.
Yeah, it is. I'll prove it.
아 이거는 너야. 왜냐하면 여기 짜잔. 어쩌다 이렇게 흑화한 거냐고.
You look a little different, but Fifi and Freya are pretty
맞네.
recognizable.
피피랑
It's clearly a photo of
프레야였네.
you with your two best friends.
너무
Why'd you tear it
흑화하셨는데요?
up and then hide it?
I think the answer is pretty straightforward.
파피는 더 이상 그렇게 보이고 싶지 않아.
Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore.
That's it. Makes this whole thing seem
아니래.
kind of
이거
irrelevant.
아니래. 나 처음으로
Maybe?
틀린 거 했어.
It depends on the reason.
The reason she doesn't want to look
아닌가?
like that anymore.
The passage of time is a powerful thing.
Hold on. This means that pink cassette tape does belong to you, Poppy.
It used to. I recorded some piano music onto it and gave
맞아
it to
맞아
Freya as a
여기
gift
피아노 음악
years
있었어요.
ago.
Freya could have easily been listening to this tape at the exact
그렇지?
moment she was killed. There's gotta be a connection between the tape,
테이프
the gramophone,
추궁기
and the
살인
murder.
사이에 분명 연결고리가
There's one other
있다고?
thing I want to know. How did it get that crack down the middle?
맞아.
I have no idea.
I need to confirm something with you, Poppy.
Confirm away.
What can you tell us about this cassette tape? Is it yours?
한 번만 더 해볼게요. 두
It
번째로
belongs to
골랐을
Freya.
때 잘못
She
고른
liked
것
to have music
같아서.
playing while she was painting, you know.
And do you know what kind of music is on this tape?
No idea. Acid jazz?
It's piano music. Sounds an awful lot like your music, to be honest.
Sure it doesn't belong to you?
Why are we even talking about this? Cassette tapes have been redundant for a good few years now.
The tape was found at the crime scene. It was in the gramophone.
추궁기 안 해.
It's not mine. I'd never own anything like that.
Why not?
Not my color.
예전에
You used to
좋아했었다.
like these colors.
Ridiculous.
We need a clue to compare with the cassette tape. Something that proves Poppy used to like these colors.
응. 이거
Let's take a closer look at this.
이거랑 사건 현장 하피.
The pink cassette tape found at the crime scene matches the pink cassette player used by Poppy in this old photo.
그렇지.
That is not me.
Yeah, it is. I'll prove it. You look a little different, but Fifi and Freya are pretty recognizable. It's clearly a photo of you with your two best friends. Why'd you tear it up and then hide it?
I think the answer is pretty straightforward.
이건가? 파피는 이제 피피와 프레야를 싫어해? 살인자라는 증거는 아니잖아요, 그쵸? 살인자란 증거인가? 살인자란 증거는 아니잖아. 싫어하나?
Poppy hates Fifi and Freya now.
You sure about that?
Not entirely. I think the answer is pretty straightforward.
아 뭐야, 나 이거 잘 골랐었나봐.
The photo proves Poppy is the murderer.
You sure about that?
Not
나 잘
entirely.
골랐었네.
I think the answer is
그럼 이제 돌아가겠습니다. 온 김에 다 물어보죠.
Eavesdrop what the stars are
씨,
saying.
이제 그만
Earthly tether,
읊어줘도 될 것
slowly fraying,
같은데.
floating, helpless from the worst of jealous hunger, selfish
그렇구나.
thirst. Take a moment, kneel and meet the flowers growing at your feet.
그다음에 파피 자기
That's
자신.
me. I'm on a list of murder suspects. Always thought that would be kind of cool, but it's just tedious.
Falls a little short, doesn't it?
그다음에
So there are two families living in Tangle Tower?
Mm-hmm. 3 pointers and 5 fellows. 4 fellows.
What's
한
the
명
connection between them?
죽었으니까.
There isn't one. Not really. It was all built by the Remington family. Flora is a Remington, originally. So was Primrose, my mother. She married into the Pointers, and Flora married into the Fellows.
So the fellows and the pointers own the house now?
Flora owns the house. Depending on who you ask, that means her husband Felix owns it too.
What about your father?
His claim over the house kind of fell apart after my mother left.
Where's your mother now?
No idea. There's something I noticed about Freya's knife wound.
Hit me.
뭔데?
From what we could tell, the blade went in at an exact
수직으로
right angle,
들어갔다고요?
perpendicular to Freya's body. And there's only one small pool of blood. Nothing on Freya's hands or anywhere else.
그게 뭔
The whole
뜻이지?
thing is just a little too peaceful.
평화롭다고?
When I first saw it, I thought it looked like Flora was holding a knife with blood on the tip.
You don't think that anymore?
No, it was a stupid thing to say. The
말했네?
room was dark. I was in shock.
수직이면
I'm just an idiot.
가능하려면
But
그러게?
it was blood on the tip. If you hadn't said anything, maybe Fifi wouldn't have checked.
Exactly. It's stupid.
왜
But we would have
멍청하다는
missed
거지
out on an
계속?
important clue.
Is it a clue? Really? Tell me how it's a clue. Tell me how it helps.
왜 이렇게
Nothing about the
공격적이야?
knife makes any sense. It's just freaking everyone out. Wish I'd never said anything. Freya would always load up the palette with all the exact colors she was gonna need. I think it helped her zone out and focus on the actual painting itself. Like getting all your sheet music lined up before playing a long piece.
Right. So the blob of black paint in the middle, that was for
이
painting Flora?
노란색은 그럼 뭐죠?
Flora's dress, yeah. She wears even more black than I do. Why is the glass cracked down one
그러니까
side?
나도 그게 궁금해.
Natural wear and tear, maybe?
No way. Freya took good care of her stuff. That belongs to Flora, I think.
이게 플로라 거라고? 그래?
Whose paints are those?
They belong to
아,
Felix, I think.
플로라가 피피죠? 아닌데 플로라는 엄마인데?
Is that supposed to be Flora?
Possibly?
Oh,
이름 헷갈려.
how nice. How sweet.
아, 플로라 엄마네.
I see a lot of birds
아,
up in the
피피는
rooftop garden.
피오나. 아, 맞다,
They seem to
맞다.
really like it up there.
Why's that?
It's quiet. I think it's kind of cruel to keep 3 birds in one cage like that.
Does Penny not let them out to fly?
Oh, she does. She must do. But I don't think they're allowed to go far. Penny can be a little protective. Never seen that one before. Was it in the greenhouse?
No. We found it in Penny's room.
Right.
얘도 팬이 겁나 싫어.
You get some weird insects around here, but I've never seen one like that.
I'm not sure anyone has.
Freya might have. She used to keep beetles in a box.
프레이야가 그래서 훔친 줄 알았나 보다.
Why?
For fun, obviously.
그 식물 키우는
This is a photo of
있었으니까.
Fifi and Freya, right?
그런가?
Yeah,
How come you're not in it? You're friends with them too, aren't you?
I'm not really one for photographs.
알고 보니 거짓말
Fifi looks
덩어리였어
like she
얘네.
really admires Freya.
Fifi's loyalty to Freya is unshakable.
이제 다 물어봤죠?
There's something about that diary we found in Fifi's room. Something.
드디어
Let's ask her about it.
가자. 거거리 이렇게 하나씩 다 그래도 풀리고 있어요 지금. 어이 피피,
Is this your
너에게
diary,
혐의가
Fifi?
있다.
We found it in your bedroom.
그렇지.
Of course it is mine. Ridiculous question.
Why is it locked up like that?
새 이야기가
You seriously
맞았네요.
require an explanation. Very well. A fairly common concept, the so-called secret diary, is favored in particular by girls between the ages of 10
So, there are secrets written in here?
This particular diary is unused.
It doesn't
쓴
look
적이 없다고?
unused.
안에 저렇게 접혀 있는데? 너
It's
거잖아.
Fifi's diary, and she has written in it.
그렇지.
I'm not sure about that.
Me neither.
피피가
This
아니라고?
particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
아, 그럼 피피게 아니고 다른
It's somebody
누군가의
else's
일기장이야.
diary.
How could you arrive at that conclusion? It is kept in my bedroom. It is mine.
We need a clue to compare with the diary.
진짜 주인을
Something
증명할
to
수
prove
있는 거?
who the original owner was.
뭐가 있을까? 구겨진 종이.
That's not it.
아, 이거 아니야? 비밀 일기장. 뜯어본 편지?
That's not it.
새 도감. 헉, 이거다. 같은 책갈피.
That's not it.
아닌데? 발견했다고요? 아, 잠시만요. 나도 발견하고 싶어. 같은 책갈피 저게. 아! 이건가? 그려준 거? 증거가 너무 많아. 헉, 이건가? 찍은 사진?
That kind of makes sense.
말이 돼? 그럼 이거.
That kind of makes
말이
sense.
돼?
That's not it.
이거 아니야? 리얼 크크만 친다고요? 아! 초상화? 아! 에? 사건 파일. 비밀 일기장? 이 누구 건데? 비밀가 이건가? 방금 딱 좀 볼래.
That's not it.
이거 아니야? 직접 비교할 수 있는 거? 직접 비교를 어떻게 하지? 이거 같은 책갈피인 줄 알았는데. 직접 비교할 만한 거. 이거?
That's not it.
에이씨, 다 해버려. 그냥 하나씩 다 해보자. 아니야, 나 내가 할 수 있는 걸 할 거야. 여러분, 이 와중에 여기에 빨간색 안 칠해져 있는데요? 이거 실수일까? 셜록 홈즈! 저걸 발견 못 하시다니.
That's not it.
이거랑 속이 비날! 여기에 일기장을 보관했던 거지. 와, 묻혔다. 와,
That's not it.
아니야? 속이 비날까지 가는 거? 뭐지? 악보! 이거네. 여기에 썼던 악보네. 근데 이제 이거는 한 장만 뜯고 여기 이제 남은 거 있는 거네, 그쵸?
That's not it.
아니라고요? 일부러 이러는 거냐고? 비밀 일기장? 아, 이제 방송 그만할게요. 이제 육아 그만 뽑을게요. 이거는 나 다 했는데 의심스러운 거? 조각상, 깃털, 찢어진 사진?
Let's take a closer look at this.
아, 미친! 여기 있잖아! 와! 몰랐어. 저는 이 사진이 이 일기장에 껴져 있는데 잘못해가지고 찢어진 거지. 아, 여기 있었구만. 이거와 똑같은 것은 이거. 그래서
So this
소유하는
blue
걸
book is
증명한다.
the same thing as the secret diary, which
이게
proves
보였어요?
it belonged to Freya.
You were
좋은데?
hiding Freya's diary in your room, and you kept it locked, too.
Why would I do either of these things?
왜 그런 일을 하냐고? 내가 어떻게 알아? 없앤 거, 의심했던 거, 알지 못했던 거, 누구에게도 알리고 싶지 않았던 비밀 편지가 일기 속에 있었기 때문이지.
Personal secrets. Didn't want anyone to see. A secret letter within Freya's diary. Nope.
아니야? 그니까 그림인가? 프레야 일기 속에 있으니까 이걸 피피가 누구에게도 알리고 싶지 않은 사실이 적혀있나? 피피가 뭘 알리기 싫었을까? 이거 아닐까? 얘네들이 이거? 근데 이거는 거기 침실에 붙여줬었잖아.
Drawings. Didn't want anyone to see. Personal secrets within Freya's diary. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
하나만 바꾸라고?
Drawings. Didn't want anyone to see. Personal secrets kept in her bedroom. That's not right.
이거 아니야? 이게 일기 속에 있었고 의심했던 거?
Drawings was always suspicious of. Personal secrets within Freya's diary. That's not right either.
아, 이렇게?
Personal secrets. Didn't want anyone to see. Drawings within Freya's diary. That's not right either.
아까 하나만 바꾸자고 했던 게 뭐였지? 의심했던
Personal secrets was always suspicious of. Drawings within Freya's diary. That's not right either.
거? 망했다. 일기 속에 있었어. 의심했던 게.
Drawings was always suspicious of. Personal secrets within Freya's diary. That's not right either.
숨기고 싶었던 거? 싶지 않았던
Drawings
거?
didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
하나만 바꿔보라고? 하피에게 알리고 싶지 않았던.
Poppy didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary. Almost.
삐삐가 알리고 싶지 않았던 게, 아 이거네. 삐삐가 알리고 싶지 않았던 게 프레야 일기 속에 있었다.
Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary.
아
Is this true,
이거였네.
Fifi?
I know Freya was your friend, but if you're trying to hide something,
You did not know Freya, so this might be difficult to understand. She did her own thing, in her own way. By concealing Freya's written accounts, it is simply my intention to preserve her innocence.
이걸 경우의 수 추리로
Might be
풀다니
easier if
아니에요.
you just let us
경우의 수
read the
한참
diary,
많이
Fifi.
남았어요.
Very well. I will open it. However, as you read it, please remember, Freya was the most kind and the most wise person I have ever
이렇게
known.
보니까 코가 엄청 높네 얘. 코뿔소
Alright,
같다.
Fifi unlocked the diary.
오케이 봅시다.
finally, what's in there?
그게 다시 보인다. 이번에는 실제로 나인가? 내가 그렇게 만든 건가? 그 그림을 찢어버려야 할 것 같다. 영혼 전달자는 성공이다. 장한 녀석. 이제 내게는 2개가 있다. 2이 더 필요해. 중앙으로 가는 길을 찾았다. 하프랑 비교하면 굉장히 단순했다. 그들을 모두 봤다. 5 모두. 눈을 모두 까맣게 그었다. 하지만 모든 것에도 불구하고 나는 아직 지켜야 할 약속이 있다. 나는 최선을 다할 것이다. 그녀에게는 동반자가 있어도 좋을 것이다. 어? 일단 중앙으로 가는 길이니까 하프 비교하면 된다. 약간 집에 그 숨겨진 방인 것 같죠? 숨겨진 방인 것 같고. 하프랑
It's
There are
비교하라고?
weeds in
It's an
there.
aquarium.
Could be. Except more.
하프랑 비교? 하프랑 뭘 비교하는 거지?
What is
I
that?
think it's a family tree.
따분해. 유튜브에 미친 사람이죠? 아니에요. 일단 또 아저씨한테 가서 다 물어봐야 되거든요. 아저씨한테 다 안 물어봤어가지고. 아저씨.
You're the one currently basking in his presence. You tell me.
Let's move on.
My daughter Fiona, our little
no,
burgeoning
just-
genius. You've met her?
We did. She's going by Fifi these days.
삐삐.
So I've heard.
삐삐
I
이름
asked
귀여운
her
거
some
같아.
weeks ago, what's wrong with your real name? She told me, get this, she wanted a name with an even number of syllables. She makes up the strangest things
벌써
when she's
화가
under
나와.
pressure.
아,
What makes you
아저씨
think
말
she
좀
made that up?
짧게 해주세요.
I happen to know the real
Oh,
reason she
진짜요?
prefers Fifi over Fiona.
Oh, yeah?
It's what Freya called her.
어? 프레야가 딸을 삐삐라고 불렀다고요? 프레야 딸이 있었어요? 에? 나 너무
Quite the
혼란스러워.
character, eh? A fellow member of the Order of the Crimson Cloak.
프레야가
Is that a
딸을
real
삐삐라고
thing?
불렀다고.
No, I just meant because we both wear, you know,
그래서 막 영혼
red
전달자
capes,
막 이런 건가?
of a sort.
Has she questioned you yet?
If you call that questioning, she seemed bored by everything I had to say. I heard on the grapevine.
아,
Supposedly, Hawkshaw is searching for some rare item. Something called the Golden Beetle.
황금 딱정벌.
Honestly, it's probably a bunch of sensationalist rubbish.
You reckon?
Quite sure. There is no treasure called the Golden Beetle.
How do you know?
Because I would have heard
아,
of it.
프레야가 자기 딸을 맞네. 프레야가 자기 딸 피오나를 삐삐라고 불러서 삐삐라는 이름을 좋아한다. 아, 맞네.
Fitz? I don't trust him. He's
좋은
slippery.
회사.
Never
유튜브
commits to
광인.
anything. Brain
아,
like an
진짜
onion.
헷갈렸어요.
Onion?
Did you two have an argument?
No. But my daughter doesn't like him at all. and I trust Fiona's judgment entirely. She's a very vigilant young woman.
포인터.
Percival Pointer. Good old... So, what do you reckon? Is he the murderer?
I don't know, maybe. We still need...
That is not information we're willing to share at this time.
I'm just saying, keep an eye on him. Holds on to a lot of bitterness, does old Pointer. Just because he's always struggled to support his family. Slightly pathetic, really.
And how long have you known him?
Over 35 years.
말이 너무
Childhood
길어.
friends? Rivals?
Don't know if I'd do him the honor of considering him my rival.
Penny.
Penelope seems to have really settled into a groove. She struggled a bit when she was younger. Always a little estranged.
How come?
Well, she was mostly raised by her uncle, and he really only makes time for his own daughter. Now, of course, she's bringing the two families together through her marriage. It's a nice gesture, heartfelt, but futile. Poppy's a good friend to my daughter. Always has been. I think they get on well because they're so different.
Different, like how?
Poppy is, she's quite introspective, good with feelings. Fiona, not so much. Still, Poppy always seems to be sulking about something.
The heavy, heavy price of emotional intelligence.
What's this?
It's my case file. It's how I know what I'm supposed to be doing.
You mean to say you're bound by the limits of what's written in this little document? Sounds dreadful.
I found it comforting.
That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
파피 건지 바로 안 해?
It would have been a beautiful painting. It's rather a shame Freya was unable to finish it.
Nothing about it seems strange to you.
Well, all these modern paintings are slightly strange, aren't they? The emotion of the piece taking over from, say, anatomical accuracy.
뭐라는 거야?
What about the knife in Flora's hand?
A knife? That's what you see?
You don't?
Well, as I was saying, Freya's artistic approach
왜곡하기도 해서?
distorts certain shapes. Hard to say exactly what we're looking at.
아무리 봐도 깃털 같아.
Does Flora normally keep something in here?
진짜 이
She
아저씨
must
그냥
do,
범인해도
but
될
I
것
admit,
같아요.
I've never managed to work out what.
Why not just ask her?
I feel like if somebody keeps something locked away in a ceramic egg, it's because they don't want to be asked about it.
이럴 땐 또
Rules to live
상냥하신데?
by.
아, 눈치 보는 거야?
Flora's quite fond of that old thing. It's in poor shape, though.
Do you know what happened to it?
Can't say I do. That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
이것도 파피 건지 아는구나, 이 사람은.
Freya was quite the talent. She had a way of capturing the spirits of her subjects.
살짝 소임배
Not
느낌.
in an evil way, in a good way. These drawings are quite precious. I'm surprised Flora let you see them.
What happened to the bird? Did it die?
I don't know.
모른다고?
Seems likely, though, doesn't it?
어.
Why don't you ask Fiona about that one? Looks like her area
아,
of
그냥
expertise.
필줄만 하세요. 알겠으니까.
That looks like it might belong to
알겠습니다.
Fitz.
아,
I've
그치,
never
그치.
seen
이렇게,
that
이렇게.
before. Looks
네.
valuable. Now this is still in very good condition, apart from the crack, of course.
이
What
얘네가
about
영혼
those shards on the
전달자인가?
inside of the horn?
Looks like somebody broke a glass and
유리를
was trying to
깨트리고 증거를
conceal the
숨기려고 하는 것
evidence.
같다고?
Cunning.
유리를 깨뜨리고 증거를 숨겨?
Oh dear.
Do you know who this is?
Not a clue.
파핀 거 알면서 또 대답 안 해줘. 나
I've
이미
never
다
been
알고
one
왔는데.
for music. Why not ask Poppy instead?
The statue was up in the rooftop garden.
Yes, it's been there a while. You can see the brass is slightly tarnished by the elements, but it's not too bad. Might be salvageable.
말 많은 아저씨.
Is that a clue? Really?
Really?
Might be.
Bizarre things, aren't they?
아저씨도
Penelope
살만
seems
안
rather
좋아하네.
attached to them.
Do you not feel sorry for them in that little cage?
Come now, I'm sure they could leave if they really wanted to. That looks like it might belong to Fitz.
그래도 이 아저씨가 물건 누구 건진 다 말해주네요.
Goodness me! What's this all about? Some kind of rare jewel?
I'm pretty sure the research is about a real insect.
If it's made of gold, then it's made of gold. My daughter Fiona and her best friend. They grow up so fast.
Do you know why it's ripped like that?
Ah, yes. I didn't even notice. No idea.
망설임 없이 화장실 갔다 올 수 있음. 개웃겨. 일단 엄마한테도 한번 가야 되나? 여기 그 이 하프 보시면은 일기장 중앙으로 가는 길을 찾았다. 이거 영혼 전달자는 성공이다. 장안이어서 이 영혼 전달자가 무엇이었을까? 그 새였을까? 이제 내게는 2개가 있다. 2이 더 필요해. 뭐지? 5 모두 눈을 모두 까맣게 굴다. 맞아. 그녀에게 아직 뭔가 뭔지 하나도 모르겠어. 엄마한테 가볼까요? 하프 풀라는 건가? 엄마 말
We
절대
met
안 하잖아.
Felix, your husband. He's one of our suspects, and he seems pretty suspicious if you ask me. So, if you want to stick up for him, now's your chance.
엄마,
Nice try.
엄마.
We spoke to your daughter Fifi. She's some kind of super intelligent scientist. You must be proud of her.
끄덕이는 건가?
We spoke to Hawkshaw.
학샤.
I assume she didn't get anything out of you either.
어,
I bet that really ticked her off.
그쵸?
Do you and Fitz have anything to do with each other? Other than your initials?
그래도 진행이 빠른다는 점에서
You know
마음이
the
좀
guy in the
편해요.
other tower? Weird astronomy professor guy?
그 사람이 당신을
Can you see him from
지켜보고
your
있는 것
window?
같지 않았나요?
Can he see you?
맞죠? 아닌가?
What do you know about Penny?
I can't really imagine those two being friends, to be honest.
아,
You never know. Do you and Poppy get along?
Nothing. Shocker. For more, what could you possibly be writing down?
Oh no, I gave up making notes ages ago. Now I'm just doodling in the margins.
지금 내 심정. 자, 어머니.
Is this your
하나씩
gramophone?
눌러볼게요.
Do you know why it's cracked?
이거 알려주시면 정말 좋을 것 같은데. 네.
What do you think of your husband's hobby?
맞아요.
Do you have any hobbies?
아하, 노코멘트. 이거
You
이제
haven't seen this yet, have
이거
you?
남편분께서 생일 선물로 제작해
It's a little
주신
model of you.
거거든요.
Who were the other
네,
people
네.
next to you?
이거는 이제 프레이한 거 같은데
I like these drawings, Flora.
Is there a reason why
이쯤
you
되면
wanted us to see them?
호감이에요. 이걸 왜 저희에게 보여주셨죠? 네. 관심 없으시고요. 이게 뭔가 싶고요. 파피 옛날 관심 없고 악보 모르겠고 이거 혹시 모르시는
Do you
건가? 이거
recognize any of these feathers?
이게 이제 옥상 정원에 있었거든요.
Do you know anything
이
about these
새들은
birds?
이제
Or birds in
그렇죠.
general?
다른 새
Do you know anything about this beetle? This is a photo of Fifi, isn't it? Your daughter?
정말 대단하다. 자, 다 물어봤습니다. 지금 힌트 하나가 없거든요. 증거 하나가 없는데 제가 퍼즐을 풀지 않은 거는 이제 이 하프밖에 없단 말이에요. 아니, 손이 혼자 마구 움직였어. 나 내 얼굴 쪽으로 손을 가져다가 안 됐는데.
I'm still not sure.
Should we take another look?
아직 풀 수 없다고? 아니 언제 풀어? 언제 풉니까?
Let's come back later.
이거 풀어야 될 것 같아.
It's a stone.
I think it's supposed to be an egg.
What animal?
Hawk.
Right, of course. A hawk bear lizard. What animal?
Hawk.
Right, a hawk bear lizard.
그럼 이제 이 지금 대화를 다 안 한 사람이 아저씨. 아저씨.
Ah, yes, the heiress of Tangle Tower. Goodness knows what'll happen when she takes charge. I dare say she'll confiscate my telescope and replace it with a microscope.
She doesn't seem to be the type to impress her will on others.
Still, keep an eye on her.
주시하라고요?
Dangerously intelligent, that one.
You sound
질투하고
jealous.
있는 거 아니야?
Wait,
그니까.
are you two science rivals?
Oh no, we operate on very different wavelengths. Literally.
이 아저씨도 말 많아.
Hard to read,
당신이
that one.
고용했다는
But she seems to
탑부셔.
know what she's doing.
She's kind of mean.
You know, I simply assumed all detectives were sharp, rigorous, and thorough. Then, of course, I met you.
그 눈빛 무슨 뜻이죠?
I don't especially want to talk about myself. Introspection often leads to vanity.
Wait, does it?
Why don't we discuss the moons of Jupiter instead?
목성이 달
I'm
관심
not sure if we have
없습니다만.
time. Aren't there like 10 of them?
83.
Yeah, we don't have time.
83개나 있다고? 물어봤고.
Not exactly a
저
wealth of
사실 이 아저씨가
information,
제일
is it?
싫어요. 저
It's enough.
손가락 동작 너무 열받아요.
Isn't the
재밌는데.
process of decay fascinating?
It's not really decaying. It's plastic.
It's becoming one with nature, all the same. A
이거
very
뭔지
old
아세요?
statue indeed.
이거 좀
I'd recommend
알려주세요.
you leave it well alone. The poor fellow's in bad enough shape as it is. I find that painting to be in rather bad taste.
우리 프레이야
yeah?
그림한테 왜
The
그러시지?
knife with real blood on it? The whole thing is rather vulgar. Curious little thing, isn't it? Do you know what she keeps in there?
Nothing. At the moment. It was empty when we opened it.
How bizarre.
Can't a woman keep an empty egg in her room?
Here's a thought. Do you suppose the paintbrush could be the murder weapon? After all, it was found at the scene, right next to Freya's body.
I guess it's possible.
Pointer property originally, purloined by the fellows. Typical.
펠로우가 엄청 싫어하네.
Is this important?
Possibly.
That's a very old book, isn't it? Looks like someone could have taken better care of it.
I like the look of a well-read book. Better than one that's never been opened.
Ah, well put.
well point.
A diary can be a wonderful outlet for an outpouring of one's soul.
How do you know it's a diary?
I suppose I don't, but it does look like a diary.
스스로 놀려.
These were drawn by
왜냐면 제가
Freya.
지금
She must have drawn that one of Hawkshaw rather recently.
스스로
I
놀려
guess.
그러면.
This is supposed to be Felix, is it?
왜 이렇게
I
싫어해?
think so.
I see he's afforded himself considerable artistic license.
네.
This looks a little rushed, even by Felix's standards.
At least he tried.
Yes, I suppose it's good for the old fellow to have a hobby.
아,
Keeps his mind from decaying, you know. Yes, very nice. Where is that bird of Flora's?
새
It's
어디
been a
있는지
while since I've
모르세요?
seen it. Fitz seems rather keen to grow things like this in his greenhouse, doesn't he?
아니,
What's wrong
손이
with
자꾸
that?
멋대로
Well,
움직여.
you can't eat it. Makes you wonder why he bothers at all. Oh, you found a murder weapon?
Steady on.
Murder
It's just a
weapon?
gardening trowel.
Looks like a weapon to me.
이게 진짜
Curious
사람인가?
creature, isn't it? Some sort of amphibious bipedal fishman.
이거
Playing a
그렇게
trumpet.
생긴 게 뭐가 있을 텐데.
Playing a trumpet, yes. Oh my. This is the first piece that Primrose ever learned on the
Poppy
piano.
엄마가 처음
Primrose, that
배웠을
is
때래.
Poppy's mother.
Poppy도 이걸로
She
처음
passed it down to
배웠다는데.
Poppy when she started
어머,
teaching her how to play.
선생님이 엄마였네.
Poppy's piano teacher was her mother.
Of course.
어머 어머.
Warms my heart to know that after everything, Poppy still has it up on her wall. I think you may wish to adjust your threshold of what you consider to be a clue. That's rather a small cage for 3 birds, isn't it? But then, aren't we all trapped in a
우리 모두
cage?
세 장에 갇혀 있지 않나요?
What kind of flower is that?
We're not sure. I think it might be the only one of its kind.
Primrose would know. My wife was a floriculturalist. Best in the field. That's a flower joke, but she was.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Well now, that is most definitely none of my business. Quite possibly none of yours either. Poppy's 2 closest friends. Freya looks so innocent there.
다 물어봤어.
Every astronomy tower.
I want to try.
어? 뭐야? 너무 잘 보여. 엄마를 계속 보고 있었어? 플로라를?
Hold on. I think we might have missed it. I can see the doorway. The door itself is on the floor, knocked off its hinges.
It's that little plant.
Don't you think it would fall off?
Maybe it's glued down.
You can see right.
Not by accident.
I can see Flora, but she's not looking this way. Behind her is the back side of the easel. I can't really see anything behind it. I can just about see the gramophone. The rooftop garden is right underneath.
Is that a window?
I think it is.
이 위에
Is there
공간이 더
another
있었던
room
거야?
up?
We should check that next time we're over there.
It's too dark back there.
대박.
You can see right.
Not by
I can
accident.
see Flora. Behind her is the can't really see. Isn't this supposed to be an astronomy? I'm pretty sure you need to
I
see.
can't move it.
그러니까
I think this is just
움직일
how it's
수가
set up.
없다고? 고정됐다고? 옆집에 스토커? 그래서 눈이 있던 건가? 아 맞네. 옥상이래. 천장에 눈 뭐 있었잖아요.
There's something about pointers. Something.
Let's ask him
겁나
about it.
수상해. 아저씨 뭐 하고 계셨던
So,
거예요?
Professor, what interests
아저씨
you about
플로라를
astronomy
계속
exactly?
쳐다보고 계셨던 거예요?
It's not a matter of being interested. Once you expand your mind
아
to the
제발
wider
제발
universe,
아니
it
아저씨
cannot
아저씨
be
헛소리 하지 마시고요.
unexpanded.
Mm-hmm. And how long have you been an astronomer?
I really don't like to give
저
exact
손동작부터
values unless
수상하다고요?
I'm sure I can quantify them.
아,
Convenient.
Why do you ask me these
왜냐면
things?
I
당신의
have a theory
망원경이
about you,
이상한
Professor.
데를 보고 있기
Oh,
때문이죠.
go
하늘이
on.
아니라 플로라의 보시갱이를 보고 있었기 때문이죠.
You're
전혀
not
관심이
really interested in
없으시죠?
astronomy at all.
What could you possibly mean by that?
I think you're interested in a slightly different field of research.
바로 깍정벌레?
I don't have time for tiny, insignificant
이거
insects.
지금
My
움찔한
studies
거지.
focus only on the inconceivably large
지금
and
이거
the
찔려가지고
unimaginably
행소수술
far
하는
away.
Right. That's why you like using your telescope so much.
Yes, naturally. My little portal into another world.
Yeah, about that.
그래요. 망원경 범죄 현장. 엿보고 있던 것이 없네? 포인트에 망원경이 엿보고 있던 것은 범죄 현장. 그 이유는 하늘을 보고 있는 게 아니었다.
Pointer's telescope was sneaking up on the crime scene and not up at the sky. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
실제로 보고 있던 것.
Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene and not up at the sky.
맞아. 어떻게
First you
설명하실
accuse me of
거예요?
being a lowly entomologist.
지금
Now you're accusing me of
한국 계신 분이
what?
성내시는
Spying?
거예요?
Are you spying?
Why would I need to spy on
왜냐면
Flora?
보고
Why?
계셨으니까.
Because you lost your golden beetle specimen, and it's made you
피해망상의 상태.
paranoid. You think somebody stole it from you.
Might not have been Flora you were spying
플로라가
on.
아니야?
Might have been Freya.
어머.
It's a very precious specimen.
맞네.
Incredibly rare. Valuable in ways you could never understand.
프레야를
Freya was
훔쳐보고
always
있었던
sneaking
거야?
around. Both towers and in the gardens too. She was definitely up to something.
So, this next question is
맞아, 맞아.
important. You were looking to Flora's room around the time
살인
of
사건
the murder.
당시에 말이죠.
Did you witness the
그래서
crime,
화들짝
Professor?
놀라서 호다닥 간 거였네.
No, I didn't.
어?
When I looked into the room, Flora was already lying on the floor.
누워 있었다고? 거짓말.
Flora? You mean Freya?
No, Flora. She was lying by the
아니,
window.
플로라는
I
무릎을
couldn't see
꿇고
Freya at
있었어.
all. It was fairly dark. The telescope isn't at a very good
거짓말
angle.
같은데?
That's why I decided to head over there myself. I needed to know what was going on.
This changes your statement, doesn't it?
No, everything I told you in my statement was true.
Apart from the reason you left your tower in the first place.
Right.
Let's go over what we know about
사건
the crime
현장에
scene.
대해 정보를 다시 짚어보자. 아저씨 지적당하니까 막 횡설수설하네, 그쵸?
Freya was definitely up to something.
쫓고 있었어.
Something to do with the
맞아.
statue in the garden.
맞아.
Maybe we should go back and check. And we could have missed something.
나중에.
We know a
범죄
little more
현장.
about the crime scene now. So, what do you think?
네 생각은?
Was Freya stabbed by her own painting?
응. 진짜 칼. 펠릭스의 형상은 좀 아니지 않아? 일치한도로 만들어졌다. 피 묻은 칼을 연상시킨다. 이렇게 그림에 사용돼. 아, 물감통의 피는 그림에 사용됐다. 끝이 빨간? 피 이렇게
Blood
해볼까?
from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink-dipped feather to resemble a bloody knife.
I think you're right.
Mhm.
Can't decide if I'm disappointed or relieved.
I have a question. Why?
왜일까?
Either it's a very strange coincidence, or
의도한 거
somebody set it
아닐까요?
up.
Somebody
우연의
deliberately
일치?
put blood in the paint pot and hid that feather after the crime. Why? To distract us?
Possibly.
Well, it worked.
Possibly.
Flora's the only person who could have hidden the feather,
플로라
unless
뿐이야.
someone took it from her.
Let's go over what we do know.
우리가 아는
The
것을
door was locked the
짚어보자.
whole time.
문은 잠겨
It stayed
있었고
locked until Fitz
피치가
kicked
발로
it down.
차서
Normally,
겨우
it can
열었어?
only be opened from the inside.
안에서 밖으로만
Pointer said he
열리는데?
couldn't see Freya from his telescope, but he did see Flora lying by the window.
플로라가
So whatever
창문에
got
누워
Freya
있었대.
got Flora too?
Except Flora survived. She didn't get a stab wound like Freya did.
어?
Hold on. If there was no knife, then what did stab Freya?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what and more interested in the how.
그
The angle of
윗감이
Freya's
제일
wound
중요하다?
suggests she was
응.
stabbed at a perfect right angle. That is, from directly in front of her. But she was standing right
근데
up by the canvas.
캔버스는 안 찢어져
Somehow,
있었잖아.
Freya ended up lying on her back, still perfectly in line with a painting.
뭐지?
Maybe something went through it.
Through the painting? Wouldn't
맞아.
that leave
근데
a hole?
관통을 해야면
Okay, well,
구멍이
how about
남아야지.
this? How do we know Freya was stabbed before she fell over? Maybe her being stabbed and her falling over are completely
쓰러진 것과
unrelated.
찔린 건 상관이 없다? 일리 있어. 맙소사. 그리고 이제 위층 방에 먼저 가보고 그 다음에 호수에 가야 되지 않을까. 애초에 왜 죽었는지도 황금풍뎅이 말고 모르겠어요. 저도요. 다락방. 오,
It's
무시무시한
a
거.
statue standing up straight.
You know, there's a name for that.
I know.
It's not quite as dusty as everything else. Also, it's not a stuffed. It's stuffed.
안에 뭔가 채워져 있다고?
What's in that little box? I bet it's bone. A skull, at least.
You know, maybe I won't open it.
Someone painted out the window.
Do you think it was done recently?
No idea. Either way, it's pretty suspicious. It's a jar.
Huh. Just dusty junk.
이거 뭐야?
What is that?
Not
딱
sure.
봐도 수상해.
Some kind
Looks
of.
like it might
감개?
attach to something.
실이다. 얇은 빨간 밧줄에 감겨져 있다. 어? 어? 무슨 장치지?
Nothing catching my interest.
Sorry, is this?
Kind of. Where's that light
No,
coming
it's
from?
just daylight. I think. There's a decent gap between
자세히
those.
봐봐. 어? 여기서 칼이 떨어졌네. 정확하네요, 위치가. 이 틈 사이로 뭔가 떨어졌네, 날카로운 게. 여기 이거에 이렇게 뭔가 이렇게 걸려 있었나 봐.
Sally, you don't have a dust.
No.
Let
Do
me
you?
put it this way.
Nothing catching my.
Sorry, is
Kind
this-
of.
Just dusty junk. Just dusty junk.
여기 밧줄
Nothing catching my interest.
Sorry.
Kind of.
아니야? 끝난 거야, 이제?
Sally, you don't have
No.
a dust. Let me put it this
At least the moths are kept well fed.
끝난 건가 봐. 힌트를 다 찾았습니다. 감개까지. 무슨 장치인 것 같은데. 이제 호수로 가볼게요. 뭐야, 이런 게 있었어?
This wasn't here before.
그치, 없었지? 여러분, 이거 심지어 발 봐. 발이 이거 아래 있던 그 발이랑 똑같지 않아요? 3조고? 헐, 대박. 이것도 지금 봤어.
What is it?
It's a little
봐봐.
wooden toy.
There's a note.
What does it say? Grimoire?
제 새로운 친구입니다. 음악을 좋아하죠. 단순한 선율은 그의 영혼을 감동시킬 겁니다. 둘에게 행운을 빕니다. No! 선율! Shit! No!
What do you think? Is it really from her?
선율 대체 뭐냐고.
How can it be?
안 돼. 음계
Why don't we check the handwriting with Freya's diary?
Good idea. Hold.
Well,
It's a
well,
perfect.
it's when you have a ghost talking.
Let's-
What about the little?
Maybe we can put it to some kind.
탱글타워. 끝나지 않은 사건. 이제 2부예요, 설마? 아니죠? 이건 저기 가야 돼. 얘 파피한테 가서 쳐달라고 해야 돼. 일단 여기도 초인종 선율이 있었는데. 초인종은 이 모양. 4개나 있어야 돼, 노래가? 그 다음에 파피야, 이거 쳐줘.
Yeah, it's mine.
Can
선율을
you play the
들려줄 수
tune for
있나요?
us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
됐겠지? 그러면은 오케이, 피아노 이렇게 됐고요. 그리고 입 모양이었는데 그 누가 흥얼거리는 거 있지 않았어요? 일단 카세트 테이프 틀어봐야겠다, 그죠? 카세트 테이프. 그 흥얼거리던 사람이 누구였지? 뿌뿌뿌뿌뿌뿌뿌뿌 그거 누구였지? 그 남자 어떤 남성분이 뿌뿌뿌뿌 했었는데 녹색이었어요?
It's piano music.
빌드워터님 어서오세요. 하이죠, 반갑습니다. 빨리 감기 하면 안 될까? 혹시 안 됐니? 안 됐나봐. 안 됐어. 그 휘파람 부르던 사람이 있었는데 얘였나? 막 뿌뿌뿌뿌 막 뿌뿌뿌뿌뿌뿌뿌 이렇게 네 8번 한 사람이 있었는데. 감기.
What is it?
We don't know. We were really
빨리
hoping
감기해서 안 되는 거라고
you...
말도 안 돼.
My friends, shed your hope and let it fall free like sandbags from a hot air balloon.
That's the most depressing idiom I've ever heard.
뽀뽀뽀뽀 하던 사람이 있었는데 남자였던 것 같은데. 듣고 계세요. 물 떠올게요. 안 된 거 아니에요?
Weird.
됐다. 안 됐나?
It's someone humming a tune.
됐네. 됐네. 진짜 빨리 감기 해서 안 된 거였네. 왕억울. 그리고 마지막이 뭐죠? 아주머니. 이거 혹시 뭔지
Do you know
아세요?
what this is?
Guess not.
기대도 안 했어요. 마지막 게 뭘까요? 어떤 사람이 입으로 뿌뿌뿌뿌 했는데 뿌뿌뿌뿌뿌뿌뿌 이렇게 4개 해가지고 됐어요 하지 마세요 막
Flora's
이랬는데.
quite fond of that old thing. It's in poor shape, though.
Do you know what happened to it?
Can't say I do.
하프에 나와 있지 않을까요? 가기 귀찮아서 이랬죠.
I'm still not sure.
Should we take another look?
자세히 봐봐. 새다. 새가 지저귀는 거다.
Let's come back later.
새? 새 저긴가? 문? 오만 군데에서 새 소리 났던 것 같은데?
They're bird cages. But the birds are
Is that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is.
I feel like I'm standing in the job. My little writing.
There's nothing written in the book.
bird
They're
diagram.
beautiful. Someone wrote. They're bird cages. But the birds.
Is that a
Oh,
metaphor?
it totally is.
And a
And
special.
it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
울어봐. 아니야? 저긴가? 여기 새 목욕탕? 여기다! 야호! 찾았다!
That's all for
So,
now.
what-
Should we go back to the...
병원으로 가자. 야호!
Let's try this again.
여기는
You know, I think we might be able to...
이거 이거
That's gotta be right.
Nothing.
Oh.
Maybe it's broken.
Wait, do you hear that?
여기 문이 열렸어요. 이걸 못 봤네. 아유, 뭐 어쩔 수 없지. 여기 열렸어. 다행히 음계 문제는 아니네요.
Where do you think it goes?
Down.
이거 혹시 플레이 타임이 몇 시간인가요? 혹시 막 8시간 이런가요? 그러면 끊어야 될 것 같은데? 오늘 다 하려고 했는데 엔딩을 보고 싶었는데
It looks like but the liquid is ice cold.
리뷰상으로 8시간 이상이라고요? 왜 말해주지 않았어? 나 당연히 오늘 엔딩 볼 수 있을 줄 알고 지금 계속 달리고 있었잖아. 씨, 나 배신감 느껴졌어. 왜 말해주지 않았어? 오늘 여기까지 하도록 하겠습니다. 이 말을 할까봐 그랬겠죠? 그랬나? 오늘 여기까지 하도록 하겠습니다.